Oh my goodness, it's another one. Oh my goodness gracious. Say hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Holy fucking shit! For some reason, this is happening again.
I know, right?
I am also here.
Don't worry, you don't have to watch Vosh, but you do have to watch Organized Chaos.
Who?
The
Organized.
guy with
this
the
time I will
Black
only be
Widow
the
popcorn
normal
bucket.
Yeah. We're watching his video on Mauler's, his response to Mauler's Star Wars Cannot Grow Up video.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, goody. It's an hour and 30 minutes long. How long is the Moles video?
43-ish
Only like
minutes.
45 minutes.
Yeah, 43, 45-ish minutes.
Meaning he's actually got something to fucking say for once.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
hopefully.
And also,
Because that's
uncharacteristic of the long man of Wales to have such a short video.
Yeah, but it's probably.
I mean, he's just making one very specific point.
Mhm.
He's not actually breaking down. I mean, he does like slightly break down an episode of Futurama and an episode of Buffy, and he uses them as points of comparison. But it's all like he's making one
is
singular point.
yeah, it's something that you would very much probably see in one of his TFA videos,
Yeah, so-
just as a point.
Yeah, so for reference for the viewers at home who may or may not know, there's a YouTuber named Mauler. He makes exceedingly fantastic videos and a somewhat okay podcast. Or sorry, somewhat okay 16 podcasts. But the video he created was about the latest trend of Asuka, which is this weird Star Trek story about this purple girl. And
Wait,
it was pretty
purple?
shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's orange.
That's the joke.
Oh my god!
Are
it's
you
part of the-
colorblind?
It's part of the.
I
It's part of the
also-
joke.
I also said Star Trek, you fucking dumbasses.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
that
was
one's
going to-
obviously a joke. The other one's like a potential disability. One of those
I-
is worth more clarification.
I got it, Max.
I guess
Don't
I guess
worry.
I guess present company, and that's fair. But anyway, he made a really good video about how stupid and retarded Star Wars fans are nowadays. And it made me sad. One, because he covered a really sad episode of Futurama, and two, because the current state of Star Wars actually made me
I mean, I wouldn't call
not
this
fun.
I wouldn't call this Sting sad. It's not like Jurassic Bark, which fucking
It
annihilated.
is really fucking sad. Dude.
No.
Are you kidding? Are you?
It's less
fucking
that it's
kidding?
like sad in its ultimate conclusion. It's more that it's just like heart wrenching and like it deals with like big themes of like loss and guilt and
You know
that
what's
kind
you
of
know
shit.
what's you know what's you know what's
also, don't
synonymous
speak
for
about
guilt,
Jurassic-
loss, and like heart wrenching is sad.
Yeah, but like, well, no,
motherfuckers,
but like the
not
ending-
being
the
not
ending
being
is-
overly autistic here.
The ending is not sad though. The ending is incredibly uplifting and heartwarming.
I was more gonna say also, I'm agreeing with Max on that. It's pretty fucking sad. Also, Jake, don't you fucking dare mention Jurassic Park around me.
Wait,
'cause I'm
isn't Jurassic
trying
Park
already.
isn't this Jurassic Park thing in this movie? Or in this movie?
No.
in this video.
No, Jurassic.
Mauler videos could be considered movies. It's fair.
Jurassic Bark is the one where we get flashbacks on Fry's
Oh.
daughter.
Yeah, that one.
And then
Yeah,
it
yeah,
like,
that
and then,
one's pretty sad.
and then he,
I made
then it ends.
I
with,
made
like,
Sarah very sad. Just fucking telling
But
her about Jurassic
anyways,
Park.
so Mauler did a really cool video, and yeah, you should go check it out. You should pause this live stream, go check out the video because it's fantastic.
It's
However,
his best
I have
video
no
in
idea-
years.
I have no idea who this butthead is, but apparently he made a rebuttal to it. So I'm curious
So-
what his points are.
So hold on. So you know nothing about the organized chaos. Like, he's made an appearance like as like a response on an EFAP, and also he's been
Dude.
going back and forth with Rags.
Dude,
Oh wait a minute,
Dude.
no, I remember. Yeah, we
you
talked
don't
about
even know, so shut the fuck up.
He did a back and forth.
I was
He
gonna
did.
say-
He did do a back and forth with Rags. He also got fucking eviscerated by Eric.
Yeah, but
July.
no, I just remembered I talked with him about this
I
big
just love-
breakdown. Yeah.
I just love that you were like, it is this guy. Wait, no, that's not him.
No. I was more saying we went on back and forth talking about the breakdown of the organized chaos bit. I was more.
Okay.
I didn't forget who he was. I was more saying like, wait, you know who he is because we've been talking about him.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know who it is, but we'll see.
Okay.
The thing, real quick, meta wise, it said people are leaving and entering the room. Are people still here?
Yeah.
No?
What? I mean, what do you mean?
I'm still here.
Yeah, we're still.
Am I still here?
Yeah,
I
you're
got-
still, you're
I
still
got-
here.
I got three yellow boxes saying user has left the room, user has joined the room, user quit has left the room, user quit has joined the room.
That's you.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, wait,
I'm
no?
I'm
You're
Saint
saying-
Maxi, the person I'm supposed to be. You fucking fledglings.
You did. You actually named yourself.
As long as you're in
is
the
that
room.
your-
Yeah. If
No,
we can all if we're all on the watch together, then that's what matters.
No.
Okay.
All right,
so,
let's do this.
Yeah.
So,
Fair use disclaimer, also known as like something that's not fucking useful anymore. I
No.
don't know why.
well, still cover your ass.
I'm here to finish your training.
Oh, I'm turning
that?
this down.
Because you'd rather avoid admitting you enjoy this for the shallow and meaningless fucking key jangling it clearly
Say
is.
something! Oh my god!
So this.
Right.
Oh.
Is this like mixed quite loudly?
Well, it's
Yeah,
yeah.
sorry,
It was.
turning this down
Yeah,
as well.
I turned
I
it
had to
down.
turn it down.
Yeah, but like this is
Okay.
hey Max, it's in medias res.
I was gonna, yeah, it's the.
Well,
I
it's
don't
a
know why
very
they do
big thing
this.
on YouTube right now to have like a preview of your own video. I don't know why it became. a thing.
Why? Why is
It's so
this a
dumb.
thing?
It's so dumb.
Which,
See,
by
look,
the
see,
way-
why is this dumb in fucking movies? Isn't? Fuck you.
Which, by the way, look at where his chat is scrolling up. He just has his banner like right plastered over it like a peasant.
My favorite part though is that like for the first bit of his, I'm turned around, so if I'm quiet, whatever, fuck off.
That's fine.
The confusing bit is like he included a piece that he didn't fucking say anything for. So it's
Yeah,
like,
that's
why did you do
that's
that?
why I immediately just snapped at him. It's just like, dude, we're almost 30 seconds in, and you haven't said anything.
To be fair, he's
Not even to intro the video, so he's just previewing what his reaction is going to be like, which apparently is not much.
Yeah.
Also, the chat is already annoying me.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Destiny does this shit now too, but like he'll play a clip of the thing he's watching and he'll say something and then like trail off. So he does like a trailer thing for it. Like he at least does it with tact. I don't like it there either, but still.
I don't like it with Adam and Sitch either, where it's like they play like Beethoven, I think.
Something.
All the while, like it's ramping up on a point when it's just like, just play the video.
No. Preview.
They never critique
Trailers.
other aspects of
Trailer and
filmmaking
trailer.
besides writing. Well, first off, that's not true, and second, writing is the most important aspect. So fuck off.
Well, it's not. It's the acting.
Well, even if you don't think for some reason that it's the most important, they very explicitly make it the focus of everything they talk about.
Yeah.
So
Who's
if you
they?
don't think it's very important, then EFAP and Mauler
Oh,
specifically
Okay, that's right.
makes
He- he-
writing like
he beats with me, that's okay.
explicitly the focus of everything they do.
Yeah.
Is this the organized chaos guy, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Down in
looks-
in
he
the
looks
bottom
like-
right corner.
No, I thought
He looks like a strapping young lad.
He his name's
Max,
Bob.
didn't we go back and forth on this like on how this big review on like how especially when he went on like Eric July and started like One True Scotsmaning his ass like, oh, you haven't
Read Amazing
read
Fantasy,
Amazing Fantasy 14.
15 or for whatever, and then he literally just goes off of, yeah, we all know what happens in that. You don't need to read Amazing Fantasy 15 to be a comic book fan. Anyways,
So the point is, he did a fucking preview, which is stupid. He's not even
That's-
saying anything.
yeah.
Bad Star Wars stories have never ruined Star Wars.
So,
Oh,
I don't know if I
People
100%. I don't know if I 100% disagree with that.
I
However,
mean,
when
Star
when
Wars
it-
is a
when
very
it's-
resilient brand. I'll give
It's a
you
very
that.
resilient. It's a very resilient blend. However, I feel like the caveat is like when it's consistently shit multiple times in a row. That's when it's like, okay, wait, hang on.
yeah.
Yeah, because say what you will about the prequels, at least they added a lot more like wiggle room for like good stuff to be made.
Once again,
Like-
if we didn't have the fucking shitty prequels, we wouldn't have KOTOR or Battlefront. So I'm
We wouldn't
forever
have
grateful.
fucking Bounty Hunter, one of my favorite Star Wars games. Fucking love that.
Man, it's. I need to replay it.
Well, it's
I
it
gonna
was
say,
great
I
at the
feel- I
time.
feel
Its
like it was-
controls
I
have
feel-
not aged well.
I feel like it was dated even back then, and like I've played Battlefront and KOTOR recently. They're both still fucking fantastic. So
Yeah, that's fair. It unfortunately it does take a minute to get used to bounty hunters controls because it's very much a left in its era type thing. But not the point. Let's see what he's got to say. He's finally going to say something.
Yeah.
Allowed to like things that you don't like. Again, and this is just coming off as a cope, man. This is just coming off as how
All right,
dare you
fuck.
people like this.
All right, I think we're gonna have to back up because what was his point? Or well, no, actually, we don't have to. We
No,
don't have to.
no,
because this is gonna be later in the fucking video.
Yeah, we don't have to. Just let it play.
You know,
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
like it, and I'm like some sort of god of criticism or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to pose yourself as. in
Because
this,
you're
but
stupid, Bob.
It just comes off kind of a
His
weak.
name is Bob.
Honestly.
His name is Bob,
It's-
yes.
It's a little sad. It's like people like things you don't. You're allowed to dislike them, but
You have the
it
freaking.
just comes
What's
off.
that?
You're really struggling.
Is this-
just like
is
how
this chat
dare they? How
frozen?
dare they?
I guess.
Move on, man.
No, his chat
Grow
just
up.
runs really slow.
Move
because
on.
he's only got
So-
like 5 people watching.
So he says
we're not allowed
move,
to talk
so
about
he says move on. Meanwhile, he constantly responds to Drinker, Neurotic, Mauler. He did like multiples to Rags.
Well,
just constantly.
Well, to be fair, those people are all dumb and they only critique story and writing. So fuck 'em.
Yeah, which is immensely hypocritical to say that. Wherein it's like Mauler actually, which is like, oh, I actually care about what they have to say because they're wrong. I don't know. It's like, well, whatever. And Mauler actually cares about the current state of Star Wars and just wants people to understand. Like, please stop clapping and cheering for this superficial bullshit. Demand better.
Hang on, I better Venmo my grand money. $25. What for? Drugs.
Because Mahler actually did a video that was 45 minutes long, and it's making the rounds as well.
It's literally
Star
right
Wars
below
did
it,
not
yeah.
grow up.
Yeah.
And I know he
Well, to be fair,
didn't,
he's going to
like,
his channel for a preamble.
Didn't cover his entire 6-hour Doctor Strange video. So
The 6-hour Doctor Strange video where you were searching for things to be upset about, and you were upset that you were agreeing with him or something.
Well,
Is that
I
the
was
one
more-
where he actually skipped around trying to find like a sexist or
Yeah.
Yeah,
homophobic
so
comment
this
about
is
the
the
lesbian parents and
to
was
explain.
annoyed that he couldn't find it.
Yeah, to explain, he specifically at one point even said, "When does he say something about the moms?"
He said
who?
no. He says, does he say
In-
something about the moms? Where it's like you want him to say something about the moms,
Who?
so you can dismiss this guy, Organized Chaos, about America Chavez's moms. He
The
act-
moms?
Yeah, America Chavez.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that's right. That's how she got all that.
As
cake.
two
Right.
moms, and literally nobody gives a fuck. And yeah,
he was.
I mean,
it's
I
very
do.
hard
He
to
was-
paint everyone who hates the movie as being a sexist, homophobic, racist when nobody gives a fuck about that and just complains that the movie wasn't good.
Yeah, and
It
he
kind
like
of throws a wrench in the plans.
he is the definition of bad faith. He is the definition of dishonest liar.
Let's not
you know what? We can
forget
probably go
that
ahead and
Organized Chaos and I'm trying to remember
Actual
who
fandom.
like the other guy.
Actual fandom.
An actual fandom searched for people that EFAP has quote unquote offended so that they can basically try to get them canceled.
Oh, cool.
Uh-huh.
Who's actual fan?
He's
Besides
one of his
the-
friends that he does a fucking thing with.
yeah, he does.
Besides the shithead in his mod community, chat, whatever, he's got a wrench.
Yeah, but he does a podcast with them because he has this thing called the Fandom Initiative, and he calls people like Drinker and probably us as well if he saw this anti-fans or some shit like that.
Well, I'm
Fuck
anti-fans. No, I'm a fan of Undertale, but
If
I
this
do
is
not.
what
I
the
do
bar
not enter
is
the
for what fans
degeneracy
have
for the other
become,
fans.
Then yeah,
You
I'm
can-
not a fan.
You can hold on. You could say you're a fan without being part of a fandom.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So fandoms are cringe.
Yeah,
so I'm anti-fans. I
would
like Five
describe
Nights.
myself as a fan of something like using. This is like one of the earliest conversations myself and Wyatt ever fucking had, where using "I am a fan of X media product" as a way to identify myself or introduce somebody else to who I am and what I'm about. I've always kind of had a problem with that. I don't like it. I've never liked it. The
And-
closest I ever got was like when I was 15, 16 years old. I would introduce myself as a metalhead because when you're a fucking child, the kind of music you like is the closest thing to a personality you have.
Yes.
I'm neutral
Older than
on
that,
it.
there's no excuse.
I'm neutral on it. Like if I'm just
As a
trying
metalhead,
to
I'm
have,
offended by what you just said.
I'm neutral on it in the sense that like if I'm just bored, I'm like in like an elevator or just talking to like one of my coworkers, I'll just be like, hey, you like Star Wars or something? Like, you a fan of Star Wars?
That's cringe. You talk to other people.
Yeah, stop. Yeah.
Yeah, I unfortunately have to. Like, I'm not like you, where I could just be in this metal box and just watch One Piece. I
Literally-
unfortunately have to be around random
Literally,
people.
I was in a metal box because I had fucking AC in my crane.
Yeah.
I
So
literally said fuck off because like I was also screaming at them because I was so down, man. But
yeah, it was. Meanwhile, I have to typity type, and then some person just goes, "Hey, how about that new sports team?" And I'm just like,
But that's when I
Who
go,
are you?
and pepper spray them and go.
yeah, just
Sonic's arms should be flesh colored.
Yeah. You very loudly and assertively state that that is my purse and I don't know you.
and then kick them in their testicles.
Imagine if I fucking pick that one up.
Sonic Chew, like Sonic the Hedgehog's arms are not blue. That is not Sonic the Hedgehog. Change it. But he, by the way, to everyone who doesn't know this watching this, he is out there.
No,
he is
no,
free.
no.
He is free.
Don't, dude. It's like Men in Black. Do not tell people; they will panic.
Well, but they need
We do
to
not
know.
talk about
though.
Chris Chan in the public.
But they
You
need
ever
to
hear
know,
like
though.
in like Lovecraftian stories of this like esoteric, forbidden knowledge that normies aren't able to handle? So you just exist in secret societies and you talk about it amongst yourselves, but you don't ever share it with
The
outsiders because their brains can't handle it.
Yeah.
That's what Chris Chan lore is like.
Yeah,
This
the
is
Illuminati
what
just talks about
actual
Chris Chan
cursed
lore.
knowledge feels like, and it's not good.
So we all just walk into a room with
There-
hoods on, and then we all present a crayon drawn Sonic OC.
This is Guyver. This is Guyver Chew. It's Sonic with the Guyver unit.
I pronounce
You know, you
I show.
should draw that at some point.
I
God.
have an oldie
This
but a
is
goodie.
Damos.
Sanic.
This is
Sonic.
Damos Chew. He's got an eye patch, and he's black and red, and he's not
That's just
Shadow.
shit.
He's
That's just
different.
Shadow
He's
with an
not
eye
Shadow.
patch.
He's cool song. Oh man.
This is Gardevoir Chew. It's
The-
a
the-
Gardevoir with a Sonic and a Pikachu.
Oh god, that sounds.
Oh, no.
Boy, check
Oh, no,
the
look at-
fucking call chat because I'm about to
No.
drop the thing that was requested earlier.
Look out, Lily Orchard might try to fuck it.
Hey, what?
Don't.
What?
Gar-
What? Okay, no, that's
Lily-
too many.
Lily-
That's too many. That's too many.
Lily
That's too many.
Orchard.
That's too many.
Lily
Stop.
Orchard
Stop.
wants to fuck Gardevoir. Of course she does.
Don't stop. We're already at the beginning of degeneracy. We don't have to go further in.
No,
Didn't
we were- no,
fucking
no, no, no,
Markiplier
no, no,
wanna
no,
stick
no,
his
no.
dick in a weeping bell.
Yeah.
So first off-
Markiplier is a man of culture.
So first of all,
Was it,
you
though?
started with fucking Chris Chan. You want to say that we're like at the surface level of cringe? No, you plunged us into the deep end.
Well, no, I say that at surface level because I feel like Chris Chan is the most well-known locale. Like, I feel like people who don't even go on the internet have probably heard the words Chris Chan before.
Probably.
No,
That's fair.
you are delusional. No,
No, I'm
shot.
No.
Chris Chan is
You're-
someone that
you're not hearing me
exists
right.
solely
I'm
upon
saying,
the internet.
I'm saying
It is-
Chris Chan is heard before people like Cyrax or Lily Orchard. Do you think that's fair?
Probably.
It depends on your like.
Chris
fucking
Chan
internet-
was on fucking the Tucker Carlson show. Normies have heard his name.
Yeah,
him.
but
Fucking
normies
sorry.
don't know his name. I think is the difference.
Well,
Like
yeah,
Lily
that's what-
Orchard
that's what-
is
that's
just
what I
like
said,
one of those
he's
YouTubers
fucking-
that collabs
that's
with
not-
other YouTubers. Her name is out there. She gets around.
Yeah.
Chris Chan is like
Chris Chan,
it's
Chris
a
Chan
very
was on the national.
specialized group.
Chris Chan
that
was on the
knows
national
anything
news,
about-
dog. I'm sorry. Like Chris Chan.
No,
was
I'm with
on
Max
the
on that.
national
If you're on like national television, people know who you are.
They don't know. Here's the thing, but see, that's what Slur said. I said that's not what I'm saying.
They
though.
don't
I'm
know
saying
what the
they've heard
knowledge
the
that we
words
have.
Chris Chan. They would, if you said Christian to a Norman, they'd be like, oh, but they probably wouldn't know what that is. They would just know the words to put together.
Yeah, it's like Chris.
That's
Oh,
my
that
point.
Chris sounds familiar. Can you tell me about him? And I go, and
No!
just
No.
the
For your
smile
own
on my face,
sanity, just
and I go to YouTube and watch
With a
Gino
smile on my
Samuel.
face and a fucking
Watch
smile on my face and a Sonic medallion up my asshole. I'll be like, no, we don't talk about this.
Jake walks up, smile on his face, his dick in his hand, and goes, "No."
And it's like, hey Max, who's Christian? I'm like, wouldn't recommend. Takes a sip of Fanta. I can't drink that anymore. That's one of my favorite drinks.
Then somebody goes up to me and asks if I would know. I'm like, why are you asking me? I don't know shit.
Okay.
Oh God. Let's get back to Bob.
Real quick,
Cover his
shout outs to our YouTube friend Shamrock Dragon. She just released another creepypasta ghost story.
Yay, Shammy.
God.
Okay. Anyway.
his whole Wars video, because yeah, it sells a lot, but it's not as bad. And I know, I mean, it seemed like we got some Mauler fans in here. I'm just gonna go ahead and say, hey, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and watch this.
I'm gonna go ahead and watch this, and I'm going to try and make it look worse than it is.
Why did he say that with a question mark?
I don't know.
Because he takes forever to articulate.
Because
Because like Rags has pointed this out multiple times. He does not speak very well.
that's fair.
He sounds like the guy.
I mean, none of us are Garrus Vicarium, but this guy sounds
You,
like he has a
sir,
singing
you shut
soul.
the fuck up. I've got like 5 chicks who would hook up with you right now if you moved to the States.
Okay, you keep saying that, but I've never met these chicks. It's always just you saying this chick, so I'm very cautious that you.
I was going to say
it's
it's just Max saying.
You,
It's just
you
Max
come
hitting on
to this. You come to the States and it's just me with a red
With
and
a
blue
dress
stripe,
up.
with a red and blue striped shirt and a fucking Sonic Shimada.
no trousers in the airport.
Fingerless gloves.
Just big old fucking glasses on, grows out his hair really long.
He has like a long hair, but also a thinning hairline. It's just like that sad combo.
No more
See the
Christian.
true Irishman right there.
We have to escape him, but we can't escape him. He is eternal.
Me and
Well, speaking of thinning hairline, organized chaos is right here, and he has
Exactly,
a
yeah.
point to
Very
make.
possible. I do not like his review methods, but
why not?
we'll
Why?
see. We will see.
Why not?
If it just like disagreements and like points of view, I'm not gonna have a whole lot to say.
You can have totally so much to
Well,
say.
no,
if someone
that
has a
sounds like
different
something
opinion.
you explicitly
That sounds like
should have a lot
something
to
you'd
say.
say.
That's like the specific thing you should have a lot to say about, because that's fundamentally the area you're going to disagree. Everything else is just aesthetics. It's like style choices or editing choices. Fundamentally, your points of view are the reason people would watch you in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's like I'm glad that
He
me and Sawyer
basic-
immediately caught up on that.
He basically just went like, "There's no reason to watch me because I'm not going to say
That's
anything."
what it sounds like.
Like if you
It's very
he has
soy jacket behavior.
27,000 subs, and like he can only maybe get like at most 1K, maybe 2, but consistently he's performing.
How many
under
did he
1K.
have before he was covered on fucking EFAP? That's what I
About
wanna
the
know.
same, I
Oh,
want to say.
interesting.
About the same amount. I wanna
Really?
say.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough then.
But so
And the accusation
he
less.
actually attributes the rise of like channels like Critical Drinker and all that stuff to how his channels like momentum got stopped, like at the peak peak of organized.
But surely
chaos.
it's the
Wait, hang
opposite,
on.
because
Wait.
his content explicitly is about disagreeing with those people. If that's his content and that's his audience, then surely those people existing is the reason his growth or sustained viewership has continued
Wait,
rather than stopped.
I misheard that. So you said that because Critical Drinker shows up.
It was something. It was something like that. Like at the height of like it was his first response to Rags, I think.
So
that
what
he said
that sounds
that.
like to me is that there were. That sounds like to me there's better YouTubers out there, buddy.
Yeah, and then you didn't, and that you
Yeah, it's
didn't
just
apply
pure
yourself.
cope.
You didn't apply yourself and go.
Normally,
"I
any
need to be
kind of
better."
conflict is normally when two YouTubers have any kind of beef whatsoever, both of their viewership goes up because drama gets clicks.
Yeah.
So like you usually don't get that pattern. That's not the standard way that this goes down. Is that, hey, I'm a happy-go-lucky YouTuber. I'm making movie reviews, and then this other guy comes along and he has what I'm going to call extremely far right-wing ideas, like white men not inherently evil, actually, and all of a sudden my views just stagnate and go down and everybody hates me. Surely this is because that guy's evil.
Yeah, surely.
There are dots there that I'm not connecting properly, clearly, because this doesn't math in my head correctly.
Yeah, but sir, you can't say that. You're white. Can't express those
He's
views.
Irish, not white.
He's
There's a
Irish.
Hey,
difference.
Irish people were only like white within the last couple of centuries. For most of history, we've been like a legitimately oppressed, colonized people.
Yes.
Fuck you.
Exactly. That's what I
Protestant.
It's literally why I said that.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off, Protestant. This Fenian's about to go all over you.
by the definition of like fucking like privileged races, Irish people are low on that fucking
They
list.
are,
They are
damn
very
near the
low.
bottom.
They're
I mean, within the last couple decades, to be completely fair, we are on the list. You know, we kind of clawed our way up there once
Yeah, I was about
we
to say.
actually had our own fucking country.
Yeah, but the
yeah.
only reason you're privileged is because you BTFO to fucking people who are oppressing you.
and even then
Yeah,
they split.
funny how that works.
Even then they split Ireland in two, though, right? Like not all of Ireland is technically.
Yeah, the
Ireland.
North. It's basically the island's hat. When independence was achieved, there's a segment at the far north. The population at the time, not necessarily anymore, was more British than it was Irish, so they stayed within the UK. But then part of the peace agreements, after a couple decades of blowing each other up, was that if the population ever decided to join the Republic, they had to have legal course to do so. And honestly, every year that goes by, we get a little closer.
Yeah, because I thought there was talks during Brexit that like the second all that stuff was gonna happen that the Irish were gonna
Dude,
be
that's
like,
a
no,
whole
that's
other
our
fucking mess.
Let's
we're
not get
not
into
opening
that.
that kind of
Yeah,
worms.
Yeah, let's
Fucking Christ.
We already got enough political tisms with Vosh, so let's
Yeah.
move on.
That's fair.
It's possible gonna have bad takes.
No, it's not.
Has any bullying or something like that, I'm gonna have to point
Well,
out.
Mauler has
and
bad
also,
takes.
like, I know.
Well, no, he's had bad takes. I agree. Like Spider-Man: No Way Home is absolute dog shit. It is not a highlight.
He didn't say
of
that
the
it's
Phase
good.
4. He called it a highlight of Phase
Hold
4.
on.
It's not a highlight. I would argue
It's
not.
got some decent character work, which is what his main point was, however, and that is pretty agreeable. It's got some decent character work showing Peter A, as we're going, like Peter 1, I think was when that's Holland, if I remember how
Yeah, that is Holland.
I think the
numbering.
classic bad Mauler take is always just
Atlas.
he
Avatar:
said
Last
that
Airbender.
Avatar: The Last Airbender was below average. It's not even that's like it's imperfect, it's got flaws, it's got character things that don't quite resolve very well. All that, fine, I can see it. I can see the pieces put together. But overall, rating that shit as below average,
That's wrong.
especially compared to its contemporaries, it's just not correct.
I
Yeah,
can't
and
remember.
it didn't help that Literature Devil, his fucking opponent, like his opponent during
I
that
haven't
debate,
seen it too,
just
yeah,
didn't
yeah,
watch it.
Yeah, like which by the way, I
It's pretty
believe if
bad.
I remember on a stream, don't quote. I don't remember what stream it was. It wasn't on an EFAP. It was on what stream on his channel. He was playing a video game. I can't remember which one it was. He said that the end of Avatar: The Last Airbender assassinates Aang as a character.
No, it undercuts the build-up of his
Decision.
his increase in power over the
Yeah,
course of
yeah.
the series because the dragon no jutsu shit is a little bit of a Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah,
It is.
Absolutely a fair criticism. but it doesn't undercut his motivations as a character. It just gives him
It gave
a
him an out.
contrived and way too easy way to like uphold his own personal morals in the face of what was supposed to be a moral crisis.
Yes. Yeah.
When like if you, which is the thing, if you were rewriting that, you would just say no. He probably would have to kill him.
No, I would.
It's
no,
weird
He
that-
would have to make the choice, or he would actually have to do something. Like he would actually have to not kill him, but also bear the responsibility that that decision carries.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
that would legitimately be a very big part of like, now that the story's over, he still has to grow up in the world that he's made as a result of his choices, and that would open up to like further stories, or just leave off on a note that like, hey, as a moral being who has these spiritual ideals, sometimes you're going to have to make choices that aren't ideal, and that's something you have to live with. Like, there's ways for them to work with that in ways that are
Exactly.
very interesting and true to the things they set up.
There's
And it's
the
kind
only-
of why the dragon turtle shit feels a little cheap.
Yeah.
The only like of his takes regarding Avatar that I really disagreed with was that the Katara would heal Ozai if he was screaming on the ground, when it's like the whole
No.
episode of Katara like going on her revenge quest. The moral of the story was the opposite of forgive and forget. She said she will not forgive. So yeah, fucking if she
Well,
saw
she will
Ozai-
not forgive, but she will also not let herself be enslaved by the pursuit of vengeance.
Right.
That's the lesson that Zuko was trying to impart. You don't have to just be this perfect being that can just let everything slide.
Exactly.
But for your own sake, learn to let go, which as a spiritual thing is like fucking legit. That is an actual way to go about
Yeah.
forgiveness, because that's what forgiveness is. It's not about just being chill with everyone who's ever done you wrong. It's being able to let it go.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, her arc impeccable. I think she, honest to God, has one of the strongest arcs in the show.
Yeah.
She does.
It's her and Zuko.
Aang's arc is unfortunately circumvented by the fucking Deus Ex Machina. That's the unfortunate part.
Zuko's is probably the best, I want to say.
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah.
You
It's,
guys
I mean,
It's also the kind
At
of
the
arc that a
same,
lot
you
of
want
people
to talk
have
about
a
like
big
villain
soft spot
arcs,
for.
however, villain arcs. I love Azula's arc of just losing her fucking mind.
You guys are both.
Of
fucking-
yeah, her
Oh, wow.
ambition driving her to like achieve and achieve and achieve, and at the pinnacle of everything, when she gets what she wants, she doesn't know how to handle it because she's still in that struggle
Well,
mindset until it
yeah, it's
just
'cause-
undoes her.
Ozai raised a psychopath. The one episode she tried to get a date, she was like, "Wow, that was so pretty. It would look great on a battleship as it plows through." It freaks the guy out.
yeah.
Yeah, you guys are all
Yeah.
wrong though. So I can't believe how like stupid you people are.
Yeah.
Clearly, the best fucking arc of the entire show is the Cabbage Man.
That's
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Well, no,
easy.
clearly the best Avatar character was fucking Colonel Chip Hazard. Racism from beyond the
Oh, I
grave.
should have said Jake. God damn it, Jixri. Anyway,
Oh,
yeah, I was
you
also
man.
gonna say that Mauler was just shit takes because he likes One Punch Man. So get fucked.
One Punch
You're
Man season
wrong.
1's great.
One Punch Man is fucking great.
Season 1 is good. I have not seen season 2 though.
Dude,
Why?
read the manga. The manga goes so fucking hard.
I've seen
But the
panels in the
animation's
manga.
super
I've
hard
seen them, and
too.
I'm like, oh.
The animation in season 1, god tier. The animation in season 2 is like mostly shit tier, except for a couple episodes.
I would say the fucking ones that are really good though are surpass a lot of other shit though. They are-
Easy.
like Genos versus fucking Garo is like legit some of the best.
It's so
fucking anime.
fucking hype.
And then followed up by Bang versus Garo. It's so good.
I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be
Like,
one of those
I'm
moments of.
surprised you haven't seen it because like the main theme of season 2 is martial arts.
I've heard season 2 does not have a lot of Saitama, and since Saitama is like my favorite character of the show, it's
but the thing is, but here's the problem: people who say that haven't watched it because the moments he gets are fucking fantastic. Like he
Okay.
gets some of the best character work. Like of like
I just
all season one.
I just heard that and I got nervous. That's why I haven't started yet.
Also, one of the reasons it doesn't have a lot of Saitama is because season 2 takes a lot of time fleshing out some of the other characters that were introduced in season 1.
That's fair.
And
Yeah.
the main character of season 2 is actually the villain of season 2. And guess what? He's awesome. He's fucking great.
Dude,
Gargo's
I'm gonna
fucking
get back
awesome.
into the manga at some point because I finished the monster nest arc under the city. I finished that, and then I just left it because I don't want to do it week to week. I wanted to like have a good amount to read and sit down and binge. Like, bruh, Garo is still kicking around after that arc, and he's gonna become a fucking problem.
Like he already
so
is.
I've
Like,
been skipping around as well.
like-
I skipped around a little bit as well, and then I got to that fight, and fuck me, it's amazing. Like, it's so fucking cool. I never thought flipping a table would be so epic, but fucking hell. Anyway.
That like to hang out on this channel, guys, make sure to like and subscribe to
Oh, hit the like.
channel.
Hit the
I
like.
like
No.
to act like I bring up Mauler all the time when this is literally
No, you
the
bring up Rags.
second time I've covered one of his videos.
Second time, but this is like his
Yeah.
third release in like recently, so okay.
Yeah.
Also, how many times have you talked about him on like the podcast you do? Because this is definitely more than the second time he's come up.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, to the point you've started a movement against these guys. Yeah, you're coping and seething.
Coping,
I've started a
shitting, like
movement
coping,
against
seething, and farting, but no coming because your pee don't work.
Oh no,
This
that
is-
was gratuitous.
It's not that much. He doesn't pop up that much. He occasionally pops
He
up
lives
in,
rent
like,
free in your head.
a group stream or something like Friday Night Tights or something. But that's about it. But anyways, Star Wars.
I want to reiterate what I said about Mauler earlier. He's got like 16 fucking podcasts, and he pops up in streams like with Destiny and PSA, so
Yeah,
he gets around.
he does.
The dude
Yeah,
is
I
a
was-
full-time streamer on other people's fucking streams. It's
And,
you know
wild.
what- And you know what's funny?
and it makes me laugh because like they question like Mauler like how do you get asleep, and it's just like I don't.
He's just a fucking robot. He's literally a skeleton. But no, like even fucking what was I saying? Like even like with Destiny and PSA 6, like in communities where like he really has no association with, like when he pops up, the community there loves Mauler. Like Mauler is a beloved fucking person.
Yeah.
Well, he's just a very diplomatic speaker, which is
Yeah.
always gonna go well because it means he's able to like, write a line. He's not fucking pushing people's buttons on purpose.
And-
He's not being deliberately aggressive. He's always just like, oh, hi, I'm going to try to be reasonable. I have my own perspective. It's grounded in like looking at things quite academically and a little
And
bit
it's so-
autistically. And he just tries to do that.
A little bit.
It's so funny how that attitude that you just described, Slayer, the rest of the internet considers that like a huge weakness because, like, remember all the XQC bullshit a few months ago? Remember, he just politely debated XQC,
Yeah.
and then he just
Who the
pretty
fuck are
much-
you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the XQC just pretty much he thought he won because Mauler was just being nice to him. When it's just like that's just how he is. He's nice to
but-
people.
But the problem
You have to remember that the average
Wyatt,
person in like a
Wyatt,
Twitch
I
chat
know.
operates on the logic of like a mentally disabled 7-year-old, where
and-
if you're louder, you're winning the argument, and also
exactly.
everything is an argument. Every interaction you ever have is about winning or losing that interaction.
And in particular, the fucking person you bring up who thinks he's won, fucking XQC, even his community thinks he's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you
Remember,
guys seen the?
his fucking community had to tell him what condensation was
Yeah.
because he thought
Jam
Wait.
man.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hold
Jam
up.
man.
Hold
Jay.
up. Hold up. Shut the fuck up. I was agreeing and nodding, and then my brain caught up, and I'm like, he didn't know what condensation was.
Yeah. Hold on. Have you
So-
not been keeping up with the
Legitimately
new
Okay, all right,
reaction?
understand
okay,
the
all
mechanics
right,
of it.
okay. I think we should take a watch party break. Somebody post that fucking clip of condensation, please, for the love of God,
Oh my
because
God.
that shit,
No.
that
If you
shit.
can find it
that
easily,
shit
then
lives.
share it
We're in the
now.
middle of recording. We can
We can
do
record
that.
this too. This is a
No,
perfect
I no, we'll watch it later. It's my show.
Fair enough, but post it in the watch party.
I found it.
You said condensation. What is that? What the fuck is that? What does it do?
After all of this, if we still have the energy, not only will we do the condensation, I'm gonna have to show you guys the Meat Canyon video of the tragedy of the reaction streamer.
Oh
Yeah, no,
god,
well,
He's got a fucking MS Paint diagram.
Well, no, because he had to explain it because he doesn't know what condensation
Yeah,
is.
he
Lev.
thought the bottle created
He was
water.
he's like, it is full of water. How does it happen?
Okay, bear in mind, the average XQC chat person, like the kind of person who will spend actual hours of their day watching XQC and participating in his chat for some fucking reason, because they have literally nothing else going on, that kind of person thinks he's stupid.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say,
that's where the bar is.
The average person thinks that XQC is stupid, so like, fuck him.
Jesus Christ.
Even his
He's far,
fans.
far below average people think he's stupid. So the
I was gonna
average
say, yeah,
person
yeah.
finds him genuinely incomprehensible.
Yeah, we better say up it. Set up. Yeah. So yeah, she's not Simpson. Nobody knows who they are.
All right, let's continue.
I'm assuming he's just gonna crap on the sequel
That
trilogy. but I
took a
don't,
minute. I was just about to be like, okay.
It's like I'm assuming he's gonna crap on the sequel trilogy. Nope. No, we are past that.
I don't know. I don't know. And I'll also be blunt. The trilogy. I really like Last Jedi, but if he doesn't, which I assume he doesn't, because he's done like 50 billion hours on it.
The last Jedi in Unbridled Rage was what made Mauler.
Oh no, XQC has infected you.
Fuck
no.
you. I don't care.
Be curious.
I can see.
I'm curious to hear.
Sorry.
I was gonna say I'd be curious to see like what his reasoning for liking the fucking movie are.
Well, you see, he actually made a video about it, and it's the themes, and I'm not even kidding. It's the themes.
Okay, so the most superfluous thing about the fucking movie.
Yeah,
Because
it's-
even me, who likes to play Devil's Avocado for shit, like it's like, oh, the visual effects are like really cool.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's my
That's
whole
it.
devil's
Oh, yeah.
advocate. Yeah, that's like pretty much my whole devil's advocate of this
Hello?
kind of shit. Is like, at least it looks pretty.
Yeah, but no, he said the themes, and it's like, and you know, he brings up Poe failing. Like Poe did nothing wrong in that movie, and you will not convince me otherwise.
Yeah, he didn't fail. He was set up wrong by his commanding officers. who were
Yeah,
there to, like, yeah.
So blow that up.
I'm sure like there's some fair criticisms he can throw at it. I'll probably.
he has. Watch his videos about it. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. You have the attention span of an autistic mustard bottle.
All right, let's
He's
get
already-
to let's let him make a point.
All right, well, like, let's let him cook.
I
We'll let him
disagree.
cook. We'll let him cook.
Yeah. Yeah, do the Vosh thing.
Let's see. You know, let's see.
Season 5, Episode 9 of Futurama is called The
This
Sting,
is
in
gonna
which we
be
see the Planet
weird.
Express.
What?
gonna
Because
say,
we all
like-
watch this.
No, it's because we're reacting to somebody reacting to something, and I don't know. I feel weird about that.
Well,
I mean, it is weird.
I've gotten used to it with the whole React Wars stuff. That got me very desensitized to the how many layers of bullshit.
Yeah, but like,
Okay.
we also have to let the man cook. I don't know what
We have
it
to
will
let them
be.
in cook, but we also have to be. Problem is, we have to be transformative, which is strange.
This
Like,
is
I don't know. It's
true.
weird.
Yeah,
but-
this is true.
No,
I mean,
yeah.
honestly,
when-
the bar for what is or isn't transformative gets fucking weirdly misconstrued. Having anything of our own to say or contribute to the conversation, that is the transformation. That is the bar.
yeah.
You don't have to fucking wobble the screen. You don't have to like do the XQC things where you like move it around and then continue to not say anything. Like, it's not that complicated.
Slur, you say that like I just saw it in my head. Him doing that. Like I haven't actually.
He
seen
literally
him.
thought
I
that
haven't-
that's what that meant.
No,
He
no.
literally thought that the actual problem was that he was like visually, physically not changing the video.
That's,
I know, but like
he's such a
I haven't.
retard.
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. I haven't seen it, but when you said that, I saw it in my head of his little fucking face in the thing, and then there's the video moving around the screen with his like
prescient-
autistic fucking like on mouse movement.
His prescient eye just fucking activated, and he just saw like a vision of XQC just doing it.
I saw the throne of heaven, and it was empty. Anyway.
Crew being presented with a difficult mission, one that they surely cannot accomplish.
Bad news, everyone! You're not good enough to go on your next mission. Hooray!
Oh yeah.
Why? Says who?
Farnsworth explains that the previous crew died on this mission and that it's simply far too dangerous. This is good news to Bender and Fry, but not to Leela.
We are just as good as any of those other crews you sent to their deaths.
But Leela, we're no good.
I'm scared too. But I'm more scared of disappointing.
He's doing it.
I'm not scared of that at all.
I can see a thought forming. Are we,
He literally did the Yeah, we were just letting like the point come across. Like, yeah, he's explaining the premise of the thing. I was thinking like, oh, is Organized Chaos going to talk about like his opinion on the episode really quick? Like, just say, hey, I liked that episode.
No, he's going to express confusion about how it's weird and cringe that Mauler is talking about this like episode, even though he clearly is building up to some kind of point. He just hasn't gotten there yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if you have,
I was thinking like, oh, is he gonna say something? But then as he's reaching, I thought he was reaching for the pause button. No, he literally just shrunk the video.
He's probably looking at the title and he's gonna go, well, it says Star Wars cannot grow up. Why aren't you talking about Star Wars? Why are you talking about Futurama? I'm Organized Chaos. I'm an idiot.
Let's figure that out.
The mission is to collect honey from a colony of space bees, and at first it seems they are successful.
Wait, was that it? Was that the
despite
commentary?
difficulty they face.
Yeah.
I got lucky this time. But you should
Come
be more
on,
careful.
dude.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
Thanks, but I can look out for myself.
Unfortunately, a captured queen bee wakes
Oh.
I mean, we'll see. Is this going to actually play into the Star Wars critique? Let's see.
up and
Oh,
attacks
okay,
them.
okay,
You're gonna have to go through me.
Fantastic.
He's dead.
The episode takes a turn as Fry, arguably the most important character of the series, dies to save Leela. We see a funeral, references to the beginning of the series, his past loves, and strong sentiments shared by each of the characters.
The fucking
Leela,
radiator.
struggling to deal with her grief, decides to eat space honey, falls asleep, and dreams about Fry. He says he can prove he's real by telling her where he hid a gift for her before the mission.
There's just one thing I want you to do.
I don't remember this one. I wonder if I've seen it. I like Futurama, but my viewing habits of it are very spotty.
What?
It's an excellent episode.
I mean, that's
Okay,
actually
that
fair.
honestly,
No, that's fair. That's a
true
like a
to when it was airing was back in the age of TV where like the odd day when it was like happened to be on while I was eating dinner, I would see an episode of Futurama. But it wasn't like The Simpsons where it was on at the same time every single fucking day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you'd be lucky to catch a rerun. Like I was lucky that Futurama was practically, it was on Adult Swim, it was on Comedy Central, it was on
Yeah.
TBS, like it was on practically all of the fucking
No,
TV
for
channels.
us it was Sky something or other. Was like where Simpsons and Futurama both were. And
Yeah.
Futurama was always after Simpsons because that had the prime slot because obviously it was The Simpsons.
Of
So yeah,
course.
I've seen a bunch of Futurama, but it was never as consistent. So yeah, it's like, I can
Yeah,
just through
Uh,
pure anecdote understand why it would be spotty. So and I
I'm
want him to
sure-
like expand on that later. We'll put a pin in that because him not being familiar with the episode, I hope he can loop that back around to establishing that like even if he hasn't seen it, he can still get kind of what the point is being made.
yeah, and even with my extensive knowledge of Futurama, I bet there's still episodes I have not seen, even regardless of the new seasons. Actually,
Yeah, I was gonna
of the
say
new
like
season.
I was taking a poop, but the way that like fucking you and Ninja talk about like King of the Hill, I'm like, how the fuck did y'all catch that like in order?
Oh no, dude, we
On Adult Swim.
how the fuck did
didn't.
I catch that? Because I in Ireland, where none of the cultural reference points even make sense, it was one of my favorite fucking shows.
Yeah.
I love
And
King of the
we
Hill.
got it in box sets, like
Yeah.
huge fucking actual physical DVD box sets every season.
And
Yeah,
like
that's-
even like
that's
with
how
like
I
Red
was.
Letter Media with like Mike and fucking Rich, how they basically have like an encyclopedic knowledge of fucking Star Trek. I'm like, how the fuck did y'all catch all that? It was like- I mean, like, to be fair, I'm a gamer, so I like to fucking play games more than the fucking TV. So TV's secondary, but still, I'm like, it makes sense that like you can miss shit because of how just television worked back in the day. It is a very strange thing. That is not going to be a concept for like the next generation. They are like they are
I mean,
all
it was
gonna
also a
do.
thing that whenever the ads came on, you would leave the room, and by the time you came back, I mean, you might have overshot it.
You
You
might have
didn't
missed
even know what the
something,
episode was about anymore.
I think
That's true.
I remember
Commercials are gay.
God, that feel you brought this up. It's like for the generations since they have access to the beginning. Like that's how that's what I'm doing with One Piece. That feels that's fucking strange the more I think about it. Yeah, they don't need to just hopefully catch a rerun.
Yeah.
I was about to say like that was literally what we did recently with the Firefly thing. Or what's the show called?
Firefly.
Show's called Firefly. The
movie was called
Serenity.
Okay,
yeah.
So yeah, okay. So that's what we did with Firefly. It's like, oh, you watched this episode first, and I was like, was I not supposed to? Because like apparently the pilot episode was completely different from the serialized version. So I was like, what?
Yeah. Okay. So it's weird. Sometimes shows will air episodes out of order. I think it was a Babylon 5 spinoff that they aired the episodes out of order. Like when it was originally.
Yeah, and that's
running.
really.
I think the original run of the show will be done in order, but after that they just get added into rotation, and it's basically.
No, there was the original.
Well, no,
run.
Slur. Do you not? I was about to say, Slur. Do you not know the fucking first episode in the season of Firefly?
Oh, for Firefly, it was all borked.
Yeah, it was fucked and terrible. Because that first episode was perfect, but
the marketing apparently for it was also
wasn't the first episode for most people was it's
like the third episode. It's the train one.
The train heist, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, this is like a weaker episode than episode 1, which is baffling to me.
Yeah, which it's really weird because Train Heist is really good once you've established who the characters are.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, yeah, it's a weird thought seeing shows and stuff like that nowadays because it's like, yeah, that won't be a problem anymore. But back then, it's strange.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So are you eating some potatoes over there?
Yeah.
We can tell. We can hear you.
Normally you can't, so I wasn't really worried about it. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, sir. I won't judge you.
You ate some potatoes there? I'll call you potato girl.
God damn. Synchronize with me, Megan.
Synchronize with me, Megan.
The best was always turning the head and you just hear the next sound. Go ahead.
But I'm not.
In her neck.
I think most Futurama, I haven't seen like box sets and stuff, so most stuff I've seen is actually from TV, and I remember the schedule on it.
Yeah, fair.
Like I said, Comedy Central
Fry
pops
takes
up.
her
And
dancing
it literally
at the
didn't even have a
Illusion
time
Garden and
schedule.
drinks hot chocolate with her on Hyperion.
So like, yeah, you could probably, get 45 minutes out easy if you'd spend first half on Futurama. Let's see, there might be a point to this.
There might be a point to it. There might be a point to. I'm not gonna assume.
There might be a point.
I'm not gonna be good faith and assume that there is a point until there isn't. Until I'm proven wrong.
I was about to say,
I'm organized chaos and I don't have good faith.
I know you deleted our Vosh episode, but like, man, isn't it strange how like I despise Vosh, but I was giving Vosh more credit than this fucker is giving for Mauler? I actually fucking
gave
despise
Vosh so much credit talking about 40K.
Yeah, same. I had to literally had to throw a lasso around these fucking autists and be like, no, that's not his point. Calm down.
But then later on, he contradicted like the whole point because he left out the part of Horus Heresy where it's like. You realize why the Astartes turned on some Astartes turned on the Imperium? It's because their daddies told them to.
The point was, well, not even that.
I know
there was
chaos.
Like he said, the point that he was trying to make, what Vosh was, that's what I was trying to explain. To
you. Okay, sorry.
Was Vosh said that the Space Marines would turn on humanity on a moment's notice for no reason, and he tried using the Horus Heresy, and it's just like. I'm sorry, what?
No, but that's a whole thing. We're not gonna get.
We're talking about something that's not like in the ether because Jake doesn't like me when he deleted my video.
It's just I don't know. It just wasn't flowing very well.
I just want to say, Slur, you fucking the fact that you changed your fucking PFP too. It's so perfect.
Look at that street sharks.
Stomp.
Stop talking about street sharks. No.
No.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, your VOD about Vosh got deleted, whereas the fucking 2 hours of me being a drunk, rambling idiot, fucking talking over everybody because I mixed louder than everybody else's microphone, that got uploaded for some fucking reason.
Yeah,
because
exactly. Because that one's like would have made for better content. I don't know. I just wasn't feeling that other one. I just wasn't feeling it.
I think accidentally defending a fascist will do that to you.
Yeah, which fun fact, like apparently Arch, I'm not saying he whatever. Apparently Arch.
No. We're not going down. We're not going to go down that rabbit hole that doesn't exist. Move on.
Okay.
Here, take my jacket. You look a little cold.
Don't look away from the fucking. Okay, sorry. No, we just literally just stopped this. But Organized Chaos has this fucking habit. He keeps looking down because he's looking at his phone or something, meaning he's just not paying attention.
I want to point out that I also looked away for a second, and I actually got really scared. I was like, "What?" I was like, like I'm so fucking tired that like that actually got me. I was like, "Ah!"
You have an excuse. I'm not.
I know, but like I just want to say, you got like the timing was too good.
Yeah, I just went. You just went. I'm awake.
Just fucking reached halfway across the country to smack me. Like, ah!
Thank you.
That talks about how this
Me.
Yeah, he's like, don't look away, Max. Just fucking panic.
has to be real because she would never take such good care of herself in her own dreams. So there has to be a way to convince everyone else this is real.
All you have to do is wake up.
No, don't say that. This is real.
The story starts to get a bit more complicated because Leela wakes up with Fry's.
That's a really good bit, by the way, of that episode. Is fucking Nibbler always gets sent flying. God damn it, he's looking away again.
Fry's jacket, the one he was buried with. When she presents this to the crew, she sees it's actually her jacket.
Everything's going to be all right, Leela.
What?
Leela begins to lose her mind, and she lets everyone know she's been taking space honey, which explains her behavior. 1 spoonful calms you down, 2 helps you sleep, 3 will take you to a sleep you will never wake up from. And so she takes 2, only to accidentally hit the royal jelly jar, spilling it onto the couch, which brings Fry back to life. You see the DNA from the couch combined with the DNA from when he fell in the jelly. He's back. He's safe. Everything is fine.
Neat.
Leela lets him know that she's glad he's back, he's not dead, and she wasn't responsible for his death, and that everything is fine.
You have to wake up.
Wake up.
Oh no. No.
Look at the screen.
Leela begins.
Not only is it a look at the screen, but just to make a point, I really do appreciate this episode a lot because just her losing her sanity is.
Oh yeah, no, like this episode is like fantastic. I'm
I
glad
rewatched this
like,
episode because of this video.
Of all of the fucking episodes that I've seen this fucking one, and like it had me in tears like, towards the end, man. It's
so like
great.
this one and the one where Fry trades his hands with Robot Satan to impress Leela with his like clarinet one, and then
I fucking love that episode.
You're not supposed to tell people how you feel. Oh, that makes me feel angry.
That makes me angry.
And then the and of course the ending where it's him playing it, but it's not particularly good, and Leela wants to see it because she knows because it's coming from
my favorite bit, not even from my favorite episode, just one of my favorite bits. It's the one where Stephen Hawking and a bunch of other like nerd people have to ambush Fry. And Fry enters like this room, and we just hear Stephen Hawking's robot voice going, "That's him, get him." And Fry goes, "Who said that?" I know it's like it's not clear that it's Stephen Hawking. It's just funny that like he fell for a robot voice.
I don't know. One of my favorite bits. It's not as funny as that, but it's when it's for some reason the Planet Express crew like switches bodies, and then Farnsworth is in Bender's body, and he goes, "I'm afraid we'll have to do math." Oh.
To cracking the crew sing "Don't Worry."
Okay, I don't have much to say right now. I'm sure I will later, but it's like, okay, we're literally recapping Futurama. Okay.
Okay, so I want to read.
I mean, it's the setup part of the video, which is like, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Props to him recognizing a point where he doesn't actually have much to say and he wants to like highlight that. Now, if he was making a YouTube video rather than a stream, this is the shit that would get cut out, along with, let's be honest, most of the shit we do.
But which is weird because you would think that he's taking this bit out of a stream and uploading it separately. He would have edited a bit more.
I mean, none of us do that. Let's be honest. We just
fair.
like
That's fair.
Streams on there.
I would do it if I was doing reaction shit and like there's just stuff that just doesn't like. It depends. Is there like a 30-second bit where I'm not saying anything? Fine. Like I'll let that like slide. But if there's like a whole 5 minutes, I will cut it. Like I'm like no. There's just so much that I'm not saying. So
I also paused. Look at actual fandom being the bad faith moron that he is. Step 1, make a good point about an unrelated thing because it's an obvious layup. Step 2, make a questionable connection to the thing you want to shit on, thereby making a good review. Which that's not what's happening, but you do you, mate.
Gotcha. I mean, I assume this relates to Star Wars fan base wanting it to come back. I'm not sure. Like, like Star Wars died, and then it came back when Disney bought it, and let's see.
No.
Worry, be
okay, he's
happy
making
while
predictions.
gradually
Yeah,
all blowing up as a result of bee
Yeah.
stings until coming to terms with losing her mind. She ultimately decides to open Fry's coffin to make sure he's still there. Only things get even more difficult for her to understand,
I waited
and
for you,
she
Fry.
wakes up again. So she decides her mind is
Really
falling
quick, what's that
apart, but
called?
that she's
What?
That, like, effect with the two like walls with the
Oh yeah, from like the
electric thing.
2001: A Space Odyssey kind of scene.
Yeah. It's the idea of like going into the fourth dimension where it becomes like incomprehensible because it's literally
I thought it was
a
called
dimension that your
rotoscoping or
brain can't-
something.
No, that's
Like,
something else.
I thought that's what you were asking, Max. You were asking for the actual like what the name of the effect was.
Oh, is it called rotoscoping? Is that what it's
No,
called?
I don't think it actually is, but like I thought it was. But I know
Rotoscoping is just manually altering film footage one frame at a time, apparently invented in 1915 by animator Max Fleischer. Who,
Oh.
if you don't know that name, good God, you need to know that name.
Yeah, you do. He was the one that did the Superman cartoon shorts.
Not just that, but he's also like one of those very big influential people in animation from about like the 70s and 80s.
Yeah. But like, which by the way, the Fleischer Superman shorts animation is still god tier even to this day. Like
I say influential to the 70s and 80s. He was active much earlier than that. He's like one of the earliest animator cartoonists.
I know. I'm just saying that his
I was just
Superman
correcting my own verbal error
oh,
because.
Okay. Yeah, because you said in the 70s and 80s, not two. Right. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's all. He was actually out there in fucking glam rock pants and big hair, making noodle arms cartoons. Like, I don't think so.
sane enough to know that, and she does indeed choose to eat the honey. 3 spoonfuls, enough to sleep forever, to be with Fry, since he is alive in her dreams and she doesn't have to deal with him being gone. Only at the last moment, Fry reaches out and tells her she has to fight.
What am I supposed to do?
Fight it!
I can't!
You can! The Leela I know doesn't give up this easily.
Leela is losing her grip on reality. She lost her closest friend because she endangered the crew on a mission that she only wanted to complete to prove she was better. Her ego and vanity caused so much damage, she's contemplating a solution that can let her dream about a world where that isn't the case. And Fry...
I'm so scared, Fry! I don't know what to do!
Just wake up, Leela. Please, just wake up.
As Fry continuously asks Leela to wake up throughout the episode.
Okay, we're 4 minutes in. 4 minutes in. Okay. Better be a point.
There will be a point.
And we're 8 minutes into your fucking thing, and you haven't even made any point on
Well,
it.
that's because, to be fair,
It's a
be
big
fair-
video with a lot of build up, so like
Yeah.
This is why-
I
this
too
is
would
why-
hope there's a point, but yeah, it's just
This is why I find this is why I find this weird, because I feel like we're gonna be doing this for like 30. Well, Mauler doesn't
More.
really get to Ahsoka until about like the 20-minute mark.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
So like, how long is it gonna take him to get to that 20-minute mark? Is my point. That's why I'm a little concerned.
Not 20. Well, it's up to the 12-minute mark, really.
It's deep. It's deep in the video, and this video is deep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
we're.
But the thing
so
is,
we're gonna have to wait a
If
long
we
time.
want to trim the fat, we could skip ahead until he
Or
is
we-
now looking at the things that begin talking about Star Wars, because we understand the setup. We've all seen the Mauler video.
We
So we know that this is building to a point, and the
Hold
only
on.
commentary he has to offer is, "I hope this is building to a point."
I'm gonna put if it's all right with everybody here, I'll just switch it to 1.5 speed, so
Yeah.
we can just let's just get through this, and then
Yeah,
once he
well.
starts,
Yeah.
Like I said, I think until we get to the Ahsoka stuff, his only commentary, and really the only commentary he could have, is, "I hope this amounts to something when he loops around."
Yeah.
That's literally how the Mauler video is structured. He lays out his examples, and then we'll use them as reference point for the general idea he's trying to get across.
Yeah, we should probably just skip to the part where he starts talking about Ahsoka.
right? Well, that's I was more gonna. That's why I put the video to 1.5. We'll probably get through this much faster.
Yeah, but we're still gonna actually have to wade through a bunch of shit where we have nothing to say because he has nothing to say.
Yeah.
I was
We
gonna
have
say,
nothing
Wyatt.
to say about the nothing he's got to say.
Wyatt, ×2 speed, like you're probably gonna have to jump like fucking. You'd have to pay attention to where he is in the video,
Mm-hmm.
and like this is also gonna require some homework. And like I said, I would do it, but kind of handicapped at the moment. But
All right.
Honestly,
the
yeah,
idea-
just skip to
the
where
idea-
Mauler starts talking about Star Wars, and this
That-
guy is going to actually have things to respond to
Yeah.
because that's what we're here to look at.
Yeah.
exactly.
Hold on.
That's the thing, is you'd have to know the time code.
Actually, yeah. Somebody pull the. I fast forwarded the cuts the video to buffer. Somebody pull it back. I will just. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I will just look for that time code.
Actually,
Okay, so it's not here.
Yeah, see, he's in Buffy. He's
Wait
in
a minute.
Buffy right now.
He's about to. Yeah, he's about to say something too.
I was going to say. that's why I was
We
willing to
can-
fast forward because he
you
might have something to
can-
say about Buffy.
Yeah.
Can try, but like, I don't really.
But,
I don't
okay,
really
but even
know, I don't
if
really know
Organized
much about
Chaos
Buffy,
does
though.
have something to say about Buffy, that's still ultimately not really going to be what we're here to fucking talk about.
Yeah,
that's
that
not the
too.
point.
Yeah.
That's like yeah, like
Skip to 20 minutes.
Plus, have any of us seen Buffy? Because I never made it to
It has.
this point in
It
Buffy.
has been a
I don't
dog's
even-
age. I haven't seen Buffy in a very long
So
time.
it's fine. Let's just say that he says Buffy is a really great show and move on.
Yeah. It's pretty...
Nope. I was trying to bring it back. We found it. It's hold on.
Yeah, it was 20 minutes, wasn't it?
It's around about 20 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me make sure we're back at normal playback speed.
I'll move around,
All right.
back.
Go ahead.
Exactly what she needs to hear. She takes her out of this waking nightmare, and together they build the
Fun
strength
fact:
back up.
me and Sarah Michelle have the same birthday.
Nice.
Oh,
It's a weird
neat.
fact that I learned. I was like, cool. Me and Buffy are cool.
To take
Actually, I knew her as Daphne at that point.
glory on once and for all. Buffy spends the episode believing she killed Dawn and that this is her hell as a result, to wallow in the realization that she's nothing more than death, only to understand through a trusted friend that it's self-fulfilling. The loss is only so for as long as you
Shout out
don't
Sloa.
change it. Making a difference is standing up and fighting. It's bloody brilliant. Ahsoka has been airing recently.
Okay, and here we go.
Here
and
we go.
he's already
It's
got
gonna
the
be now 6
fucking
minutes.
face in the hand.
The first 4 episodes were a clusterfuck of abysmal writing, with the primary
the first 4 episodes were awesome, but okay. You know what? Sure.
disaster being a
where's your
complete
point?
lack of
Yeah. No, the
Hey,
first
he
4
hasn't made a
episodes.
point.
were awesome.
Elaborate,
No.
please.
Please
That's
elaborate.
that's his point. That's how he argues. He
Yeah,
just
then
goes,
he's-
nuh-uh.
Then his
The first 4
arguments are
episodes were
shit.
awesome because, of course, they were awesome. Because you are, like, I.
But we
don't-
still have like an hour and 14 minutes of this. How can that possibly be the case if his only thing to say is nuh-uh? No, you.
No, you. No, you. It's.
Of anything close to effective characterization for the main cast. I struggle to know just who the fuck any of these cardboard cutouts are or why I should care. And
You mean the unique, like, what I like about this series is that they all have, like, unique motivations. Like, the first 4 episodes kind of set up that they all have motivations that brought them together, but then you start seeing how their motivations are not 100% aligned. Like, Sabine would rather bring back Ezra, while Ahsoka would rather stop Thawne. Like, they're working together because those two seem like they align, but then at the end of episodes 4, you see, like, they don't align, and then that's where differences start.
Okay, so you're praising the fuck. Okay,
that's
sorry,
from
I gotta
the
reach for my mouse button.
Mhm.
Praising the show
Okay.
for having very basic fucking structure. Cool.
Yeah, like the
And
most.
also,
Well, he's projecting it as a counter to Mauler's thing. I don't know who these people are or why I should care. And his point is, you know who they are and why you should care because they have clearly defined motivations.
Yeah, they have.
But that
motivations.
And
doesn't,
also-
that doesn't
Well, because
explain why.
I haven't watched
so-
Ahsoka.
Name,
I'm
same,
going
yeah,
to-
actually.
I'm actually going to just quickly say this point in general about Ahsoka, just
Very
as
good
the
stuff.
show. If you just haven't seen Rebels, you just aren't gonna get any of this fucking shit.
Hell
Even
yeah.
though Dave
That's
Filoni
just-
said you don't
that's
have
just it.
to. Wait, no, I'm sorry.
He was a fucking.
No, I'm sorry. He
Go
said
ahead.
he said you don't have to watch Clone Wars to understand. That's a quote I read, anyways.
So here's the thing: Rebels is how you get adult Ahsoka, and you learn how her character, like how she's matured. You get Sabine, the walking Mary Sue that she fucking is. That's how you get introduced to Ezra, who apparently hasn't changed at all since he was 15 fucking years old.
Hera.
And that's how you get Hera, Chopper, and anyone who says they like Chopper like is boring. Not even boring. Just
Wrong.
Chopper's a psychopath. If
Chopper's
you like,
great.
no, Chopper's a fucking psychopath. And
No, he's not. He's a kind-hearted doctor. Oh,
So-
sorry. I was thinking of a better show. My bad.
Yeah. So when in an instance in it's I've seen that fucking meme slur. No. So how like there's an episode of Rebels where they just rescued a droid from the like a droid helped them defeat the Empire for something, but because Chopper didn't want to deal with another droid on the ship, he pushed him out the fucking ramp and basically let him fall to his death. Chopper's a fucking psychopath.
And also apparently, if a if a Twi'lek and a
You
Yeah.
okay there, Max?
I fucking hate that copy paste. It's
If
so
anyone wants to read that in any,
it's so
in,
terrible. It is
anyone-
so stupid.
No, Wyatt, none of us are going to read that shit out loud. It is
No.
cursed.
oh, I was gonna.
However,
Now,
for the audience, if you just type into Google Ahsoka green text, you'll see very quickly whatever it is that I just posted.
I
Don't
can't
worry
like.
about
Yeah.
I'm so upset that like just the word green text like fills me with both joy and horror.
yeah, because
it.
like,
They
I mean,
take a
so
lot
this-
of credit for both of those.
It's probably true. It is probably mostly your fault. I think I found out about Vaporeon because of you.
yeah, I was about to mention the Vaporeons. Like, hey guys, in terms,
Luke, did I ever tell
Hey
you?
guys, did you know that in terms of human to Jedi apprentice compatibility,
so Katana. So the point that I was making is that if you have not seen a moment of Rebels, most of this stuff is not going to make any fucking sense.
Which is absolutely
And-
embarrassing. You should not have to watch Rebels. Like, this is not like to people saying this is Rebels season 5. It's like it's not though.
I mean, I call this the post-Endgame franchise syndrome, where I need to have watched 3 other shows to watch a show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm
terrible.
not watching any of this shit.
And also,
I'm
Yeah,
not
I
that
remember-
interested.
I remember, like, in comparison to, like, Halo, I remember when reading the books was more of, like, a bonus sort of thing, like, connecting the dots between 1 and 2 with First Strike. And, but now, for something like Halo Infinite, no, you need to read all the books to even explain how Atriox is even off the fucking arc.
And to keep it in Star Wars.
Yeah,
you know,
it's the
you know,
same thing.
You know, it's a really great story that doesn't require you to watch any of the fucking movies. KOTOR.
Yeah, no,
You don't have to watch a single fucking Star Wars movie to understand what's going on in that story.
That is true.
Yeah, it is one of the very I've thought about this a lot since we had this conversation like almost a year ago. It was the conversation of like what was better storytelling, like Empire or KOTOR. And it's just like KOTOR is a very interesting it's a very interesting story in the sense that you really could get introduced to Star Wars through that.
Yeah, and you know what's even crazier? What's a better story than KOTOR? KOTOR 2. Guess what you don't really need? Essentially KOTOR 2. You don't really need any of the other information. Because everything about Revan is kind of like in the backstory. It's all about the exile.
Yeah,
you can also play that game without playing the first game.
There's a mention
you should play
of
them in
Revan,
order, but no, there's a lot of references to Revan. But the thing is, in the context of KOTOR 2, it perfectly introduces you to that character.
Right, I was more going to bring up how, in relation to the exile, like the conversation with you and Atten on the Ebon Hawk, where it's
that is the opening bit, but like Revan is constantly like talked about how and depending on that, the way you end that conversation is like the reputation of Revan. But like everything is shaped by your experiences through the game.
Yeah,
I still recommend playing both, but KOTOR 2 could be played without either thing. And guess what?
Even in SWOTOR, there's like a special side quest. Like it's just woven into the world when you get to I can't remember the main bureaucratic imperial world, and you go off on this like side quest
I know
where
what
like
you're talking
you
about.
actually find Revan's mask, and his ghost tells you that you're based in Red Pill.
So you're talking about on Drummond Koss. You're talking about the Revanites.
That's the one.
Because I'm the only person here who's like played it through and through.
It's like I want you to actually work with me, see if you can actually get it working, because it does not work on my PC. But that's why I say that KOTOR.
Yeah, I'll play it with you.
KOTOR 2 is easily the best Star Wars story, and it also can stand alone by itself as its own story.
But anyways, kind of going back to this video and Ahsoka, did you know that a Twi'lek and a human can have a baby, and the baby is just a human with green hair?
Hell yeah.
Which I mean, like,
correct.
So hold on. I hate to defend this. But I must.
Did you know that in terms of alien and human compatibility, that Twi'leks are the best?
Well, I mean, they are near human, so
that's why they get enslaved with the Empire and forced to be like strippers and shit.
Well, they're not by the Empire, by the Hutts.
By like anybody who has like any
also
power.
The Empire,
exactly.
Like,
Twi'leks are like the victim race. Even the guys are victims.
Yeah. So the thing I hate defending this. I'm not even defending it. I'm more going to explain. I'm not excusing. I'm explaining.
God damn it.
Since Twi'leks are near human, their DNA is compatible with humans.
But it isn't.
They're a certain egg type, right? And they also have like acid armor.
God damn it.
With acid, with acid armor.
Here's the problem, Wyatt. I don't want you to continue down this route, because it's just gonna sound like the copy pasta.
Yeah. And all you're pointing out is that the lore that justifies this shit is also wrong and stupid.
And also if you pour enough water on your Twi'lek, they might become white.
They just become wet.
I was gonna say
they just have water.
I was gonna say they
have the properties of being wet.
They have the ability water absorb, meaning if they get hit with a water attack, they just regain health.
Yeah, which is why if you pull out enough, you can turn your Twi'lek white.
God damn it.
They are literally a different species that evolved on a whole different planet from humans, even in the Star Wars galaxy.
That's why
they Pornhubs aren't
shut
aliens.
up, fuck off.
That's why the best explanation for like why a species can mate with pretty much anyone is the Asari from Mass Effect. They just take some DNA and incorporate it to just finish the gene sequence.
Even then, I'm still like, that's weird.
They're also like a planet of weird squid-headed lesbians. Like
hell yeah.
I don't only really begin with the gene stealing shit.
Yeah, and I was about to say, and then there's that fucking one conversation where it's like, wait a minute, what do Asaris actually look like? It's like, okay, no, we're not going down.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce that horrifying theory. Yeah, that they're possibly like eldritch horrors.
No, yeah, they're eldritch horrors because they just look like a blue version of whatever's looking at them. It's like, oh Jesus Christ.
But
So the point I was making after all this time is just you need Dave Filoni, despite lying his fucking face off, is saying that you don't need to watch Clone Wars or Rebels or any of that kind of stuff. You do.
You do, because especially and then if you look at the show, like the constant pauses, the several seconds of just absolutely nothing being said, and when someone says something, it is most of the time fucking irrelevant bullshit.
Yeah, and we want to point out that those little pauses, and you have no context for that, we call that in the business key jangling. That is literally the pause for all of the little fanboys and girls start clapping and fucking stomping their feet and, screaming at the screen, going, "Oh my god, I recognize that." That is what that pregnant pause is for.
And
it's
not
for
to
them,
mention,
not you.
Not to mention, for even, like, I thought about this, like, with the pregnant pauses in Ahsoka versus, like, think about, like, when our D&D games are happening, there's some pregnant pauses between us, but that's because we, the players, are laughing.
Yes.
But
well,
if this was happening...
But that's
like,
also a different media. You're talking about something completely different.
I know. I was more just like, if that was to translate into like a show, there wouldn't be those pauses because there wouldn't be us just laughing.
Well, no, it's not
like,
even
between lines.
it's not even like the pause to like please clap. It's like two characters that are just talking to each other. We'll just pause through every single fucking sentence for like a...
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of those like. Have you ever seen episodes of the Big Bang Theory?
Big
Yes,
Bang.
the Big Bang Theory without
they have the laugh track edited out, and the entire thing of the Big Bang Theory. It looks so uncomfortably awkward.
Dude,
yeah, because they're just like...
I saw the one where he's like trying to buy an Xbox or a PlayStation, and I literally wanted to kill myself. I saw the one where I literally couldn't handle that, dude. I was like, oh my god,
so
I want to fucking die.
Oh yeah, it's the
This is like, shut the fuck up. We get it. You're a fucking nerd. Like, oh my god,
fucking the
That's
one
like
where they're
5 minutes
talking about...
to say, hey, he's a nerd.
The one where they're talking about like what to do about like the situation with Sheldon and Amy. Like, so what are we gonna do with the Shamey situation? And then there's just like a good half a minute of just silence, and it's just like,
well, not even going. Not even going to the Big Bang Theory. You know what really fucking sucked is in Rogue One when Bail Organa popped up, and there was a fat pause, and I knew who that was, and I was like, so
yeah, no, remember Charlie Cox
cares? Like,
Charlie Cox, who played Daredevil in No Way Home, was told like, we're gonna give it a few seconds so the audience has time to clap. It's like, oh my god,
it feels like these shows are made specifically for React YouTubers. I feel like I'm in the fucking Twilight Zone just saying that sentence.
Well,
I'm always reminded of the ER video of like the fucking not Ahsoka. What's the fucking other Korra? Where like there's literally a React girl like fucking freaking out, and like she stops for a second to look at the camera.
Yeah.
The weirdest thing is like, I would love to watch a movie in like either Europe or like in Britain, because apparently nobody fucking claps or does any of that shit when they're in the movie theater.
Yeah, because
no. I mean, it's not like people are like perfectly fucking stoic either. Like, if there's a joke and it gets a chuckle, people will laugh. People will get like excited, and there'll be a bit of a buzz. But like, people don't talk. People don't fucking whoa, yeah, fucking standing up in the middle of a theater like a retard clapping.
I was watching
the keys were jangled on screen.
I was watching No Way Home, and when both the Peters were in the room and they were actively talking, my theater had not calmed down, so I had to stop myself from just going, shut the fuck up, I can't hear the movie.
I'm sorry, but I'm that guy. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But the thing is, I will admit I'm very quiet about it, because like I'll put like my hand over my mouth and be like,
No, so here's the thing: if the moment works for it, like when all the Avengers are showing up in Endgame, there's no one talking. It's just like, get hype, and that's fine. Once dialogue starts, however, you gotta shut the fuck up.
Well, you would like to think that the people are getting so hyped because they're really into the movie, and therefore would want to see and pay attention to the movie.
I
Yeah.
feel like Portals does it the best.
Wouldn't
though.
that make sense?
I feel like
That's
Portals
why-
does it the best though, because like it specifically ends on that like everyone's in the line and
Yeah.
they're doing the build up with the music and shit like that, and the crowd's getting hype, and then
Yeah, that's-
fucking drops to a dead silence when fucking Captain America says Avengers.
Yeah. And
Like they did it. I feel like it's weird. Like they knew what they were doing and they did it fucking perfectly.
that's why like that causes that endless frustration with No Way Home, because it's like the characters were talking and explaining their situation, and it's just like, please, I want to be able to hear the movie.
Problem is like it's weird because like Avengers gets away with it because like
They
it is the
properly set it
sequel.
up.
Well, no, it is the sequel to 20 movies. You do
Yeah.
need those 20 movies to watch this movie.
Wait, which Avengers?
Endgame.
Okay, because you said Avengers, and I thought you
Endgame's
meant
the
the
culmination
first
of
one. Thought you meant the first one.
No,
where, like,
you
they're
have to
you
watch.
together.
You have to watch all 20 movies before you can
Yeah.
go back and watch the first Avengers.
Yeah, because
You'd be
even
like,
when-
"Why is Thor's hair long now?"
Yeah.
why is he fat? Well, that's
Why is
explained
it-
within the movie.
No,
Well,
no,
yeah.
no. I'm talking about the first Avengers. You have to
I
watch
know.
all the other movies first, and then watch the first Avengers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I just thought you weren't when you because I was with you, and then you said like you had to watch all 20 movies. I'm like, but Phase 1 wasn't 20 movies, and then you're you're talking about Endgame,
Whereas-
not
God.
the first one.
And like you said, Dave Filoni basically lied about Ahsoka being like, "Oh, you don't have to watch Rebels." It's like, dude, just come out and say it's like this is a sequel to Rebels,
Like so, either
which is
he
strange
lied-
because it's
so,
different media, but still.
So I personally, I don't think he lied. I just think he doesn't know how to do his job.
He's just that
correctly.
stupid.
He's just. I think he's just that untalented. At least now. Although apparently
mean,
Clone Wars wasn't all that.
Like,
Wrong.
the best faith interpretation. I feel like he was told to say that.
Yeah.
No, because the whole thing about Dave Filoni
What do
as
you
a
mean,
writer,
no?
he as
Like,
No, he
like,
wasn't. I was there.
He
Shut
wasn't
up.
told.
no, sorry, I didn't mean to state it with that much confidence. I was more just stating a further point of he's that type of writer that says like continuity only gets in the way.
Yeah.
Does he say that? Can you pull that quote up?
It's gonna be a hot minute because it's a quote from like 15 years ago.
I know, but the thing is, like, people that's literally half a decade. That's more than half a decade ago. That's what I'm saying. People could change their fucking opinions, especially when they're being fucking force-fed money.
That's fair.
And that's the thing is that like, would Dave Filoni actually like? It's and this is where you have to be kind of good faith here. It's like I'm being good faith in saying that I don't think Dave Filoni in his heart of heart believes that you can't watch the show without watching Rebels.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
Also,
100%.
Right now, I believe that continuity in a franchise and like an ongoing story is super, super important.
Yeah.
15 years from now, if not following continuity pays me millions upon millions of dollars, fuck continuity, man. I couldn't give less of a fuck.
Exactly. Yeah. Fuck it.
I
Read
just-
Shadow Legends.
I just couldn't
Play with
I,
Ronda Rousey and Sun Wukong.
I just don't think I could do that.
You couldn't. But, man,
It,
we
like
can't, we
may-
can't hear you over all of our money.
So why I think you would, but your price would just probably be higher than let's say Max's.
Yeah. Well, my
Or
highest,
lower,
my
because
price.
he doesn't know how to enjoy a large amount of money.
I was about to say
I do.
also
I have
my
ambitions.
my price tag is very high though.
Yeah, but like,
Let's calm down.
but, like,
My
I
price
would-
is still very high.
but like, I wouldn't say Dave Filoni lied when he said that. I think he believes it. He's just not good at his job. Like when he says it, no, you shouldn't have to watch it. But then when he's making it, he's in the mindset of, oh yeah, I remember that. I made that. Oh, I remember that's cool. Let's put that in there. And he's just not thinking about it. He thinks he made something that you don't need to watch Rebels or Clone Wars to understand. But in
Maybe-
reality, he made
or
something
maybe,
that you need to do it.
Maybe it's because he just knows you're gonna watch it anyway.
No,
Because you're a Star Wars fan.
I-
He already
I-
knows.
well,
See, that's
well,
the
no.
thing. That's what Slur was saying. Like Slur's like, yep, fucking whatever. I put Star
I-
Wars in the
I-
fucking
I-
title. You're
I
gonna watch
want
the
to
movie, you
give
fucking
Filoni
children.
like the benefit of the doubt in the sense that he's not lying. He's just not good at his job. It's incompetence, not it. Do not attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity.
Well,
I understand.
I'm not giving him the mouse. I'm giving
I-
Disney the mouse.
So yeah,
Sure,
and I'll admit
Disney-
I'm
Disney has the
biased here.
malice,
Of
I
like I'm
agree.
the
That's what I'm saying. That's like my stance on this is that he was told to say that because hey, motherfucker, we need to show hype for this new show. We don't want people to go watch a different show when our show comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I could see that.
And
And
then
then
and then Mickey Mouse pulled out a gun and pointed it at Filoni.
I will also state this, like, if it's not brutally, like, not even brutally, it's not blatantly just a sign over my fucking head. I've been submerged in this shit for too long that, like, because Filoni's been a pain in the ass ever since fucking George even hired him. That's why, because there were people on staff at Lucasfilm whose whole job is to, like, make sure the continuity is correct. And Filoni got into so many arguments with these people, and
because didn't
just wanna
Clone
say-
Wars
I just wanna
break
say-
canon constantly?
Yeah, it was weird.
Yes.
because because it has been a dog's age since I watched Clone Wars, and this was before my
I watched
brain was fully awakened. So I
Was it
enjoyed
in Clone Wars where you had a bunch of Sith dudes with the Darth Maul double sabers?
No,
copying across?
No, that was Rebel.
No. Okay, no, I think that was also in. So, what are the two shows called? Because there was two. There was the one that was done by. On my fucking brain is lost it. But the Samurai Jack Powerpuff Girls guy.
So there
Gandhi
was, I don't
Tartakovsky.
remember his name either.
Gandhi Tartakovsky.
That guy.
Yes, Tartakovsky's.
I
that was
watched
2002.
that show. What was
Yeah,
that show
that
called?
That was just called Clone Wars.
And then what was the 3D one called?
The Clone Wars.
That's not confusing.
yeah, it's almost as if
2D Clone Wars was better anyway.
I love Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Oh, which one?
The good one.
Yeah,
the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, the one with Harley Quinn in it.
Oh.
But
and Boomerang was in there too. So.
Oh.
And even
the one where the Joker's only an idea.
Anyways, let's get back to this shit.
The one with Rick Flag in it.
Happens a whopping 5%. It doesn't help that the actresses playing this collection of corrugated statues on wheels feel the need to resist emoting as though the survival of Disney's stock prices depend on it. But he
I mean, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
He's like, I don't know what is the problem with, like, how these people were directed. They just can't emote.
I was about to say, Slur, you forgot one thing characteristic about Mauler when talking about how he's like so cool with all the other streamers. He's also got one of the sharpest wits in the fucking business.
Yeah, his wit is
Well,
really
this
good.
thing, he'll also deliver it in the same kind of calm tone that he delivers.
I
everything
know,
else.
but-
So if
but
you're
man-
not also paying attention, you won't even realize that like he's just been fucking skating the whole time.
Did he just call me a ham sandwich? What?
And
You like my favorite is in the Tross Unbridled Rage. You diuretic Thunder Wally.
I just can't get over when he called Jon Snow, "You absolute ham sandwich." I was like, that's not even a... But that hurt me.
I don't know. This is like a very old theory of insulting. Like me and the lads played around this with a lot when I was in school. Where if you can say something with the right inflection, it will always sound like a fucking horrible insult.
Oh yeah.
And so we would just like randomly at lunch just hurl insults at one another, but they were just like random fucking nouns. Like, you fucking filthy minging cabbage. You absolute Mac, you fucking drain cover.
Dude, you need to
Pencil case of a human being.
You need
I
to
feel
shut
like-
the fuck up, you absolute milk bag.
You are the human
Exactly, yeah.
equivalent. You are the human equivalent to the McDonald's dollar store dollar menu. Fuck, I fucked it up.
No, but no, as I was saying, see,
Your
that's
mother
$2
should-
something.
shut the
This is
fuck up, you
fucking
walking
mean.
Tums case.
Nest bag.
It has to be an object. I've noticed that. Like,
You are
You're as thick and curvy as my Yoko mousepad. Wait, oh no.
You are what happens when a single mother dates a police officer.
That is
Your
that is-
mother is a mix of a fucking clan of Club
No,
Orange
no,
and a
no,
fucking
no,
empty
no,
Monster
no,
Munch bag,
no,
you
no.
fucking mangy keyboard.
you're
I
about
was
as
gonna say,
effective as a
don't-
broken
Don't let
vacuum
that one
cleaner.
go though. Jake's second insult is weird. What is it when a fucking single mom gets with a cop? That's where did that come from?
I was just pulling stuff out of the ether, to be honest.
All right. That felt oddly specific.
He's pulled a Wrangle Star and has like a case against single mothers.
And cops, apparently.
No, I don't.
Specifically when they date.
I would never have a case against single mothers at all because my mom was a single mom. So you know.
Gotcha. And hey, I support
So-
single mothers. Hey,
So,
Hey, baby.
so
I
the
support
I
single
see you-
mothers and wish to do so more directly. Please call me.
It's like,
my
hey,
number
yeah,
is
baby. I'll like you like you're like fucking Johnny Bravo. You go, hey baby, I see you got a baby.
Maybe.
I'll be its daddy, and then I can be your daddy.
no, what's that fucking? It's that one thing with like the guy looking really creepy with a dollar bill in front of him. when you see the stripper's C-section scars, this is for the baby.
my favorite Johnny Bravo quote will always be the my mama always warned me about women like you. I'm glad
I
she's
always
correct.
hoped she was right.
Yeah.
I want to go back and watch Johnny Bravo because I feel like he actually has some bangers of line.
Oh, he
does.
absolutely has bangers of lines.
Yeah,
All right. Anyway, speaking.
Oh,
of...
I have a
during
boyfriend.
The
He's
intro
not-
of the episode is like, excuse me, emergency services. There's a handsome man in my mirror. Oh wait, that's
That's
me.
me.
No, I love the I have a boyfriend. Need another.
All right, but speaking of treating
Nothing
women like
deters
objects,
him.
Speaking of women treating like women like objects, we're going
The
back
point
to
I
the business
was
property.
the point I was going to say about this is that I don't know what it is with the directing style because I guess I don't understand it. You've got Rosario Dawson, Mary Elizabeth Winstead. I don't know who plays Sabine. And you've apparently a very talented Indian actor for Ezra, and these people just
They don't emote.
don't emote.
They don't emote. Like even like I've even seen some of the bits of Thrawn, and apparently it's Ray Stevenson with the voice actor from Rebels voicing over him.
That's
No.
Why
weird.
does Thrawn
No.
in the show look like his wife took the kids and left him?
Because
Hold on, no, that's not true at all. Lars Mikkelsen is the voice actor, and he's playing the character. That's not Ray
thought-
Stevenson.
I
with
thought
some
Ray.
green paint on.
thought Ray Stevenson was Thrawn.
No, Ray Stevenson is the Jedi with
Ray
the beard.
Stevenson guy.
Oh,
It looks like Ray
okay.
Stevenson, not
All right.
fucking Blue Man Group.
Okay, never mind then.
By the way, I posted the fucking thing. I think it's
Yeah, I saw that.
I think Superman is the one saying it. It's just even funnier for the kid.
Is that what they do? I have not noticed that one.
Here we are, the episode where Ahsoka is lost in the world between worlds. A convergence of events looking to intertwine all aspects of the Force, her history, and the relationships both past and present. All of
Totally not time travel, by the way.
Totally not.
time
Yeah, even though Ezra reached in and grabbed Ahsoka and pulled her in the world between worlds before she was killed by Vader because Dave Filoni can't let his.
I
OC
was about to say, like, man, I had no investment in Rebels, but I did watch the fight between her and Darth Vader. That shit
It's a
was
sick
actually
fight.
was pretty fucking based. But
It's
the
a-
fact that it's completely undercut from the fact that she's literally ripped from a portal in the future, it's like, man, I'm not even a fan and I'm offended. What the fuck, dude?
And then,
So,
and then
that's-
Palpatine
I was
starts
going to
using
say-
force fire
God.
against them, right?
to try to grab Ezra from the world between what's so stupid. Okay, so this overall actually, as my voice decides to forget how old I am, if I had a girlfriend, she'd kill me. That's the fucking the guy who works the fast food job in The Simpsons.
Yeah, we got
So my opinion of Ahsoka is she started annoying. She mellowed out as the Clone Wars had gone on. Started turning into a bit more of a Mary Sue as like Disney was taking over. In Rebels, she wasn't half bad, and I was very much accepting of her death because it's like, okay, you finally figured out how to kill her, and it's only apt that she face her former master. Then she was ripped literally from the world between worlds, and that's pretty much where I have now said, no, I don't like you again because your creator literally wouldn't let you fucking die.
And then when she got translated to live action, she has sucked. She has done nothing but suck immensely, and not in the fun way.
because but and that's because for some reason when adapting her to live action, they suddenly decided that Ahsoka needed to be stoic, which is weird because that's not her personality at all.
Well, you can even
She's
make
very
her at least
snippy. That's why she got her nickname of Snips.
like you could even like combined it a little bit. Like she's a bit more stoic now that she's older and wiser, but she still has a sharp wit, and she has like a really good comeback waiting. And then she looks at Grogu and goes, "Yeah, I'll train him. Sure, why not?" Because she's not a Jedi.
Yeah, that's why like one of my favorite lines from the Ahsoka book, when she fights Darth Maul is like, he's facing Darth Maul and he goes, "I'm not facing a full Jedi," and Ahsoka goes, "That's okay. I'm only fighting half a Sith." And it's like, that's a pretty good line.
Yeah. Darth Maul should have died.
So,
in the Phantom Menace.
yeah.
I mean, he should have stayed dead.
Yeah.
The point that I'm saying is that you took a character that was annoying, made them all right, and because you refused to fucking kill them and suddenly flip their entire personality, I hate them again.
Yeah. And it doesn't help that, like, Rosario Dawson, the direction she is given is fucking abysmal. She is a fucking piece of dry cardboard.
Which is weird because we know she can act.
She can act her fucking heart out.
Yeah.
Of this, because the only character I give a fuck about booped her off a cliff. Ahsoka Tano will finally have to face her old master once again. She will complete her training and come to understand there is quite the journey ahead.
You look the same.
You look old.
Well, that happens.
Okay, so
Correct.
if you don't know, Dave...
Yeah.
Anakin really just came out of the fucking shadow realm like, old.
Old.
Bitch.
It's one of the only. It's weird seeing young Hayden Christensen, but you have like 45-year-old Hayden Christensen voice coming out of him.
Yeah. I don't think you wouldn't have had to de-age him. Just have him be old Hayden Christensen, because Vader was like in his early to mid 40s in Return of the Jedi, I want to say. Right?
He was almost 50, yeah.
Yeah, so like, and Hayden's about in his mid, almost late. He's in his 40s, so like him just being old Hayden would have worked. It would have made perfect sense. Because
since this is the world between worlds, and this is the Force, like it could have had him not in his Revenge of the Sith outfit because we don't jangle fucking keys around here. We have him just in some gray Jedi robes to show like he is transcended past who he was.
Yeah.
Because that's how you properly write this shit.
Yeah, but
Filoni writes dialogue about as well as Rian Johnson writes whodunits.
It's just dumb.
So
really well.
Much as
not
exactly.
Glass Onion is one of the worst films I've ever seen in my life. It makes literally zero sense.
No. You don't get it. You see, it's retarded on purpose, so it's actually good.
No, that's just dumb. Like that's why that phrase is in there. It's just like no, it's
yeah. But it's bad on purpose, which means it's good.
Like why is Edward Norton letting the super detective that he is personally a fan of onto his island where he's going to murder a bunch of people?
It's stupid.
Yeah, like
on purpose, which means it's good.
It doesn't make sense. It's broken beyond.
Do you notice the circle we keep ending up in?
Yes,
here?
exactly.
And that's why we keep that clip keeps playing in my head. It's just dumb.
Yeah, Glass Onion is fucking abominable.
Knives Out, I originally thought Knives Out was alright, and then it's only because I saw it on a date and really didn't put much thought into it. Then, like, the second I put even an ounce of thought into it, I went, oh my god, this is trash.
I have not seen Knives Out. I have not seen Knives Out. I've seen Glass Onion.
I was just having more fun with just the guys. And, like, there's one moment in particular in Knives Out where it's like, I forgot exactly what was being said, but, like, the older guy's, like, talking about how, he's, like, talking about how, like, respectful the maid chick is, and but he's saying that as he's putting a fucking glass on her tray.
Yep. And then
I don't know. That part always sticks out to me. It's like, you fucker. Like I said, I like it for the character interactions.
And there's clear and like because
the
it's
mystery shit is really stupid.
and of course because Ryan Johnson, he's like all white people bad. Like regardless of the fact that all the people in that film are shitty people, they just they're like, oh, we have to make them all racist so that we feel for the protagonist who happens to whose parents are here illegally. It's just like, oh, okay, there goes a lot of sympathy.
And then don't you
Shit
like how
clocks
in
harder
Glass
than ever.
Onion the Mona Lisa is burned to fucking ashes and no one seems to give a shit?
No, they try to stop her, which they should.
Well, yeah, it's because the characters are vapid assholes on purpose, which means they're good.
Adamantium anal beads. We're going to try and work through to the point this episode has to make.
It means you still have a chance.
Chance.
To live.
So Ahsoka is here, and she's dying. Interesting, since all three characters I've been referencing are essentially comatose in their respective stories.
And now we get to the point. Yeah, he recognizes oh,
We are
those
then
things earlier, they were building towards something. We're making a direct media comparison.
Yes.
And as he's and
he
also yeah, he doesn't know also because he's not looking at the fucking video. He's been looking at his phone for I've been like borderline timing it for about 3 to 4 minutes.
I mean, if he doesn't want to be here, why doesn't he just go do something else?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like if you ever actually do like an English degree or a film degree or anything like that, comparative literature is like a huge portion of how you will actually learn media analysis.
It's also just how you I don't know if you guys had to do your senior papers in high school, but ours was pretty much it was based on comparison of media. I of course compared 1984 and Brave New World because that was the easiest subject in the world to me.
Mhm.
And the point to some schools it's borderline how what is used to determine if you can graduate. But this is a personal point that I have when it comes to what Organized Chaos is just doing as his this is his job.
I don't think
correct. This is what he does full time.
I know. I think he's much in the same boat as us, where it's just kind of a thing he does, but he has to sustain himself by doing something else.
Yeah,
okay, fine.
He does
but
get paid for
the
it.
Point,
but unfortunately.
The point that I'm making, however, is that even though this is probably just a hobby that gets him paid, this does give him some money. So it is one of those things that you should take rather seriously. I do that by pretty much whenever we're recording something, my phone is pretty much away from me. If somebody calls me, unless it's a fucking emergency, I will not answer. And same for if someone texts me. So it's really annoying me seeing this man constantly just fucking looking away, and because to me that means he's not listening. Because
sorry, Wyatt. I just was looking at my phone. What were you saying?
He was talking about how much he's not listening.
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
yeah.
Wyatt, why aren't you listening? Fuck it up, dude.
I just set my face against my entire pop filter, just as a
slowly die over the microphone. That was beautiful. Y'all heard that too, right? I'm not crazy.
Yes.
I just leaned my entire face just went into my pop filter, just resting. I'm I'm just gonna shut up now. I know it's a joke. It's just this pisses me off when I see these people just doing this casually. They are earning money from it, and they're just not taking it that seriously.
Yeah,
well, it's just a streaming thing. If he was watching this on his own time and he checks his phone, no problem.
That's fine.
If he's watching this even to make a video where he's going to edit and chop out the specific parts where he has something to say, but the rest of the time he actually doesn't find it that interesting. He doesn't find Mauler engaging as a content creator. He's kind of dicking around on his phone. whatever. That's his own fucking work ethic. It's when you go live and you're doing a stream, forgetting about Mauler and forgetting about the fact that he doesn't Mauler and Mauler doesn't
Yeah,
really have a high
regardless
opinion
of all
of him.
that.
His opinion of his chat, the people who are watching him, should at least be high enough for him to be engaged in the stream that he is doing. That's the line.
Yeah, he's clearly not.
Yeah.
The reason why he's doing that, the reason why is because he wants like what he does is he wants to funnel some short term little bit of a he wants to do rage clicks essentially, I think.
Do the Destiny thing then, where you're playing a game and the actual videos in the corner.
Wyatt, it requires effort.
Yeah, it requires that requires effort, and I don't.
I feel like
I
feel like John Goodman's character in fucking Big Lebowski. Am I the only one who gives a fuck?
I was about to say, Destiny's also a very strange individual where he can like completely run a whole city in fucking Factorio and pay 100% of attention to everything. It's weird. Like some of the shit he does, I'm like, how the fuck can you still
Depending on the game, I can do that as well.
He played Elden Ring and was like debating people. Like, I don't know how the fuck you can do that.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah,
that's weird. I can zone out during.
Bob here couldn't play Animal Crossing and like brush his teeth at the same time.
Yeah, and like recently, Destiny was also playing Armor Core. You guys saw me play that game.
Yeah.
Like, when you start,
there's a lot of shit going on.
You have to fucking go.
That's fair. Destiny is just kind of built different when it comes to.
But you also have to remember, Destiny was like the first one to do this shit.
Right.
He's also just been doing it so long that it's just kind of woven into the way that even if he's not live, I almost guarantee that he does basically the same shit. He just says it out loud less.
Yeah. Because let's face it, this is kind of like that was the joke we did when we started YARP. We were doing this anyway. We may as well start like recording it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then sometimes we don't. Especially when it's not a YARP and it's a slurp instead.
The slurp whenever
you need to start.
it happens is a magical
you need to start actually
experience.
recording those.
No, you can't record a slurp. It would lose its magic.
Exactly.
Then,
we also need to finish our last slurp.
Yeah.
Yes, you guys in there
That is
are in
true.
the middle of a project, which
Yeah.
you should probably do either after this or when.
Fuck no!
Or
Slurp,
I was going to,
Slurp's going
or
to
I
be
was
after this,
the
if
other.
not in the middle.
The other option was going to be probably.
I'm not even sure if I'll be able to finish this fucking stream, my guy.
I was going to say, or
project.
probably after we're doing stuff tomorrow.
No, then it's gonna be too late for Slur. And knowing my ass, it's gonna be too late for me too.
Yeah, and I have a
Finish your movie sooner or later. That's all I was going.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. A burp just decided to interrupt my fucking sentence.
Ew, man, I smelled the
All right,
burp.
let's continue.
All right, let's
Witnessing a
Okay. Can someone play? It's not
You're
working.
Witnessing a great battle in the Clone Wars. I was able to figure this out because of the incredible visuals, not at all because of the zombie piss hat dialogue.
This is the Clone Wars.
Anakin tells us so.
Okay, so like it's easy
hang
to
on.
make lines of dialogue look bad when you just clip them out of context like that.
It's
and
not
even
out
he-
of it's
no, like
it's not out of
Motherfucker.
context.
Alright, that's
It's
literally-
The point
literally-
he's making is the dialogue is just so blatantly two-dimensional. It's just people stating what is happening.
I know,
And
I
you
really
don't need a lot of context to demonstrate people doing that annoying fucking trope.
I want to ask, is that actually from the fucking show? Where
Yes.
somebody,
Yes.
a
Yes.
little girl
Yes.
says, it's the Clone Wars.
Yes, we
Then, yeah,
like
you
Jake
don't
and
need
I.
context for that. That's fucking stupid.
Jake and I literally watched this because I was so pissed at I was at Hayden Christensen giving his fucking all when it came to that fight, and Rosario Dawson not understanding how fights work. That it included bits like these in it, and yeah, you just hear this child actress, which by the way, that's the child from Barbie,
It's the
underneath
child
all that
from
makeup.
Barbie.
Yeah, from underneath all that makeup, and they just go, "This is the Clone Wars," and it's just like, what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
they
Yeah,
I
but
could
is
tell
Barbie
because
a
they're
fascist
fucking
movie?
clones.
Yeah.
I can tell because we're in the Clone Wars because there are fucking clones.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the Clone Wars.
But
that's why. That's why she
But
says it.
is it pod racing?
No, it's not pod racing. If it was pod racing,
So,
this
like-
would be 10 out of 10.
If only we had someone to like demonstrate what is and is not pod racing.
This is pod
And see, this is kind of like the thing where you'll get this like, oh, I suppose it was okay when the prequels did it, but now that there's a woman, blah, 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 no, people hated it then as well, and then you've just done it again with people who were even worse, and people still hate it. Why are you making this like whataboutism where the what about isn't even something that was received well?
Yeah, it's also that's why we make fun of that line so much. Like where you just especially I'll just be playing like Starfield and I'll just start going, now this is pod racing.
Like I'm gonna get some fucking snacks. Continue without me.
No,
It's your show.
Now that Jake is gone,
I am the new host of Dragon's Den,
we can
motherfucker.
start saying slurs.
I am the dragon now.
Oh no.
As Steve Harvey starts coming out and his eyes start bulging out too. Ugh.
Okay, who keeps fucking doing that? Stop it.
Doing what? Is it? Oh, are you clicking on the screen when you're trying to unpause something,
I'm
Slur? Because
assuming,
that
like,
doesn't.
it's the old her being put
Ah,
in
that
the
doesn't
other
work.
body and then going.
Yeah, clicking the screen doesn't
Oh
do
my
anything. You
God,
have to click
Clone
the.
Wars.
Thanks.
Seems fine.
Wait. So
No,
what?
it
I
doesn't.
mean, it
You
is
fucking
true.
idiot.
Like this.
No.
Talking to you, Jake. No, but like no, that's stupid. Like literally stating what it is like, God. Like if you don't, like here's the thing, it's like Destiny talks. I'm sucking fucking Destiny show. I'm sorry, I'm a fan of them. But Destiny talks about this thing where it's like you have to reach certain points of understanding to have a discussion with someone. So the fact that you don't think that somebody just stating this is the Clone Wars already means we can't have an adult discussion.
But by the way,
okay.
Yeah.
It's
by the
like,
way, this
no.
is contradicting something he said when he responded to the MOM video, to like
really?
when he said, "Oh, have some dialogue. That's your great grand solution." And like he's just talking about like how dialogue, like scoffing at the idea of dialogue. Right, and now here he is,
Which is a very weird stance to take.
yeah,
but
but
okay.
here now he's like, I don't see anything wrong with it because blah. He's like trying to defend the piece of dialogue here. It's very strange.
I'm like if you want to like I'm just quickly running this through my head of like how you would tweak that scene, like how you would tweak the line.
You remove her saying it.
Yeah.
Or
you literally don't have her say it. You just have her in her younger body in shock and awe that she's back in the Clone Wars, and then you pan the camera out to show the Clone Wars. 100% of the same
that's fair. I was like
to the
my
audience
idea
cringe
was
dialogue.
was just gonna be her like saying like I remember this is the second battle of Geonosis or something.
No, you don't like I said, you don't have to say it.
Unnecessary, but sure.
Yeah,
like
that's
a specific battle.
Yeah, that's what I was.
But
that's
also
what I was,
unnecessary is my point.
It is also unnecessary. Yeah,
I understand that. That's what I was like. Like the only reason I was thinking is like, oh, it roots it in a specific time. Like
yeah, but the point here's the thing though. The point is not what the time is. The point is that like this is where she is mentally. It doesn't have to be a specific battle or anything. You're like, see,
right?
Like, said, like there's a pan over, but no, there's not even a pan over. There's clone troopers running.
The reason why the reason I say that is because there's two segments of the Clone Wars in this thing. We skip from young Ahsoka to slightly older Ahsoka during the Siege of Mandalore.
Yeah, but
so
I still don't think either are very like important and necessary to tell the story. The idea is that you're just getting a younger version of her, which is perfectly conveyed by the fact that she's fucking younger.
Yeah,
you don't need to go.
And in the case of in the case of the Siege of Mandalore, she's wearing an entirely different outfit and using entirely different lightsabers.
He's Batman.
I mean, more broadly, this goes on to like a style of writing that is very in vogue right now, where people will just blatantly state what their character motivation is and what their emotional state is, and people will respond to that as if they've had like this gradual reveal and understanding of this character. Like, wow, she's got so many emotions, she's dealing with so much trauma, she's got these grand ambitions, and she's got all these internal conflicts. What an interesting and deep character. When you weren't shown any of that, you were just told that she has it. And for you, that was the same thing, which is very efficient on the part of the writers because they're tapping into your incredibly low standards. But Jesus fucking Christ, that is depressing.
And kind of going back to what I was originally saying, when he was the memory store thing in MOM, he was scoffing at the idea of them just talking about certain things and building character through dialogue and discussion, not telling them how they feel, but like exchanging certain things, right? How normal people do things. He scoffed at the idea, if I remember correctly, because you know, film is a visual medium and like dialogue's your grand solution. Yeah, he was doing that, but here he's defending a piece of dialogue that is doing the exact same thing that he was criticizing what Mauler had the idea of having dialogue for in that MOM video. He has no sense. He is a fucking hypocrite. Play.
Younger actors and younger actresses are generally speaking not as good, but like that's just a fact of like making stuff. Kid actors are typically not as good.
I mean, there was nothing said about the performance, to be honest.
No, it was the line of dialogue specifically.
Really good. That's just kind of standard, man. You get the best one you can.
I mean, Charles Dance delivering that same line would still be bad.
Yes.
I am so like, I'm not as harsh as YMS, but I do think like, man, child actors should be like, they should audition.
Killed, yeah.
Yeah, they should.
No.
There are legitimately impressive performances that you can get from some kids, but it's just the fact that the skill set of acting is something that doesn't naturally come to somebody who hasn't kind of figured themselves out yet. It takes like a very special fucking built different mentally and emotionally kind of kid to be a good actor that young. And even then, they usually end up with stuff that they still have to work on and develop as they get older, which is why some child actors went on to live incredibly healthy, productive, and fulfilling lives, and others burnt out catastrophically. It's a volatile thing that you're working with, is the mind of a child. So yeah, child actors in general, not good. We use them when we have to, and we hope that they're just about good enough to pass.
That bring about people's deaths, and that to win the war you have to be a soldier.
Is that all I'll have to teach my own Padawan one day?
So, Ahsoka is sad that death is a common part of the Jedi, or...
Lippy, it doesn't need to exist as a line because people have eyes.
Exactly.
It's not bad to set up, though. I mean,
no,
motherfucker,
you have a whole bunch of clone troopers running. It's not bad to establish that like she's flashing back to
but why would she? But why?
You're right. It's not bad to establish that. The problem is they already established that by showing that they didn't need the line of dialogue, which was redundant, and that's the issue.
Yeah,
it's redundant dialogue, and that was just shown as an example of it.
And the problem is, I feel like this is just to cater to audience who are literally mouth breathers.
Yeah, like
yeah, people who are obsessed with Ahsoka.
Like the thing is, like, it's just people who are so stupid and they can't fucking understand content.
Yeah. Well, no, it's for the React channels to go, the Clone Wars. Oh my god!
She said Clone
Wars.
That's crazy.
I mean, like, what else do we expect from somebody who, like, a lead writer that genuinely thinks the prequels are the best Star Wars has to offer?
They are.
And very much not.
They are.
I'm
not,
literally
no.
joking. I've already made a case for what the best Star Wars story is.
they no, it's a line of dialogue which was like the Tales of the Jedi volumes 1, 2, and 3, and Ahsoka goes 1 is better, and Filoni then said, in that's reference to the trilogies, and he says like the prequels are better, and it's just like
No.
a little disrespect towards the original trilogy over here.
Yeah.
Trilogy.
Yeah, why? Like, it's like, why?
Yeah, the original trilogy is old and it's made for straight white boys. So like,
Yeah.
why would I care?
Yeah, like it's literally made for fucking white people because you have a fucking brother and a sister make them out. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh,
damn.
There was a meme where it was like a bunch of directors like at certain tables you had to pick one, and like there's of course Lucas is that one, and it's just like, I want you to admit to me you made the brother and sister out of fucking nowhere, you hack.
He literally did.
He
I'm
did.
pretty sure that
Yeah, he
wasn't
did. Like,
supposed to be
Luke's
the
sister
case
was
in this
supposed to
movie.
But
be
he
a
constant
different
but he
character.
constantly but he constantly lies saying that he had a plan for like all 9 films. It's like, no, you fucking didn't.
No, you
but
didn't.
then
Like,
The fact that Luke's dad is a big black character is just more fetishization of the black bodies in media.
Yeah, exactly. And then of course, when he takes off his helmet, he rejects his Afro-centrist ethnicity to be white because his skin is white, and he's shedding.
Instead of the outer part of the helmet, it's just a big afro.
He embraces the colonial imperialism of the people dismantling the empire.
Yes.
Or soldier or warrior experience. Doesn't it suck that the fate of her Padawan is violence and death? Perhaps it's worth throwing in the towel instead. Strange that she would have this perspective when this is adult Ahsoka reliving child Ahsoka's memory, meaning she is a person who has completed many campaigns being motivated to save people's lives. She's not actually young nor inexperienced.
Try
Because that is
spinning,
the
that's a good
point of
trick.
the world between worlds, right? Soldiers dying and killing enemies in favor of preventing mass death is a pretty straightforward concept that I figure she understood and valued. Teaching a Padawan to engage in a life like that could be considered quite the positive thing. They may prevent mass suffering, something I figure she knew.
I'm teaching you how to lead, how to survive. To do that, you're going to have to fight.
What if I want to stop fighting?
Then you'll die.
If you don't fight, you die. Seemingly
I hate that. That doesn't even feel like it would come from the young Anakin during the Clone Wars.
Yes, because we had this whole Jake and I had this whole discussion. If this was truly young Anakin during the Clone Wars, he would be right there with Ahsoka, like taking care of his own men, because that's the kind of general he was.
I mean, he was also like, his whole thing was that he was youthful, brash, arrogant, quicker to act than to think. And he constantly needed Obi-Wan to be like the reins trying to bring him in. Have you ever seen the meme? I was like, you can't possibly summon the entire prequel trilogy in one sentence and just
Calm down,
Obi-Wan
Anakin.
saying, calm down, Anakin. Like, yeah, that.
It's yeah, and I was going to say, you constantly see that, like one of the good examples is in Revenge of the Sith, when they're in the big space battle. I'm gonna go help them out. No, they're doing their job so we can do ours. Because Anakin wants to help people.
Well, not
That's
even
like
just help people. It's like if you focus in on his central flaws as a character, the brashness and the arrogance, it's thinking that because he is strong in the Force and that he knows he is strong in the Force, it's something that is like one of the first fucking memories he has is being, holy shit, this guy's strong in the Force. He thinks that his intervention can get him the outcome he wants. Ultimately, that's what leads him down the path of darkness, because he goes to try and save his mom and he realized, like, oh, yeah, I just ended up becoming like a butcher to a civilization, and it still didn't even work because he can't bring people back from the dead. The Force, even if you're strong in it, isn't enough. That was the thing that led to his fall. So if
Yeah,
you're
and
going
it's-
before that and you're still in the mindset of young Anakin who has this I'm not going to borrow terminology from the green text, this young lady accompanying him, the lessons he's going to impart on her are that, like, yes, I also want the ideal outcome to the war. And I recognize that to get it, we're going to engage in a small number of incredibly risky fights that we're confident we're going to win because we're so strong, and that's how we're going to do it. We're going to take shortcuts, but we are still going to take the smaller fights to prevent bigger fights, and that's how we're going to do this. He would be right there with her, and that's why they got along so well in the show. They would conflict because he wasn't used to being a fucking teacher and he didn't know what the fuck he was doing. But idealistically, they were both kind of the same, and that's why they were paired together.
Yeah, and then that would be the joke of like Obi-Wan would tell Ahsoka, no, Obi-Wan would tell Anakin something. Anakin would tell Ahsoka something completely different because he's Anakin, and then Ahsoka would then do something else because she's Ahsoka.
I always thought that concept was really fucking stupid, to be honest.
Yeah.
Giving Anakin an apprentice, yes.
Yeah, no, it was. I can't remember what the justification for it was, but it was stupid. The fact is that it was already tenuous for Obi-Wan to have an apprentice.
Well,
Like, he
no,
was
not
elevated
really.
because Qui-Gon died, but he was still considered quite inexperienced to actually take on a Padawan.
But even
Did
then, because
Anakin get that little fucking knot cut off before Ahsoka showed up?
yes,
He did? Okay.
that's because like the Clone Wars TV show and movie are out of order, like on purpose, which is fucking stupid. I found out like season 2, episode 3 is actually like the beginning of the Clone Wars, and it's just like, what?
Yeah, that makes no fucking sense.
Yep.
Yeah, these are just different battles that at different points of time, and it's just like, so that's how you want to tell this like serialized story?
Oh no,
You wanna tell
those
this
weren't
out
the
of order?
Clone Wars. Those were the duplicate conflicts that came first.
And the reasoning was very stupid because how Ahsoka was introduced was actually like Obi-Wan was going to be receiving his new Padawan because Anakin had been elevated Jedi Knight. He could technically go out on his own, technically, but then it's revealed no, Ahsoka is supposed to be Anakin's Padawan because Jedi Knights are able to teach people. That's the whole reason. Like what happened with Obi-Wan of being elevated to Jedi Knight and then teaching Anakin. That's kind of a thing that can just happen because that's how stupid this lore could be. Because why would you have the people who would be running around the most do the teaching? Knights
Yeah,
should
that's
not
silly.
be teachers.
That's silly. Yeah, you're
You
right.
have the masters be the teachers. The knights are the ones that are running around solving all the goddamn problems. They don't need somebody to be fucking like to. By the way, here's how you solve this diplomatic situation. Just fucking cut someone's head off.
Seemingly a very weak version of similar stories, considering how little there is to prompt this. I
guess we'd I haven't seen this is episode 5, 6. I haven't seen it yet, but
so keep that
Why-
in mind.
Why does it need compared to the other ones? I'm a bit confused.
Oh, he literally explained it. He explained it that these are 3 female characters that are experiencing a sort of an existential crisis when they're in sort of a weird comatose state. He literally explained it, and it should be self-explanatory.
The subject, if there's the subject is fucking, if the subject is Star Wars and it's very clearly Ahsoka, you watch fucking Ahsoka. That's just it. You do your fucking research before you touch the goddamn
he
video.
watched. He didn't watch episode 5 before responding to this, which he should have said.
Wait, so hold on.
He hasn't seen the episode.
I didn't watch Ahsoka. Max hasn't watched Ahsoka. You two have watched some of Ahsoka. He's watched some of Ahsoka, and we're all talking about the quality of Ahsoka. Something here feels fucking.
I'm not talking about the quality of Ahsoka.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the quality of his argument because Mauler is clearly talking about one specific episode, and this motherfucker, in trying to respond to him, just went, "I haven't seen the episode."
So this
right,
is
but neither have we.
The point of the recording.
I'm not arguing the quality of the episode.
We're taking a look at.
I'm talking about
responding to his argument specifically, and how well constructed they are.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
I just feel like at least one of us probably should have seen the original foundational thing that these arguments are built on.
You are correct.
Kind of
sure.
For the most part, I have, because at the very least, when talking about this very situation, the world between worlds, I've watched those parts of the episode. I haven't watched all the Sabine stuff that's going on in the background. But as far as what's happening with Ahsoka this very moment, I've seen it all, like this bit. So I have enough context here. I'll say that.
I also have a little bit of
Like-
context as well, but the whole point of why I wanted to do this is specifically to respond to like to organized chaos's.
We're responding to him responding to Mauler. We're not responding
Exactly.
to the episode of Ahsoka.
Yeah,
if we were talking about the Ahsoka episode, we would have sat down and watched it. Either we would have forced ourselves to, or we would have just grabbed a few beers and just fucking made fun of it the whole goddamn time.
Yeah, because
the point
is that not what we're doing?
I guess. Well, I mean,
too early for me to drink.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's what I'm doing.
But
Fuck
like,
you.
but like again, like because the whole point is like this is organized chaos responding to Mauler, and specifically the points that Mauler brings up in his video. That's what we're responding to.
Yeah, if we wanted to go the extra mile, we probably would have sat down and watched Ahsoka, but I don't want to. Because I don't want to hurt my brain more than I already do.
Yeah, and if we were to watch episode 5 of Ahsoka, we'd probably have to watch the other episodes of Ahsoka.
Yeah, because we'd be insanely out of context. The point that I'm making is the fact that organized chaos, when talking about this, because the thumbnail is Anakin with his red lightsaber. Like, it's very, very obvious that they're going to be talking about Ahsoka. From his perspective, he should have sat down and watched the episode first.
Sorry, I stepped out. He hasn't watched this?
Yeah, he hasn't watched this actual episode.
No.
So it's kind of making me just go like, why the fuck are you here then?
It's also strange because like the reason like me or Slur wouldn't watch it is because we don't give a shit. But this guy is clearly a fan. So
and he's
like,
watched the first 4 episodes apparently as well. He just didn't watch the 5th one.
Which is also weird because like this is the big Coomer fucking like consumer episode to watch. Like,
yeah, and he's a consumer, so
yeah, really strange. But okay, like he's specifically spoiling himself.
Yeah, we're going in a weird direction. That's why I'm like, we're going in a fucking weird loop right now. Of this guy is, because everything he's going to say now will now be put into doubt if he even says anything at all.
Yeah.
Confused. I guess it would be episode 5. So like she's dead, the world between worlds, and she's flashing back. It's also worth noting, like, the other examples you brought up are other people reaching out to them, whereas this is just her.
Had no clue Ahsoka was giving up. Where was any of this in the previous episodes, and why was this prompted by Balin talking about death and destruction? Those lines are repeated in the previously on.
Your legacy, like your master's, is one of death and destruction.
She apparently took that criticism so seriously she's now contemplating suicide in the form of simply giving up. I doubt anything we've heard from Anakin so far is new to her, nor would it be anything that would encourage her to live or die in this scenario. But then
Okay, like I said, I haven't seen this episode yet. I kind of wish,
what?
I wish maybe I should have researched this a little bit more. I usually like to go into
researched it by
Well,
watching
you
the show
don't
that
need
you
to.
like.
The title is just talking about Star Wars as a thing after the release of Ahsoka. You don't need to think, ooh, I wonder if he's going to talk about the latest Star Wars thing that came out.
I would
It's kind of
argue-
implied.
But once again, I can't state this enough. This has been like the biggest soy out fucking episode in a while.
Yeah, it has been. And
yeah,
it's
and most
very
of these people, to the point that it's, yeah, and like tuning into this fucking show turned into a fucking event for a good lot of people. Like on Twitter or X, you just, it's Tano Tuesday, and it's just like, what the fuck?
Wait, really? I have
Yeah.
seen no hype for the show at all.
Who do you follow? Because like
I have
since
a
I
lot
follow.
I have a lot of fanboys in my fucking community. It is what it
Okay,
is.
I have
yeah, I was
some weird shit that I follow that has nothing to do with like fucking
Yeah,
Star Wars.
that would be why. Since I follow a wide array of people who talk about like superheroes or talk about like Star Wars or just talk about their own creations that they make themselves. Like that's why I still
Who the fuck
occasionally.
do I follow?
That's why I still talk to
Do I follow
Shiny.
anyone?
I still talk with Shiny because he just makes his own shit and his mocap projects that just fascinates me. I'm just like, oh, he's making a new ship. That's cool. And like he's trying to translate his cool OC ship into Starfield. Like that's cool stuff. But then I see like some soy guy fucking losing his mind about
Because
fucking Ahsoka calling
Darth Vader breathing.
what?
They're freaking out because Darth
Yeah.
Vader breathed.
Or
It literally
in
feels
this
like that's the whole reason why this episode has so much hype is because Darth Vader showed up.
Yeah.
or also because I fucking follow people like Mauler that and Gary and all that stuff. They're just responding to these kinds of like soy responses. That it's like I end up seeing the soy response just by facsimile.
And like I said, I just have a lot. I have a lot of.
Okay, I'm just gonna like post into the chat an example of my Twitter feed, just so you understand like what I'm dealing with,
Go.
where I don't see Star Wars bullshit.
I was just saying.
Do you want the public to see this, Slur, or do you want to keep it to yourself?
Oh, fucking go ahead. It's fucking great.
Okay.
Fucking send it.
No, don't. So.
Oh.
Okay.
I guess the issue is-
Will it make you? What will it take to be a super?
Speaking of Daddy Elon, I love how fucking he's proposing like that Twitter now be like a subscription service thing where you have to pay monthly for just Twitter itself.
He is fucking determined to kill that site, and I kind of respect it.
Then just shut it down.
No.
Like the fastest
No,
way
that's
to
no
kill...
fun.
It's not as fun.
Sorry, it's just, I guess I just don't see fun in any of this. I would just be like, nope. If I'm trying to kill this, I'd just be effective and just go into the central server.
Yeah, but that's
start
the
ripping
boring
shit
way
out.
to kill it. You want to think of like a really fucking incredibly moronic, stupid way to kill it. Like getting rid of quote retweets, which is like the lifeblood of all interaction on the fucking site.
I
Or
thought,
the newest one where it's like he's gonna hide all of like the likes, the comments, the quote tweets, all of that, and all you're gonna see is like the view count on a tweet.
Oh my god.
I think
yeah.
what's funny is this idea that you have to pay to see somebody's tweets now, because like Russian Badger and I think ER and Gundam are doing them now, and it's just like, all right, why?
Well, you know.
Okay, if you actually pay money to see people's tweets, you deserve the nothing you get for your dollar.
Exactly.
I'm just more confused as to why that's an option in the first place.
And they
Because
might not
it's
even.
free money. What the why is that even a question?
No, he's saying why people would do that. Like why people would
Yeah,
actually
like-
pay
No,
for
because
it.
they're
Like,
stupid.
Yeah, that's true.
because I like Badger. I'm not gonna pay money to see what he has to say like about his breakfast or something. Like,
You know, there's a great movie I love, but basically the main villain says, he couldn't kill them. Stronger men have tried, but for them to kill themselves from the inside, that stays dead.
Yeah. Honestly, if
Elon Musk is the fuck,
That-
what was his name? I'm literally blanking on his name. The guy from Civil War. Fuck, why am I blanking on his name?
Zemo.
Zemo. Elon Musk is the Zemo of this world.
Thank
of
you.
Twitter.
I thought you were gonna say like that's what Daddy Elon said. I don't remember that in Iron Man 2. All I remember is I'm working on a new type of jet.
We're gonna need type of electric jet. Oh.
All I would remember was like some weird fucking guy who used to live in a basement and spoke in an indecipherable Russian accent, throwing like lightning whips at fucking Tony Stark for no reason.
Good to be back.
honestly, like I am.
I want,
If
I
Papa,
want my bird.
if Papa Elon is killing Twitter through like the most roundabout and funny way possible, Godspeed. Do
Remember-
God's will.
There.
Do God's
Remember,
will.
like Twitter's been considered like the joke of the internet for a while. So to kind of kill it from the inside is kind of funny.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
But here's
Elon
the
just
thing:
goes,
the
I
more
spent...
it burns, the popular it gets. It's
Exactly.
fucking wild.
And
Well,
then, like,
because
It's a very
everybody,
interesting time to be on that site.
that's
exactly.
what I'm saying. That's why everybody's coming to see the fucking bonfire.
And I love how Elon said, "I want to remove the block button." Somebody said something and then he blocked them.
I want to remove the. Oh my god. Yes, Elon, please kill Twitter in a very funny way. I think people's lives will be so much better without it.
You know who else I admire in the weirdest, most slur way I possibly could is
Yeah.
Mark Zuckerberg, because he lost like $1
This is
billion US dollars on Meta, and he looked at that and said, "Okay, let's make it 5 billion." And he just fucking tripled down, and now Meta is legitimately fucking horrifying in the things it can do, but nobody knows about it because nobody pays any fucking attention to Meta.
Yeah, and that's why it's really irritating when he stood in front of Congress, and it's just like the oldest people who don't even understand the internet. They tried to make points, but then they just asked, "So how do you get your money?" Senator, we have ads.
Yeah, no, like fundamentally, these are people who have secretaries to do their emails for them. They don't understand technology. They have to get their children to do shit with the TV remote if the TV acts weird.
Because they don't know how to change batteries.
They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Exactly. So
it's like we've got
Mark
like
Zuckerberg
legitimate
in there
issues.
in fucking Congress in a suit just had to act like a lizard, act like an incomprehensible fucking abnormal space entity who is not easily understood, and he just fucking walked that shit. Now, you know how Meta when it came out was like this weird, super cringe
Yeah,
corporate
buy your groceries in the VR.
avatar fucking shit. It has now elevated. The avatars that you can make in Meta now are like real-time photorealistic.
Oh, that's terrifying.
It is horrifyingly good. The leap they've taken in technology with basically nobody even knowing about it is one of the scariest things I've fucking seen.
Meds are kicking in. I'm finally chilling out.
It's kind of like that thing I told Max there yesterday. It's like, hey, fun fact, kids, did you know that the worst thing you can imagine is actually even worse?
I still don't fucking believe you. You're fucking lying. I can't believe you.
Okay,
Because, like, here's
Jake.
the thing. Slur,
Yeah.
here's the thing. I know you know how to work the internet, so I know that you can fuck up Google results in Wikipedia articles. So, fuck you.
I don't need to know. Okay,
no,
Jake. Okay, you know the North Star.
Yeah,
right?
Polaris.
The
yes.
North Star is like the one world. Polaris.
Yes.
Polaris, or I think it's like its full name is Alpha Ursus Polaris or whatever, because it's like the topmost thing.
I
in,
think
like,
it's
the,
Jake might know this one
constellation.
actually.
It's because it's a binary star system, I believe. So there's 2 of them, I think.
Something like
It's
that.
a binary star system that rotates around another one, which is why it's so bright. But also, the reason it is that way is because it is quite a young star system.
Mm-hmm.
Those things aren't stable for that long. Usually, they kind of separate or collapse or do whatever the fuck they do. Well, that star system is around about 70 million years old.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Sharks, as a species, are around 450-ish million years old. Which means there are things in the ocean older than stars, and they want to eat Max's butthole.
Yeah, exactly.
But why did you?
But
you
I mean, if you want to get
you
specific,
didn't have
I
to add
believe
that.
it's
Sir.
not.
Like, you didn't.
So,
Like,
if
you
I'm-
didn't
if-
have to say that last bit. You fucking cunt. Like, God damn it. Like, why do you exist, Slur? Why don't you just fucking go to your just fucking morph into a potato, you fucking piece of shit? God damn it.
Okay, so Slur has me thinking now, and I need to confirm this because I believe he is correct about sharks.
I'm surprised you didn't actually know that with all the shit that you know, Jake.
Well, no, I know sharks. Like sharks are older than the rings of Saturn. Like our planet is older than the rings of Saturn.
Yeah,
that's
sharks are older than trees.
Yeah,
and I don't mean like the classification of what like maybe is or isn't a tree. Like I mean like flat out trees.
Yeah.
Sharks are older than trees.
Yeah, because so for example, in the Carboniferous, where you had like all of the plants on land because there was nothing on land to eat them, so they basically just said free reign, bitch. And that's why oxygen content was so much higher in that area. You had these massive plants, very tall. They weren't trees. Trees didn't exist till much later. Trees are actually quite young when it comes to plants.
That's so. God, just stop talking, both of you. I don't like this knowledge. I feel like it's too much.
I
actually feel like this
feels
is
like
actually
the Chris
fucking
Chan lore of Earth.
like,
yeah, but
I just literally what it is.
But I just needed to confirm something what Slur said because about sharks and how old they are because I was 99% sure he was right, but I remember hearing somewhere that the first true sharks didn't come around to the Triassic.
Ballparking just Yeah, purely off of like the immediate Google search of like the earliest shark. I think like 450 million is when you get like the earliest thing that could recognizably be called a shark.
Now, cartilaginous fish themselves in general are far older than that, but yeah, sharks are about like they were in the Silurian, so yeah.
I literally just picture Slur telling you all this while we're in a room, but his PFP is just staring at me. and then I'm just the fucking and I'm just the operator in Warframe from that fucking one scene in the, what is it called, the second war or whatever, the new war? Just like, what the fuck is this game? It's literally you just staring at the operator.
Yes, data.
No, like Jake. No, Jake.
Turn to Max like they want to eat your bumhole. They're older than star gods, and they want to fucking ghoulie your fucking nerds, man.
No, Slur. You told him all of this, but you never broke eye contact with me. You never stopped staring at me. You never like just like. So I'm just like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Fuck is this game?
What's okay? Okay. So fuck it. Let's go. So apparently, like when people are on like these weird like,
oh god,
what is it? They're like the underground. It's in the underwater like things where people spend like months in at a time because they do work and whatnot. Apparently, it was on Joe Rogan's podcast. I don't know his name.
You're like breaking up.
Am I good now?
You're
sometimes
breaking up every third word.
I feel like
my life is just pushed to talk where it just.
Okay, well, whatever. Okay, it's kind of. Okay, I was gonna tell you about how like certain people that like live in those massive underwater facilities that don't have like bathrooms. What they do is they kind of go out into near, kind of like they put in a weird tank that fish can come up, and when they take a poop, and then fish just swarm there because it's feeding time. And sometimes the fish will just eat the poop as it's coming out of your butt.
Yep.
You guys are cursed with knowledge.
I was gonna say I love
things in the ocean older than stars, and they want to eat your bumhole.
Exactly.
It's just you don't.
This is why I'm so glad I'm so disconnected from reality.
It just cuts to Spike looking at Faye going, "You didn't have to post that.
Why did you post?
Why did you post that? It's too late. You already posted it."
I could be wrong about this, but I heard
we gotta live with it.
that a sperm cell of a fruit fly is bigger than
it.
Why? Fucking why?
Because I'm educating you and the audience watching this that's made it to this far. And if
I'm gonna make sure that I don't remember this. I'm gonna make sure.
Hey kids, you want to learn a fun ocean fact?
Did you know that in terms of age and stars, that sharks are older?
Did you know that Spider-Man killed Mary Jane with his radioactive semen?
I did know that. Yes.
Flora, did you know that?
I just posted myself right now, minus one hand.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get back.
That's why I made the joke of like I'm so glad I'm disconnected from reality because when so fucking they say shit like that, I'm not scared.
You know, you're more closely related to a rat than you are a dog.
Did you hear that, Magnus? We're not related.
And an elephant is more closely related to.
You sound uncomfortably excited by that.
Yeah, an elephant is more closely related. An elephant is more.
Slur just fucking posts the shittiest stuff ever. I swear to God.
Magnus, you may not be my son biologically, because apparently I'm more related to a rat than you, but you'll still be my son via the fact that I adopted you. What is curse?
A real picture taken in Cornwall.
It's not real.
Where did you post the picture, Slur? Where did you post the picture? Oh, there, I see it.
It's in the call chat.
The thing is, though, I would, if this was real, I would believe it. Because that's what seagulls are.
You guys keep talking about your curse.
You
guys talk about your curse shit. I gotta take Magnus out he probably needs to poop. Hopefully not into a fish tank.
Okay, well, we're gonna continue without you.
Fine.
I'm probably gonna be calling it soon because I'm dying.
Okay. Right, let's continue, I guess.
Video's cold for live, but again, I don't know the context, but like It's possible, I guess.
I have no idea why she would want
Like
to
honestly,
die.
like I feel like this whole fucking just hang on, I pause it. I
Yeah.
feel like the whole fucking thing is invalidated because of the fact that like he's admitted he doesn't see the fucking episode.
That's what I'm talking about. I was just like, God damn it!
Like it's like the whole fucking point of like the video is just like how much longer do we got? Like a fucking hour fucking bullshit. It's like you can't literally contribute because like what the fuck are you gonna say? Because you already haven't seen the episode. You literally admitted that.
I mean, the most you could contribute would be like, no, fans aren't swaying out. They're just fans. And be like,
But then he has like no context for it.
hi, Asa. I thought you went to bed.
I did. What are you guys doing?
We're watching Organized
Welcome back.
Chaos.
Welcome to tomorrow morning. We're all being incredibly retarded.
We
Hey,
are
you want to learn a
literally-
fun ocean fact?
No!
Yes.
No! Stop!
Yes.
No!
Seize that, man.
No! Stop! You violated the law. Your goods are now forfeit. We're fucking recording a Dragon's Den where somebody Organized Chaos is talking about Mauler's Star Wars Can't Grow Up video, and we just found out that he hasn't even seen the fucking episode.
And that's what makes it all the funnier because thing is I don't care about his opinions in the episode. I want to get to where Mauler starts going off the fucking rails, and I want to see his reaction to it.
I'm more just annoyed that because his only response is, I don't know, I haven't seen the episode. It's actively fucking with Organized Chaos's commentary. I say that with so much fucking air quotes. But,
It's a weird waste of time to make a video about something that's like a response to something you don't know anything about. Seems weird.
Yeah.
If you think that's weird, just imagine us sitting here responding to it.
Yeah.
We haven't even really been responding to it. We've been like talking about like literally other shit. Like, hey, did you know that in terms of age of the planet,
no,
that fucking slur you do it. I'm tired.
Asa, get in the watch together.
The
if you
ocean
wanna
wants to
suffer with
eat
us.
Max's asshole.
Nah, man. You know what? Nah, I'm all right. I was just curious what you're doing. Don't worry about it. And then you know.
Did we wake you up?
No.
No.
Okay, this one I was like worried about. I was like, fuck
Somehow,
this.
yes, yeah, you know. I could in the ether. It just.
I know.
your,
No,
like,
I was
rage
worried
pierced
your
through-
Discord notifications were going on.
Yeah, I'm worried that like the Discord notifications for this group chat are fucking with you. That's what I was asking.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Good. Okay. Because
Hey, you want to?
knew-
Hey, go to
Pres-
like the call chat anyway. You'll see a perfectly average picture of Cornwall.
Oh my god! Like, dude, fucking, like, just so you like understand like how much we've been not really fucking responding to the video. Just like scroll up.
Yeah,
Sorry, that's pretty funny.
yeah, but like,
So wait, are you like, are you recording right
we're,
now?
Yeah,
so-
right now.
Yeah.
Feel free to drop as many slurs as you want to and get.
So for Jacob's future audience, to say is, get a life. I understand. It's beautiful.
No.
Don't
Like-
touch
Oh.
grass. Will
Based and life pilled.
Grass will hurt you. Grass will hurt you.
Grass will literally make you itchy. Don't touch it.
Yeah.
Like
if
grass is where the insects are that want to like suck your blood and like want to do all this stuff. They just leave them alone.
Won't.
Leave the grass alone.
I don't. I don't think it's funny,
Or
Jacob,
better
but
yet,
your
get
audience.
AstroTurf because
Well,
that's way better and easier to
I
clean.
don't want to be funny, guys, but your audience should get a life and do manly things. You know, like they should get their own D&D group and start playing stuff. You know, it's just it'll be way better. Yeah.
Exactly.
And then use their chat room to fucking record a video.
Yeah, like real men. Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly. But anyways, back to Organized Chaos.
Just they should be more like us.
No. Goodbye.
Okay. Goodbye.
Love you,
Later.
They were following my orders. I got them killed.
This is war, Ahsoka.
You know you have to
Jedi is
credit
our
him
job
on the
to
episode
lead.
now.
Ahsoka is apparently having a crisis in which she thinks
mean, we
all
are
she
in his
seems
server,
to
it's
do
only
is
fair.
add to a path of destruction and death, likely fueled by her tutelage from Anakin being Darth Vader.
So I want to point out something that's kind of funny, where they've retroactively made all the Mandalorian armor Beskar, which is something that only happened way later in the EU. Ahsoka just stabbed a
weird.
Mandalorian. That shouldn't have worked.
Oh my God, you're right. She did.
By the way, I just found out that Halo Wars 2 can be played on PC.
Yes.
Oh.
No, so On a quick tangent on that, Beskar being lightsaber proof, it's fine. It's just, however, it needs to be it needs to be scarce, and they've made it not.
I was going to say not just scarce. It should be what's the word I'm looking for?
Very
It shouldn't be scarce, but it shouldn't be immune. That's the problem. The fact that it just fucking bounces off that shit when it's like, but like that's not how that works. You know what I mean? Like a lightsaber can go through a fucking starship. Like it's gonna eventually get through your fucking chest plate, dog.
Though that's why whenever I did my own writing, I always said like that it'll stop the blade itself, but it won't stop like the heat.
And also, there's also a part of your fucking body that's really important that's also not armored. Poor Jango Fett had to find that shit out the hard way.
Yeah, they made a joke about that in one of the old EU books when like Boba was gonna train like Han's daughter, and it's just like, hey, here's this neck guard, and he personally comments, "Man, my dad could have used this."
He was like, I grew up on Camino. I was surrounded by neck guards.
So is this an Ahsoka video? I'm just kind of assuming this is an Ahsoka video.
Oh my god!
Holy shit!
He's talking about Ahsoka, and he's
we are paying attention to the fucking video more than he is.
Maybe he should stop looking at his phone.
You're paying zero attention.
You're paying zero attention. I'm literally like looking through my Xbox library what I can fucking play right now. Which, by the way, Wyatt, if I get you Halo Wars 2, would you play with me?
Yeah, I'd play with you.
Cool.
It's like what you just did was like I think I don't know if you've seen this, Max. It's that scene from Wolf of Wall Street when it's trying to convince somebody while they're pretending to bend the guy over. It's like the caption is me trying to convince my friend to play a game we're only gonna play for 5 hours and then forget about.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I'll take 8,000 stock, and they're like, yes.
Is her future too, so why not give up? Something we've had no priors for in her own show whatsoever. And let's be honest, Ahsoka should know every detail about Anakin's much more recent actions.
I mean, possibly, but maybe this is something she came to after she died?
Absolutely.
Oh wait, are we talking about in Rebels?
No. No, because in Rise of Skywalker, you hear Ahsoka's voice, meaning she at some point will die.
Yeah, I mean, when she dies, meaning that.
Oh.
Wait, but
that's funny.
But that doesn't make sense because that takes place 30 years after the Ahsoka show.
Yeah, meaning that so Organized Chaos's line of logic is that she will not know the story of Darth Vader coming back to the light until she's fucking dead.
But
meaning
she's friends with Luke.
That Luke didn't fucking tell her.
She literally goes to Luke and talks with him in Boba
But in
Fett.
this Disney canon, Luke's a fucking psychopath that didn't even tell his own fucking nephew that his grandfather was Darth Vader. He didn't tell the public. It's a fucking like everybody panics once they learn that both Luke and Leia are kids of Darth Vader. When in the older youth, that's the first thing they got out of the fucking way, just because it's gonna fucking come up.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like you're making that up.
It's almost as if like these people who wrote these dumb books where Han fights a giant badger were somehow smarter than this fucking moron.
Yep.
Yeah, man. I feel like in the vast universe, the badger is still the most deadly creature.
Seemed like that huge of a jump to me since she had just died.
From Luke,
unless he's talking about that her dying.
Wait, he's talking about the world between worlds.
Yeah.
What? No, but she's not that.
But you
won't know because you haven't seen the episode.
But
I feel like I'm not even here for the fucking recording anymore. I'm just here to listen to Wyatt fucking Jake spurk out for a bit.
But like the world between worlds isn't a place where you go where you die, right? Because did Ezra die when he went there? Or did he just go there?
No, he just went there, but at the same time, this has to be Anakin's Force ghost. What is this if it's not his Force ghost?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it
she
gets
didn't
4
die
what?
though, right? She
Oh.
just fell into the water. Like she's dying maybe, but not dead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
her
was just
lungs
somehow
are filled in with
transported to the world
water.
between worlds, which makes no sense. Filoni just wanted to put that in because he fucking loves this place, despite the fact that it's literally time travel.
Mm-hmm.
Did meet him, and she was obviously very invested in her former master's impact on ending the war. Yeah, remember this? Anyone? That was a wasted fucking scene. Ahsoka should know about Anakin's sacrifice, his values beyond that of the twisted machine, and she knew him beforehand. She's currently trying to save the galaxy, and by extension her Padawan and close friend, only she lost a fight to this literal who. She knows this guy about as well as the audience does. Still the best character though. I have no clue why now.
Why is he the best character? Well, I'm not.
Because he wants to fucking leave the show.
Well, more specifically,
that's literally how. No, Balin's fucking whole character arc is eventually he just fucks off to go be with the whales.
The what?
The space whales.
The space whales.
They're space whales.
Yes.
The fuck did you just say to me, you little shit? Excuse me.
There are space
There are whales that
love
can
the
travel.
moment where I could like feel him die inside a little bit.
You can.
This is why I don't fucking care about Star Wars anymore, because it's fucking retarded.
There are
Excuse me,
whales
I
that
need
can
you to
travel
fucking
via
give me a
hyperspace.
full Genosamuel fucking breakdown of what the fuck these whales are.
I think they're called percolins. I think they.
That doesn't help.
That doesn't help at all.
They.
Are you want the whales are just chilling in the middle of space? They're on perks.
So how they? So they.
Just whales in space are called fucking pillheads.
Just picture like you dropping out of hyperspace, and like you just see like you know how like whales would swim in a pod, right? You just see a pod of whales, but they're all like just in different like directions, and they're just like chilling, not even like moving.
That's actually like how
occasionally you'll see like one blink.
No, you're not wrong. That's literally like what happens.
Post a picture, Wyatt, if you're gonna fucking say this shit to me. I need a reference point.
They actually Mauler shows a picture of him in his video.
The old name for them was actually Zannies, but they figured that was a bit on the nose.
This is a Purrgil.
Purrgil. That is fucking hideous.
That's not a thing in Star Wars.
That's from Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
So
like this looks like a thing from Sea of Thieves. What are you talking about?
So these things literally do travel like in pods, and they can travel through hyperspace, and that's how.
Oh, the fucking Doc Ock thing.
I actually thought for a split second I saw a rope. I thought this was just a picture of Doc Ock hanging himself. So that's this is just them just hanging out because that's what these things do apparently.
Oh my god, that's the funniest shit.
That's fucking Sea of Thieves, but in space for some reason.
So and the funny
space mod.
And the funniest thing
looks
about
horrible.
these
terrible.
things, the funniest thing about them is like in Rebels, there can like Hera describes them as basically the equivalent of a cow in the middle of the road. People crash into these things in hyperspace.
They're fucking manatees. They're not even whales. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah,
you have to drive slow for the manatees because they're too stupid and slow to move out of the way of a fucking oncoming boat. That's literally the whole point of that shit. Oh my god, that's great. What a fun world.
Because they just hang out in hyperspace. And fun fact, I'll just find.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
What does that mean? They hang out in hyperspace.
Because remember, hyperspace is just something.
Hyperspace is a state something achieves when it's moving impossibly fast.
No, it's an extra dimension that hyperdrives allow them to like enter.
Shut up.
No,
that literally
worse.
contradicts
that is
the fucking
in every
Space
possible
Kazakami.
way. That is worse.
That's why the space kamikaze already doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. You go fucking fast, you break shit.
No,
But now you're telling me that it's like, nah, it's a fucking separate universe.
Yes, that's what it's always been. That's why the
whales.
hyperspace fucking kamikaze made no sense, because that truly fucking happened. When Admiral Holdo pulled the lever, nothing should have fucking happened.
Yeah, but you're talking about fucking gay shit from fucking books, from the fucking point of perspective
But
of the
even
movies.
before that, hyperspace, like you can travel like faster than light across great distances because you're not interacting with the physical world because you're moving faster than light. You are in hyperspace.
This is
You're
why
not
you
in
don't.
another dimension.
This is why even I fucking I love Star Wars. Don't fucking explain hyperspace because it's
really
fucking stupid.
No, it's
because
already explained.
the
You're
first-
going faster than fucking light. That's
Yeah,
literally all it
they
has to
describe
do.
it without
Keep the
precise calculations with the
explanation
Navic
simple and
computer. You
keep
can
it
bounce right through a
consistent
star
and you're
system, go
fine.
right into a supernova, and that'll let your trip right quick.
Yeah, look,
They-
see, look.
No,
the
you don't
fucking-
do that because you don't
No,
interact with the physical realm when you're.
No, that's what I literally just quoted the first movie.
Energy.
I know he quoted the first fucking movie though, but that's what I'm saying. That whatever fucking bullshit Wyatt with his fucking manatees is talking about, like that is contradicting the fucking first movie, where literally Han Solo is like, we have to be precise, otherwise we'll hit shit.
Exactly.
And
Literally
that's why
what Han says is like, we're gonna hit something if we're
This
not
is
paying
why.
attention.
This is why in both the EU and in fucking Disney Wars, as I'm going to start quoting from my fucking Isaiah, the fucking explaining hyperspace is stupid.
It doesn't need explanation. You're just going fast.
And so you're saying that it's actually consistent with the first movie that Han Solo was talking about these fucking disabled looking.
No. These
We're
contradict
quoting
the movie.
like the rules of fucking hyperspace in and of itself. And by the way, as I'm about to post this image, that's how fucking Ezra and Thrawn ended up in that other fucking galaxy. They crashed their tentacles through the bridge of a Star Destroyer and then just went into hyperspace, which should have just fucking killed them.
That man, I'm glad you fucking. I'm not invested in Star Wars anymore. Jesus Christ, what a fucking schmungus word of bullshit.
I'm glad I never got invested.
I used to
in it.
love this fucking franchise,
dude. Like Sir said it. Like when I
spite
heard
and
the fucking
vitriol
space
in
whales,
your voice.
part of me was just like, "Excuse me."
The spite in your
It's like, I feel
voice,
like I'm about to
Wyatt,
learn-
could like, it could fill the
Man.
could fill the infinite void.
You can hear it in your voice that you hate this thing so much more than I ever could or would.
I have a mythosaur skull on my fucking arm because of Boba. Because Boba Fett used to be a great fucking character, and he was fucking well written in the EU, other than those like instances in the fucking comic books written by fucking children, because that's where he ends up falling into the Sarlacc like 15 times. I'm glad those aren't considered canon. But I got that because of my love of not only just one particular character, but then the culture that they started to represent through the Mandalorians, their stories, their struggles, and then how they interacted with the Jedi through things like KOTOR. I used to love this franchise with my heart and soul. I lived and breathed this shit for 20 fucking years. And Disney, like, through all of their bullshit, has just done nothing but set it on fire and piss on it, then point the finger at me and say you're the problem.
Well, I mean, clearly it's just because you don't like colored women.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Get wrecked,
Yeah.
sexist and
You don't like women.
racist.
And it's always just the stupidest concepts that Disney thinks is like the absolute fucking coolest. They think the fucking spinny lightsabers that the Inquisitor have, those are like the fucking coolest things ever. When it's like, how the fuck do you use them to fly?
Well, not using them to fly. They're actually like the way they're used could be really practical. But yeah, the fact that they're used as helicopter blades is like, okay, that's dumb.
Yeah, because like I don't mind the whole them having an actuating like motor to spin.
And,
I
the
feel
fact
like
that you could like stop it like midway. That's actually really clever.
Like I feel like that could. Then again, Jedi have like extra senses, so they could pretty much know where the blade is at a given time. But yeah, the fact they can use it to fly when it's like, it's a lightsaber. It doesn't hold any physical weight or any of that kind of stuff until like contact. So like, how the fuck are you using it to fly?
Because things
With the
spin like
Force.
helicopter.
And this is why, like, I hate Dave Filoni. Dave Filoni, pretty much the second he started working for Lucasfilm, pretty much wanted to do nothing but tear the shit down. He thinks the prequels are the best thing to fucking happen to Star Wars, when without the original trilogy, you wouldn't even fucking have the prequels. You wouldn't have any of this stuff. They're missing a fucking key player in this show. They think like Ahsoka is gonna be like the big savior against Thrawn, when Luke fucking Skywalker is just out there not doing anything because they can't have a white guy fucking save the universe. It's always this fucking stupid motivation behind it.
Well, that and, Luke's gay and cringe, and no one wants to see Luke, which, to be fair, I don't want to see Luke anymore, but...
Filoni...
I mean, he's just an old, depressed hermit. Why would we give a fuck about him?
Filoni is the reason why we had that moment in Rise of Skywalker where Leia beat Luke. Filoni's the fucking reason, because he fundamentally believes Leia is more powerful than him. And it's bullshit, because who has had more training? Luke has.
Well, it's...
Yeah, but have you considered that Leia was trained by being a woman?
Yeah, exactly. Get wrecked.
And fucking... Like, my love of Boba Fett makes me hate Sabine even more, because Sabine is a child genius who created a fucking super weapon that specifically targeted Beskar when she was 16. She does all the graffiti art. That's why there's that fucking mural. She's an expert shot, and now they've made her force sensitive.
No,
what
she's
the fuck?
So first off, apparently she's not force sensitive, but she can use the force.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
That means you're force sensitive. Because you need a special bond with the universe itself in order to use the force. The force is not something... The only time that you can imbue a normal person with the force is through extra means. There's literally the whole thing with dark forces, that if you basically throw like basically a crystal into a force nexus, which is basically like basically the equivalent of a warp hole, like then you just give somebody to just have that power a suit, then that makes them toe-to-toe. But at the same time, in fucking Jedi Outcast, Luke said these people are powerful, but they have no fucking training. That's why even his students can hold them off. They lack the discipline. Because even these fucking dumb fantasy, like these dumb fucking power fantasy video games where you play as OP Kyle Katarn, understood Star Wars more than this shit.
Okay, are we done?
I'm done. I don't want to do this shit.
Okay.
I've lost all investment in Star Wars the second I heard about the fucking whales. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Well, no, I asked that because I just started looking at pictures of opossums.
That's fair.
Well, hold on. So granted, a lot of stuff would have to be tweaked. I don't think the whales are like the worst thing you could fucking do.
No, that's stupid. No, that's stupid. The
creatures existing.
Space whales are such like a tried and overdone thing of
I understand
sci-fi. Whereas if you go back to the things that already existed, like those fucking giant worms that inhabit dead asteroids and
Minox and all that
into
stuff.
like this weird direction, like the kind of off the wall Jim Henson kind of puppeteer kind of just weird shit he would come up with. And you don't try to make it cute. You don't try to make it fucking weirdly like wholesome and mystical and like all that. You just keep it to that off-putting, slightly weird alien vibe that the original movies kind of worked with. And that's where the mystery and awe and wonder came from.
Yeah.
Right there. The fact that it's space whales, that's what cheapens it. And the fact that the space whales look the way they do makes it so much worse.
And the point
and the
that
fact
I was
that
more
the
making...
concept The concept for them having to exist, it's like, oh, they're traveling in hyperspace. It's like, okay, well, I'm
Also,
done.
yeah, everything about how they exist and how they live and their
It's like-
habitat and everything is
it's like, yeah,
fucking
it's like,
stupid.
Like, I'm okay with space whales, but the second it's like, oh no, they're like they exist in
No, yeah,
like, a different dimension. It's like,
that's what I'm
excuse me?
that's what
They
I'm
have
talking
to,
about.
That
Like,
has to exist as well for them to fucking even like function. It's like, no, I'm done.
That's why I was saying, like, I don't have a problem with just space whales as a concept. It's just the idea of all the bullshit that's attached to them that I have a problem with.
Yeah,
because,
the fact that like they're lazily chilling in hyperspace,
like,
it just doesn't
like
fucking
there were
function in
space
my
whales
head.
in Treasure Planet, for instance. Like it's a common trope, and I do agree it is a bit lazy. It's just like it's not unreasonable that these things could exist in Star Wars outside of the bullshit. I mean, like if you're just flying in an asteroid field and you suddenly see a space whale, like that's not too far out.
Yeah, but the fact that it's like near an asteroid field, like you can already kind of infer it's like, oh, this massive thing kind of hangs out in this asteroid field in one hide or shit like that, do camouflage. Try to
Exactly.
survive off
Like
the
you can,
minerals from the fucking thing.
you can
do
you can
shit
infer
with that.
shit.
But
Yeah.
the fact that it's like, oh, they're just in hyperspace. Like, how the fuck did they get there?
The idea that something can organically go in hyperspace makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Like,
they do that shit in StarCraft. And
Did
that
you
kind of
ever
bothers me, not
consider
gonna lie.
photosynthesizing hard enough?
Though in StarCraft they actually kind of pull it closer to like how the fucking warp works, where like they're just being psychically transported.
yeah, like if I remember correctly, the Vong didn't even use hyperspace. The Vong just, I think
Traveled.
they just, yeah, I
That's
think
fucked.
they just straight up, yeah, they used
They
Dovin
just hit the
bases.
pedal. They just pedal to the metal, motherfucker. and just start
Yeah,
going.
because their form of propulsion was just literally just gravity. Dovin basals were just miniature black holes that can be used as either shields or engines.
Nah, I like the idea that they have to like just travel.
I mean, that's what the Tau do.
Yeah.
And that's funnily enough, that's how the Tyranids travel around. They see a star and they just go, let's
Want
go
that.
towards that really fast.
Okay,
And they just do.
Let's bring it all back. We've gone on a little too
No.
much of a tangent.
What? We went on a Star Wars tangent about fucking Star Wars?
Well, you did go on a Star Wars tangent, and then you started talking about 40K and StarCraft.
Well, no, just talking about the concept of hyperspace and how fucking whales existing in the hyperspace thing is really fucking stupid.
True. But anyways, back to organized
Fucking hell.
chaos. Play.
Play.
Slam
dunk.
The reason I would draw from if it were nerdrotic, but I do think it's interesting. He's calling him the best.
Hold on, what?
Listen,
I'm
It has something.
I'm
Okay,
rewinding that.
so he called Balin the best character, and it's like
Right.
He doesn't know the reason
But-
why. He would assume that this was
Fight to this
nerdrotic. It's because he was a white
That's-
man, but it's
Just
not. But
to
it's
this
not.
literal who. She knows this guy about as well as the audience does. Still the best character, though. I have no clue why now.
why is he the best character? Well, I'm not gonna get to the reason I would draw from if it were nerdrotic, but I do think it's interesting. He's calling him the best. Listen, Balin's not a bad character at all. Like Ahsoka, Sabine, Hera, these are really good characters as well. I think it's strange to just be like, he's the only good one.
Balin's good because everyone else around him is stupid.
Yeah.
They board a ship because they run into like a good guy equivalent of a Star Destroyer, and they use old Jedi codes, and the captain is just like, you know what? Let's call their bluff. Let them on. and then they all die because you let the bad guy onto your ship.
Why? I think there's lots of interesting characters in this series.
I think it's
Now,
like
of all times, we'll have
Chaplain.
her reaching an exit.
Chaplain Crabtree. It says like he's the best character because everyone other character sucks.
Existential crisis regarding her place in the world and her legacy as a destructive force when she's pretty much been a paragon in everything we've seen of her. She's more motivated now than ever to do the right thing. She is on the cusp of preventing the reignition of the Empire, and she's concerned about her actions leading to death. Her inaction will lead to way more death, as well as the
I mean, if his argument is that because he's the best actor, I mean, Rosario Dawson is a really good actress as well, so it seems strange.
You could be the good actor, but
He's hung up on a thing that is completely irrelevant to a point that was made 5 minutes ago, and is not currently the crux of his entire argument as to why she does not function as a character in the show.
God, actual
Her
fans have-
central conflict is non-existent, and he's not addressing that.
Exactly, because he's not paying. Because again, he's not particularly paying attention to the actual meat of it. Which once Mr. Mauler starts going off, and when we get to that episode, when the video starts getting really good, that's when he's gonna start paying attention.
And like, here's the thing: like, if they somehow had like connections to the Force, maybe I can buy them being in hyperspace. Because like then like when they're there, shit like that, they can kind of like move out of the way out of shit. But the fact that like they could just get hit by shit is really retarded.
Yeah, it's kind of stupid.
Fucking hell. What were we talking about?
We're talking about him just. He's really hung up on the Ray Stevenson character was being called the best.
Gotcha.
Go, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess I got the button.
Yeah, I've tried it.
I got it.
No.
Oh.
Okay.
Alright, I got it.
Max.
And her
Thank
close
you.
friends. You can't just
I
drop
love
this
watching
arc
it.
on her out of nothing, and you certainly can't do it with about 4 sentences. But this is where...
Well, I mean, it sounds like it's a character development episode.
It's
which wouldn't that be good?
which is funny because Ahsoka is learning a lesson.
Yet, so I don't.
Ahsoka is learning a lesson.
learn.
No, she's learning a lesson she apparently already learned in Clone Wars.
Yeah.
Nah,
I
man,
don't know,
character
but like,
regression.
It seems like he's complaining
Everybody
because
got
there's
hyped
character
when Vegeta
development.
understood that
No,
Kakarot
he's
is
not
canon.
complaining because there's character development. You fucking dumbass. He's complaining that it's nonsensical. It's stupid. It makes no sense.
Yeah, almost like space whales.
This episode, like, what's the problem with that? Like, what do you need? Like the character development episode to introduce like 5 episodes before we get to the actual episode?
I mean, a little bit of setup in the earlier part of the season wouldn't go amiss, to be honest. But no, that's not what's being demanded.
Yeah, that's not.
It's almost as if you should just spread your character development throughout the series. If you put, like, I would find it completely jarring if there was just an episode where that's just where all the character development is, and then the rest of the show was just fight. I'd be like, what the? This is horribly paced.
Yeah, like
spread out like fucking whales and that shit.
Yeah, again. So this is kind of where this is Bob's thing. I've seen more organized chaos content than I think anyone should. Except but Bob's thing, when it at least comes to this, is that he'll oh, so he doesn't like the, so it's a character development episode ? Because, and this is why he's perpetually bad faith. I think that even he is smart enough to know that is not the point here. Because there's so many other instances of him being absolutely bad faith in almost everything he says when it comes to like conversations like this or responding to videos like this. It's just nothing but like stupidity and bad faith.
Where it gets complicated. Nobody is agreeing on what the fuck Anakin's lesson even is, especially between those who love the episode. I've read their interpretations. It's the equivalent of a blender of Star Wars flavored Coke. Don't die, live is the takeaway, but many are digging a hell of a lot deeper because Filoni has left this incredibly confusing and vague. People speculate that Ahsoka feels responsible for the deaths Anakin caused as she did not prevent his fall, meaning it's
that could be interesting.
It's time she gives up.
Oh my god. Dude, come on.
Come on.
How did you not hear that come out of your mouth?
That could be anything.
If she had concerns about these sorts of events and decisions, then why has she been such an active participant in this form of activity without hesitation for so long? Where has this attitude been? Not only are we now heavily writing for the writer to squeeze meaning into this anorexic script, it has nothing to do with what.
Well, Mauler, I'm assuming you didn't like the episode, but there are people who did like the episode. And did you know
Here we go.
that their reads of that episode, I mean, we could look into see like where stuff lines up with the text, but odds are their read of the episode is just as valid as yours.
No, it's not. It's not.
Literally not.
It is literally not. It is literally. If I watch Ahsoka episode 5 and I say this episode represents how gay clowns like to ejaculate in the eyes of children and why homosexuality is a sin, you're going to look at me.
Yeah.
You know what would have destroyed Mauler's whole video right here is if he actually went and actually had a perspective on the episode and was able to show that even if it doesn't align with Mauler's, because it is able to have references to the text, it is something that is equally valid to be interpreted from the things that happen.
I'm going
That's
to
it.
use...
That's all you needed. That is an incredibly low bar for comparative media analysis.
Yeah.
And that was all that he needed.
Exactly.
I'm going to say, I'm going to use a quote from Incredibles, but I'm going to twist it a little bit.
Okay.
If everybody's right, no one is.
Yeah. That's
well,
true.
I'm right.
No, that's not how that works.
No,
you twisted it in such a way that it no longer functions. In
no,
its
it's the
mutilated it.
The point being, no, because he's saying in this instance where that everybody's fan theories, everybody's different interpretation is equally right. When it's just like no,
it's equally valid. It's a different thing.
Which is not. It's not.
What you said was, is if everybody's right, then no one is.
Which
so
is
if
not
everybody
correct.
agrees the sky is blue, then it's not blue. Like, wait, motherfucker, what?
If he tells you snow is white, he's lying.
How do you know?
Like,
how do you know?
If everyone tells you that when you drop something, it has a propensity to fall towards the earth, then they're wrong.
Also, you do have like things where everybody's read. Okay, let's just talk about like the broad concept of spirituality throughout history.
We have to.
As many people as there have ever fucking been, there has been some interpretation as to what spirituality does or does not mean to the human experience. They are all valid. That does not mean that none of them are valid.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about spirituality, which, yeah. Okay, sorry. No, you're talking.
I've abstracted it to a different topic that doesn't change the point.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. That's why, that's why I was. I don't know. I think Max chuckled at it. I said, "Could we not?" Because like I already think spirituality's fucking bullshit anyway. We
Right,
live in
but
the real
that right there
world.
is a perspective that you as a human being who exists.
No,
in
but
the
I'm right
world-
because gravity does work. It's not the form. It's not because of a divine creator. No, it's because of gravity.
Right, you're like talking about one very specific wrong thing, and he says because you're not that, then yours. You have this thing where like, this one specific spirituality that I'm using as a straw man is wrong, and therefore I'm right. That's yours. That's your interpretation of things. It's like cartoonishly simplistic because you don't think about this stuff in any depth, and that's fine. You don't have to. You don't need to.
Also,
you can exist in the world and live a fulfilling life.
Because I've lived a life where practically everyone is the straw man. That's kind of why whenever you guys look at me, I'm just like,
and
guys,
that's what validates your interpretation.
Exactly.
And why
that's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, and why I remember we've also had this discussion that there could be some kind of greater power, so that comes from this shit.
Well, that's kind of my entire stance of religion. There could be a god. I don't know, but it's not the god of any established religion. They are all made up.
If there is a god, he's an
whatever
asshole.
Your perspective is, Wyatt, you have it because of the experiences you've lived.
Yes.
That makes it valid. That is what validates it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's human experience of that shit is valid. Whether it's objectively correct is an entirely different conversation. There are reasons that you have it in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, everybody's valid. That doesn't mean nobody is. That's an entirely different conversation. This whole thing is like, if everybody's special, no one is. You understand Syndrome is the villain in the movie and he's fucking wrong.
Well, no, he's right in the sense that if everybody has
No,
powers,
he isn't.
that's
He gets defeated, and then the ultimate conclusion of that movie is them as a family with superpowers existing in the normal world, being special in their own way, but still being able to coexist with
no,
normal
it's
humans
he gets
because
defeated
everybody
he
is
has a
special in
cape.
different ways. And just because everyone has their own shit going on doesn't mean that anybody's shit is objectively less valuable.
No, he gets
Mr. Incredible is
because...
super fucking strong, but he gets defeated by someone who's technologically more advanced. He gets twisted around the fingers of people who are emotionally more intelligent and manipulative. His version of strength wasn't the be all and end all. Everybody's special. And that doesn't mean that nobody is, it just is what it is. Stop siding with the villains of the movies, Wyatt. You sound like a fucking idiot.
Well, first off, because Syndrome wasn't defeated. Syndrome was defeated because he wore a cape.
So,
no, he wasn't. He was defeated long before that. Okay, Jesus.
Okay,
fucking
wait a
Christ,
minute.
dude.
Yeah,
Why are you
on.
doing this to me?
So first off, it's not that. First off, the line isn't that when everyone's special, no one will be. It's when everyone's super, no one will be. If everyone has superpowers, then yeah, sure, like whatever. Maybe the line makes some relevance, but people would still be special if they had superpowers, because each superpower, at least the majority of them, would be unique, be special. So even from a hard practicality standpoint, it doesn't. The line doesn't.
Sorry, I mainly use that line when analyzing the comic book industry because it feels like there's no normal people in comic books anymore. The civilian just practically doesn't exist, and until like they're just pulled out of the back alley to show that the actions have consequences. When it's just like, where the fuck were you?
Okay, but you understand.
Earlier.
Listen to the way you lay that out. You're doing that thing again where you take this very specific thing that annoys you and you extrapolate it to this broad fucking statement about what it is to be alive. You're taking very specific niggling things that you have with a very specific genre of a very specific medium, and you're like applying it to the human experience. And then you sound like an idiot. Like, if you just made that criticism of comics and comic writing, the way they don't incorporate just regular people as being like the comparative metric against which the extremely superpowered people are measured to give us a frame of reference and make the world feel lived in, completely fine. I'd be right there with you. We've had that criticism of things before.
Yes, and
it's
to
this
bring
other
it back
thing
to
you're doing.
So bring it back to his exact point. I personally do not like the whole everybody's interpretation is valid, because this is one of those times where it's if something like this is saying like if everybody is having this their own interpretation of these events, like it's very clear that we're not paying attention to like what's going on in front of us, because the only thing that's going on in front of us should be the only thing that matters in this instance.
Yeah, that's not going to work with any artistic medium. It's not going to work with movies, TV shows, fucking paintings, sculptures,
that's
or
why
tapestries.
That's why personally I don't engage in the themes argument. Like, I just don't. I'm
okay,
like, no.
The fact that you're even trying to reduce that down to the themes argument, you're shooting yourself in the fucking foot already.
No, like the themes argument, at least from my understanding, is that the themes are cool, therefore good, when that's not the case. Whereas
mainly
we've
when
had
talking
that
about
conversation before as well.
When talking
I'm
about
talking about
these
something
types
else.
of
Remember the
people-
Catcher in the Rye? How it convinced this one schizophrenic asshole to shoot somebody.
Yeah,
that was his interpretation of the book. His
I-
interpretation of this was that he had to go out and do this fucking crime. His interpretation of the text is not valid because he was suffering from psychosis. We're not saying no matter what you get out of a piece of art, it is therefore worthy of praise, is not automatically fantastic, wonderful critique. That is a completely different thing than saying we understand that you arrive at the conclusions you do because you interpret things through your own personal lens. The fact that you keep trying to cut the human experience outside of the experience of consuming art is what constantly makes you fall into this trap over and over, where anytime it goes beyond just, hey, that guy walked into a shop, he did these specific actions and had this specific outcome, anything beyond that is a themes argument and has absolutely no artistic merit. You write yourself immediately out of any conversation deeper than just literally the text on the page.
No, that's fair. I don't particularly like it when these people use that argument because they're using it as a scapegoat.
I mean, throwing out everybody's interpretation is valid is hyperbolic. It is like a bit of a catch-all. It's stupidly vague. But you have to be kind of careful how you handle it, because what they're doing is taking something that is broadly true and they're just using it as a reductive thing to hand wave any kind of critique, any kind of deeper analysis, any kind of like actual picking apart of the details or going through things with a fine-tooth comb. They actively are trying to discourage further analysis. But that's also what you're doing when you dismiss things as a themes argument.
Because
that's my point. That's why I get so annoyed about this.
You can go into absolute artistic detail about the themes and how if they're supported by what's actually in the text or not. Like that's perfectly valid.
Yeah, when it comes to like, that's why when it comes to the general discussions of just themes in relation to media, I do tend to stick to the more obvious ones, like the themes of friendship and that kind of stuff with like Lord of the Rings, because it's that clearly Tolkien is trying to tell you this is what's important.
Yeah, and then it's like that is like completely fine. And hey, here's that word again, valid. Now, you can look at that same story of the Lord of the Rings, the entire books, read through the entire thing, and wow, Tolkien really hates the Industrial Revolution. And then you, who's just like over there in like, it's about friendship camp, you're like, wait, hold on, what? What do you mean? And then you can have a conversation about how two people read the same sequence of events in the same black and white text, but got this completely other thing of it, but both of you have your perspectives like justified by what was on the page. But if you just like both of those, it's not about friendship, it's not about industrialism, it's about literally a hobbit putting a piece of jewelry in a hole. Anything else is a themes argument. Fuck you. Like, do you understand what you've done to like the appreciation people can have for that story?
That's kind of reductio ad absurdum of you.
You and your fancy words.
The fuck did you say?
Argument. Like
I think he just called you a slur, Max. You gonna take
what the
that?
fuck, dude? Yeah, the fucking piece of shit.
Well, no, I was more or less talking. I was talking to Wyatt about that. I was directed at Wyatt, not slur.
He just called me a slur. You gonna take that, Max?
You called slur a slur.
Slur, you
I mean,
gonna
I
take
have
that?
to take it. I am slur.
He is a slur.
Yeah. Anyways,
this is upslurred, okay?
So this conversation, as always, has gone down an absolute autistic diatribe that was very entertaining. But
Of course it has.
But we must get back
Oh,
on topic.
It's literally us. Like, what do you expect?
I know. Play.
She wouldn't.
Play.
Refresh. Hey,
She
stop what
wouldn't
you're doing.
let
There.
Refresh your page.
Stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin. Stop
Just
what you used to.
Join the room. Wait, why is it replaying for me? Oh, there it is.
Listen, I can tell you that.
Give it a sec, yeah.
Right now.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you wait to prompt this when she goes through something very similar? Leela believed she got a crew member killed. Buffy believed she failed her duty and killed her sister. That's why their journeys were prompted. Ahsoka believes what? That people get hurt in wars where she gives orders? That people will eventually get hurt if she doesn't give up? That she's responsible for the people Anakin killed? That she...
Well, I'm leaning towards that she feels responsible for what happened to Anakin.
But why?
Right,
why?
but the fundamental question was like, what prompted that? What is happening to her in the narrative that prompts this character journey? And the answer is not much.
Yeah, not much, and not to mention this. Like, I would imagine, like, in terms of the people that would have that type of conflict, Ahsoka would probably be on the bottom of that, outside of like even like people who weren't even there, like Luke. Like Luke wasn't born yet, so he was like, "Oh, why did my father fall?" Or in this instance of feeling responsible. I mean, like Ahsoka would feel so separate from that because by this point she had already left. She was already out of the Order when Anakin had fallen to the dark side, and when committing all those deaths, she was already doing her own thing as Fulcrum to stop them. Whereas the one scene that like I subjectively give props because of the acting was the moment in Kenobi where Kenobi's like actively breaking down and saying, "I'm sorry, Anakin." Like, because Obi-Wan would feel responsible. That was his student.
Yeah, and like, wouldn't Ahsoka also just look at like not Force Ghost Anakin or Force Ghost Anakin or the supposed to be and go just be absolutely uncomfortable? Like, even though she knows that he kind of turned back, it's just sort of like, you killed children, dude.
Well, not only that, you attempted to kill me.
Yeah, you tried to kill me. Like, it's
like, I'm glad your son could get over that, but I'm not.
Yeah, like it should be more or less confronting Anakin about how she personally feels about him, or something
and
like that.
And she kind of does in that episode, but it in this like shaming way, which felt really weird because of all people to shame Anakin Skywalker, she would be kind of at the bottom of the list.
Yeah.
Again, because she was like, we didn't know how dangerous you were, and it's just like, what the fuck?
What is
this is coming? Like, I would say this is coming like odd stance, like almost like it's coming from a prequel Jedi, but it's like, wait, it kind of is.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, Ahsoka she learned when you have a teacher as Anakin Skywalker, you're not exactly going to be the most traditional Jedi on the planet.
No, you're not.
In fact, you're going to almost take the entire Jedi code and tell someone to stuff it.
Yeah, pretty much. No, stupid fucking...
Refresh your page. That's what I was trying to tell you to do.
I did refresh my page.
Oh.
And then it worked, and then like...
I'm seeing the
and there.
He may become as destructive as Vader, that Sabine is simply fated to become as destructive and death-ridden as everyone else in this line of training. And what, this was prompted by falling off a cliff? Why are you
I'm pretty sure she was supposed to die. What, like, you're acting like, oh, she just fell off a cliff. She
literally fell off of a cliff.
You understand when you fall off a cliff, that's usually fatal, right? Like that.
Someone's getting
right.
stabbed.
So his point is like, oh, she's almost willing to die because she almost died.
Yeah, basically. Like, what is this prompted that she fell off a cliff? Yeah, because she literally fell off of a cliff. Now, please explain why she's contemplating suicide. Because some rando she doesn't know.
The inciting incident is that she nearly died, and the ultimate emotional climax is that she chooses not to.
I love how also it's just funny anyone on the opposite side of us says like, oh, normally something like that's supposed to be fatal, and we're just pointing at like lightsaber stab wounds as they become less lethal by the second.
Just like, dude, that shit was retarded.
That was fucking...
Yeah, but the music didn't tell me that person died, so they're fine.
Yeah. Oh, okay. They just were fatally wounded. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I had it on mute. My bad.
It's bad. You usually get fucked up by that.
No,
you normally get fucked up when you get stabbed in the gut with a lightsaber.
No, she didn't get stabbed in the gut. She got stabbed through a lung.
Well, just no. So Ben got stabbed in the stomach. Reva got stabbed twice.
Yes.
In her life.
The Grand Inquisitor got stabbed and survived.
Oh, because only hit one of the stomachs.
Even though you realize that if you like destroy one of the cow's quote unquote stomachs, it dies.
That's because isn't it that just a myth? They have 4 stomachs. It's more they have 4 chambers.
They have 4 chambers. Yeah, ruminants have 4 chambers.
Yeah, that's different as opposed to it's not a separate stomach.
No, but like I would assume that if your species evolved to have 2 stomachs, that those stomachs that both of them would be required to like function properly.
I mean, I've always wondered this when it comes to backup organs, how that would work, because the whole thing about the Time Lords is that they have 2 hearts, right?
Yes.
Like, but they're both beating at the same time. But there's multiple episodes where one of the doctor's heart does stop, and like they need to do something about it.
Well, I mean, like if one of your kidneys stops working, like you can you need to do something about it, but you can still live. But like if you remove it, you would not be able to function like as a normal person, at least not entirely.
I'm not liking this. This is getting close to medical talk. For some reason, the one thing I can't stand.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you get one of your stomachs rammed through with a fucking plasma sword, like, I don't care if you have two. I don't care. Well, not even if we assume you live, which you should because it's a lightsaber. Let's pretend that makes sense. You are not gonna. You are gonna need some special sort of medical treatment through your entire life.
That's kind of the like part of the weird conversation that was around this. Because of I went into like this autistic, like sort of like trying to get do the Battle of Naboo in real time to figure out like how long it took Qui-Gon to die. Because for the longest time, I thought it was just him laying there so long after the stab is what killed him. Like, just like how if you get stabbed, it's not it's then bleeding out is what actually finally does it.
How could you bleed out if all of it was cauterized?
No, I mean, no, I'm talking about if you were just stabbed normally. I mean, like
yeah.
Like I know I'm getting in the pedantics of like what technically kills you. It's like, oh, this wasn't the fall; it was the sudden stop at the bottom. No, I always thought that what killed Qui-Gon after the stab was the fact that it wasn't treated immediately, and so I always wondered, like, oh, if they immediately threw his ass into a tank, I wonder what.
Or if Obi-Wan knew how to
Star Wars
force
has
heal.
actually been very.
If Obi-Wan knew how to force heal.
You fucking roboted at the perfect time.
But if only we knew one force heal, yeah. Sorry, like totally fucking roboted through that.
God damn it.
At the perfect time.
If only.
No, so it's. I always thought it's. The only person like I ran through like my entire like of lightsaber battles. Who's like the person that got the most fucked up and like was still standing? Jason actually did have a lightsaber like ran through his stomach, but like it was a miracle he was even still standing during that fight because I think it is acknowledged that should have fucking killed him.
Is it because he was high on dark side?
Like, yeah, the whole thing about like Jason was just that much of a tank when it came to him in lightsaber combat that he was missing an arm, ran through like used medical equipment because they were fighting in like a garbage area, and he was still standing.
I'm still standing.
Standing here.
But at the same, the most they ever talk about when it comes to lightsaber wounds is just like grazes, because most of the time, because we know what happens when a lightsaber like does it when you get a successful cut. You're not going to be having that thing anymore.
Yeah, I mean, tell that to Anakin.
Allegedly.
Anakin knows.
And his kid.
Well, no, Anakin knows all too well because he had all 4 of his limbs cut off.
You underestimate my wheelchair.
Don't try it. Anakin instead jumps to the side. Damn it!
It's like, oh fuck! If only I could have
she feels
foreseen that,
bad
huh?
for the clones that died under her command, as though that justifies her belief that she brings death everywhere she goes, and thus should die herself. Are we not talking?
Well, I'm assuming because she's been around a lot of death that she just doesn't want to be around it anymore as well.
About the lives saved, the places liberated, or the goods served. This was no mistake made based on her own flaws as a character. Does she have no understanding of the context of death? As far as I can tell, we're using clones because there's actually no other reference to force Ahsoka to have this arc. Nobody who died due to her own vices, flaws, or mistakes. And so this is nothing. There's nothing here for Ahsoka as a character to actually have to grapple with. She would never believe.
I mean, he's clearly panning this episode, but kind of based on his description, this sounds like an interesting character study episode to me.
Of course it would.
Okay. Well, it would be good if you saw it.
Hey, you remember everything I said about Glass Onion?
Yeah.
Hey, it's shit on purpose. That means it's good, actually.
Yeah.
Welcome to the kind of person who's like, oh, it's good actually. Let me check that shit out.
Yep.
Oh, the floor is indeed made of floor. That's interesting.
It sounds like a. So here's the thing though. The only reason why he's saying
The floor
this,
is made of shit, but it's supposed to be made of shit. Oh wow, the floor is made of shit.
Yeah, but
That's interesting.
here's the thing. He's only saying that because Mauler doesn't like it, and it's Mauler saying it's bad and saying it's a shit character study. So therefore, because Mauler is saying it, he thinks it's good, or thinks it.
Well, I was
could
gonna
be
say,
interesting.
I feel like it's a combo of two things where he's like hating Mauler, but he's also a consumer.
Yeah, it's those. It's like. It's like
It's
mixing.
pretty
It's like mixing ethanol and Coca-Cola and drinking it.
Oh, that sounds like an interesting mix.
I'd drink
Also, Mr. Philip Ballesteros in fucking Organized Chaos's chat. There's a freaking animated series that has everything Ahsoka has been through. Like, motherfucker, you're so close to getting the problem.
Exactly.
You're so close.
What do you mean by
Please just have one thought of your own, and I swear, you'll be just about there.
What do you mean, man?
It sounds like I'm kind of excited to watch it now.
Of course you are.
Believe she is some destructive force, or that she may become one if she continues to fight when she's the only one right now who can make the difference and help. I mean, fuck, she's for...
But she also might
Oh,
be
that's
tired.
right.
She might be...
That's right. She fought TIE
She
fighters.
might be tired.
She also fought TIE fighters.
Okay, so I guess I kind of didn't pay attention to this fucking video when I was like listening to it or whatever. The fuck is happening on the screen?
She's
So,
fighting.
hold on.
She's fighting spaceships.
She's
Yeah,
in
so-
space.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just quickly explain the scene. So
Please
there,
don't.
I have to. You're just pointing a gun at me. You don't.
It's like, let's say
Uh,
hypothetically, I'm outside your walls.
So, they're trying to figure out how to escape, and they do the thing of like the shields are down. We have no way to fight them. Ahsoka goes, "I'll be right back," and then gets to a spacesuit, and then blocks spaceship rounds with her lightsabers. It's very stupid because I don't to underestimate a Jedi's strength is always like it's fatal, but at the same time, they ain't blocking like spaceship rounds.
I mean, Starkiller already did it, but the thing is, it's like, why would you fly that close?
Yeah, you're in a spaceship. Just
It's like,
shoot at them.
forever quote that fucking Rich Evans quote. It's like, oh man, why did I run in close with a ranged weapon?
I mean, we all saw the fucking animated shit. If you're in space, just make your lightsaber bigger. Fucking five-head.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'll never
Yep.
forget that. The fact they combined giant lightsaber with hyperspace ram.
Yes.
Tired. She
With
might be
the
exhausted.
Contra fucking.
She might be
split.
tired being knocked into the water and inhaling it into her lungs as she's unconscious. I would assume that would make you tired. Yes.
Exhausted. She is well, I guess she's not technically a human being, but let's go ahead and use the generalization and say she's a human being. Sometimes, even when human beings need to do something, they're tired and they're exhausted and they're wore out and they just can't.
They can't.
But does it make sense for Ahsoka?
But hold on, like that doesn't work because one, you elaborate on that. Don't just go, she's a human being, and then continue the video.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she's clearly human.
Talk about how by this point this is this is the second galactic war that she somehow participated in, even though there's no mention of her in any of the stuff. And she's by herself for some fucking reason, because everyone in this show is stupid, is the only one preventing a possible third one. And
She's the only one she's powerful.
and you could use that at least to fuel your argument, but you're not. You just said sometimes you just can't.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
That's dumb. Now watch what's on screen as Ahsoka
Little Star Wars
slices a
god.
TIE
She's the-
fighter in half with lightsabers.
By the way, while jumping off of a spaceship, which by the way should just send her, like, unless she pushes herself back with the Force, she's gone.
Well,
Like,
remember,
what-
it's already been established that people with the Force can just fly through space. So
That's true.
Hold
and
on.
remember,
By the way,
he
That
likes the
clip of
movie.
Leia has lived on into me.
It's the dumbest fucking thing ever.
But can it do this?
This fucking Violent J, magic everywhere in this bitch.
by the way, guys, there is a fan chat. I'm reading one of the things in chat where whenever Star Wars people say they are Legends fans, this is my Legends. I watch a new ep every day. Okay,
Consume.
that was not a point. I thought that was gonna, because I thought I saw the My Legends thinking that they were going like
My
a My
Legends.
Legends. Yeah, I thought they were doing something like that, and it's like, oh, you're targeting somebody like me. But it's like, no, that turned out to be such a non-point.
Yeah.
I love Non-Point. They're a really good band.
I mean, there's another non-point from GM Morgan, spanner symbol, who says, "Hey, visitors from Mauler's fandom,
Oh?
please stay on topic rather than mudslinging about another channel." Now, I will say, in our defense, we have not been mudslinging about another channel. We've been mudslinging about fun C facts,
Yeah.
complete different franchises, and entirely unrelated topics.
It's funny that you say fun CFX because literally the sharks and the whales could be considered into that category.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. The world.
I wonder if
is.
the space whales are also older than stars and also want to eat your specific
No,
bone.
I think
Also,
the sharks
bold
are
of you
older
to
than the whales.
assume that the fucking CFAX were fun at all.
I thought
They are
were fun.
they are fun though, Wyatt. Learning
Like, you know,
about
you watch horror movies to have fun, right? Because it scares you. That's what it is.
I mean, I watch horror movies for the good stories.
Yeah.
If I get scared in the meantime, I guess.
The bestest and brightest, most wonderful and good character.
And he is obviously giving her some character development. And
No,
getting, like,
he's
showing
not.
her at a weaker point. Like, I feel like a lot of people you hang out with complain whenever women are just like perfect, and now seems to be presenting a story where she's not perfect, and now you're complaining that
She's not anything.
perfect.
He's complaining that it is
I mean,
fucking
it's a weird take, man.
paper thin. and,
Nobody is
like,
convinced that you.
immediate next sentence. Nobody is convinced. That's it. That's the entire fucking thing. Everything else is going to elaborate on that, but the fundamental problem isn't that she's either shown to be perfect or that she's shown to be imperfect. It's that it's not convincing. There's no meat on these bones.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
What do you
Take
mean
her
by
own
that?
life because she brings death to the world. That's fucking retarded. Especially when death is threatening the world and the people she loves. So why the fuck of all times would she be giving
There
up
he
now?
goes.
Thrawn is on her.
Because she's burnt out.
How?
'Cause
Why
she's
would?
tired.
What a wonderful character.
Because she's not
Fuck
a
you.
machine.
How would you know?
How would
You
you
haven't
know?
seen the episode.
Yeah.
How do you know?
And she and she's
Magnus.
and her entire goal is to try and stop Thrawn from doing Thrawn things. Even though this isn't Thrawn, this is Thrawn's brother Thumb.
Boom.
No, Thumb. No, we're not even giving him a weird
Her
made-up
doorstep.
name.
Everyone she loves needs her, and she has no significant reason to think she would lose. There you go. That's why we're here. To see Anakin Skywalker crossing over into Vader, igniting a red lightsaber, looking evil. 'Cause that shit is awesome. That shit is Star Wars.
Live.
Well, it
No,
sounds
this
like
is
fan
stuff.
service, but
That's literally
That's
what he's
the
complaining
that's
about.
the
That's
problem.
his point.
That's
Yeah.
his point.
That is exactly his point.
Literally
well
what he
done,
just
fucking
said.
organized chaos, you
Fucking idiot.
dribbling tard.
Fucking gumshoe.
this actually seems like that would play into the story, because if she's blaming herself for the stuff
Oh
Anakin
my
did,
god.
You literally haven't been
Yeah,
paying
I
attention
can
to
see
fucking
this
Mauler's
being
videos.
part of
Literally
that.
his whole point.
Or die. Incorrect.
Seriously, just have him say nothing at this point. It would be better. Jesus, what hell cringe is dribbling onto my screen? Get
That looked kind of cool to me. I don't.
Oh.
Do you see what's happening? Do you see what's happening in front of us in real time? Where you have Mauler, like pointing at like this is incredibly pandering, shallow, key jangling bullshit, and the response from this guy is like, "Wow, I don't get the problem. Those keys look great when they're jangled."
I don't know why I was saying pause when fucking Mike in the Organized Chaos chat. Okay, but what about fault prompts the change in attitude? Mauler is trying to find a reason for her to have this crisis. What has exhausted her? What are you doing here?
Oh no, clearly that's just a Mauler fanboy, and actual fandom needs to say buzzword a few times to like shut him down, and then he'll be banned from chat.
Yeah.
So he looks like he has the last word, and he like completely intellectually demolished him.
Yeah.
Yep, good right, nerd.
Wow, hold
Again,
on. So
just this like the last few seconds of Mauler's video and the response that Organized Chaos has. Everything else we've done tonight has been a waste of time because that right there kind of captures perfectly everything we're responding to.
Exactly.
Quit barking at nothing.
Exactly.
I love. I also just keep looking at the chat every once in a while.
It is entertaining to see what they have to say about it.
Philip, like message deleted by GM Morgan. The R slur is the weapon of the enemy. We do not use it. Oh, you fucking retard!
You absolute retard.
Hey, quit barking. There's nothing there.
I should just change my name. It's like I've been due a rebrand for a while. It makes me physically uncomfortable that I've been going by the same name for as long as I have, just so that YARP would have some kind of like recognizable brand consistency. I need to rebrand. My new name is Arsler.
It's like
you're gonna be. It's like new Coke.
Yeah, just like old Coke, but new. And then I'll release Slur Classic.
Classic. It's like you're like evolving. It's like your new form.
Cool, just to look cool. You know that, right? Like,
I mean, in a vacuum, you're not wrong, but at the same time,
cool.
yeah, like
yeah,
that's
like
why
the visual of like fucking Anakin having the red lightsaber is like a really interesting like.
Okay, as
shot.
a fan cam, I would get it. It's like, oh yeah, it's fucking people who just really love the franchise. Like, ooh, can you see how far he fell? He started off as this noble fucking young warrior with amazing hair, and then he became like this degenerate cyborg who just does the bidding of the Empire. Like, yeah, it's a cool comparison. It's why that original Phantom Menace poster actually fucking slapped.
Yeah, the one where child Anakin
tiny
with the
little
fucking
child casting the shadow of Vader. Like, it was on the nose. It was heavy-handed as absolute fuck.
But
it
pretty
went hard.
fucking cool.
Yeah, the thing is, that was at an era where that shit wasn't overused to the point of eye rolling. It's like, ooh.
Yeah, it's kind of why like
literally in the fucking new like Lord of the Rings fucking fan shit from Amazon. It's like it's a really stupid thing in lore, but there's a really great shot of Sauron standing next to Galadriel looking down like the water. It's a really interesting shot. What you get there is fucking stupid though.
And I kind of do like the shot of it's the two of them yelling at each other for a split second. You see what would look like the eye of Sauron in that guy's eyes. Like that's a neat little shot. It's like, and also
story, though.
Yeah, horrible story. And there can be like you can like something for just its visuals. Again, like we talk about this. I saw a blue beetle high as a fucking kite, and I was just like, I really like the visuals. It was just a mid story, but just fun to look at.
I like Black Adam killing shit. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Black Adam killing
Black
shit.
Adam
was
killing
cool.
shit really fucking fast. It's pretty dope. I like
yeah,
that.
his version of the Quicksilver scene, as I like to call it.
It's fucking so brutal. It's like it's so fucking.
And
mean.
the song they've used is really good too. They use Painted Black.
They use Painted Black, and they center it so it's not like a full just like regular licensed song. They actually time it to the fucking shit that he does. It's really
and he is murdering people in like the most brutal way possible.
And, like when he first shows up too, like it's about drive, it's about power. He starts killing all those mercenaries. Like I said, that movie's stupid, but I love just seeing Black Adam cut loose.
I also just liked seeing Dr. Fate like doing all those multiplication spells and stuff. Like it was cool to look at.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather things don't look cool? Like there is a visual arc to movies.
Clearly,
you
that's the
understand
alternative.
that, right?
That's the only thing
Yeah,
possible.
that's the yes, that's the only thing possible. That's
You can
clearly not a
it's
strong
either
man
everything
who
looks
directed.
it's either looks cool or it looks boring. That's the only
There's no.
It would be
dichotomy.
It would be nice that the cool looking thing had substance behind it to make it better instead of being superficial key jangling.
You know what looks cool? In the beginning of Mass Effect 3, when you get brought in front of like the Earth Council of whatever the fuck, and you're just like this crazy guy who's been raving about Reapers for the longest time, and you're being brought here because wouldn't you fucking know it? Some weird shit's been happening past the moon, and we're all scared. And you're just there, and outside the back window, you see just this immense insectoid ship thing descend from atmosphere and emit this noise and this beam of fucking laser shit that just wipes out the entire area code you're in. That looks badass. It is an impressive visual that sets up the stakes of what you're dealing with in the moment. If you've never played any of the Mass Effect game,
yeah, and there's
it's
even
just
like
a cool visual. But if you
there's
played the other Mass Effect games, that is a fucking pant shitting moment because it's been set up for 2 games previous.
And
that's the difference. A cool visual is always going to be cool because it's just a big fucking badass thing happening. What makes it meaningful, what makes Reapers actually fucking horrifying, is all the setup.
Yeah, and then when it finally happens, it's like, because you spend 2 whole games. The first game, you only deal with one, and it almost destroyed the fucking Citadel and killed nearly everybody. The second game, you just know that they're coming, and you're dealing with one of their cronies. There's a shot in Mass Effect 2 that was just like, that's the real tension builder. It's Shepard looking out that window, and then we see a comparison shot of the edge of the galaxy, and we just see all those Reapers.
Harbinger like staring at him, and then all the other Reapers popping up, and that's literally
Yeah.
how the fucking next game begins. It's like, oh, we're in fucking trouble.
Yeah, and then the next game, they are here.
And it's literally, and it's an interesting character thing too, is because like the council, who's like always been useless for you, they're like literally begging Shepard. It's like, dude, please, we're sorry we haven't been listening to you for fucking 3 years. Can you like please help us?
Yeah. And then it happens. And then it's just like, not just during that intro mission, which is basically like a little bit of a tutorial and a little bit of an intro cinematic. Once you leave Earth, you immediately go to the moon of wherever the fuck to try and start gathering your crew.
No, you go to Mars to get Liara, and then you're talking about the moon of the Turian homeworld. That's where you
Yeah, the
get Garrus.
Turians. Yeah, because when you start talking to the Turians, you're just in the middle of some mission, and there are Reapers on the moon, like kilometers in the fucking distance. They're not even looking at you. They've nothing to do with you. But just every so often, while you're just trying to do your mission, there's just this oppressive fucking sound of just the klaxon call of Reapers just existing. And it just like, it implants into your brain how big they are.
Yeah, and then like the games do.
There's a sound effect in Elite Dangerous of like scanning planets. It makes the same fucking Reaper noise.
It does, and I fucking
honestly, Slur, I legit I kind of get a little nervous every time I hear it.
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
you're
oh,
just
God.
yeah, because just imagine you're just out. Yeah, because just imagine you're one little space fighter, and then suddenly Reapers appear. You're dead. That's just
you're
that's
done.
what the Theragoids are. But yeah.
So yeah,
I have never faced
just
the
little
Theragoids.
things like that where you get a cool visual or you get like just an effective sound effect. The thing itself is a cool. It just, if you go into that game and you're not even playing the game, you're just like talking to the sound effect guys because maybe you work in the industry, maybe you don't, whatever, and just hearing it's like, ooh, that's actually like a really cool fucking thing. It's like, you can get it. You can engage with a cool visual on its pure surface level and appreciate it for what it is. But
it does not
when
help.
you're talking about the game as a whole, when you're talking about the story, about what the Reapers are as villains, about what this moment for Ahsoka as a character means, if you're just relying on the fact that the visuals are cool, you're missing pretty much the entire point. And that's kind of what Mauler's getting at, and that's what's just swept under the rug. It's like, oh, would you rather the visuals weren't cool?
And also, nothing against the Reaper sound. It's just more of an observation of the time period that the game was released in. We were in the middle of the Inception Bois sound craze, so with their
Didn't
big
that
sound.
come like a few years later?
I thought that was in the beginning of that phase.
No, dude. Fucking Mass Effect 1 was early Xbox 360 days.
Oh, I don't remember the sound effect
early.
playing in one. I only
No,
remember
it
the sound
plays
from
anytime
three.
Sovereign shows up, and he shows up at the beginning of the fucking game. Remember when you first land, and then somebody goes, "Wow, look at the size of that ship," and you see Sovereign leave, you hear the noise.
That's what I'm talking about in 3 when the visual when they first land on Earth and you're seeing them like, oh shit, they're here.
Yeah,
the
they were on
sound, the fact that it was set up a whole 2 games earlier, that's what makes it fucking clench your fucking
That's fair.
base.
My memory is more on 2 and 3.
And you also know that we can't negotiate with these things. They don't fucking want to talk to us. They literally don't even fucking view us as beings.
Yeah,
they just see us as stepping stones. It's like, oh
yeah,
god.
they're basically just like, oh hi, my food is ready.
No, they don't even say,
I see
oh,
the
hi.
fucking ant farm is overflowing. Time for the Fleming.
No, they don't.
And meanwhile,
no, they
the
say
ants
that.
are like,
No, I'm
how
imagining
do
a
we
Reaper saying that
negotiate
to another
trade deals
Reaper,
with
like,
you?
oh my god, my food is ready, because they.
No, like that's the fucking that's the feeling you get when you talk to Sovereign. He's like, "You're talking to me?" Like it's
Yeah, no. There's another one. It's after you do the Geth shit, where you actually do have the implanted one that had turned the Geth hive mind against like everybody
Legion.
else. Yeah. It's one of the ground boys with the 4 legs and like the on ground fucking mega laser. The one that you fucking bomb from orbit with like a fucking laser pointer
at
because you're
point
Shepard.
at point blank range.
Dude,
like a fucking
the
G.
fact that I had to fight a Reaper on foot on the ground, like I was like, bro, what? No, how?
I know, like Shepard gets out of the thing like, no,
criminally unprepared. What the?
It's
fuck?
why
Shepard gets out. He's like, no, I'll take care of it. It's like, no, you can't.
It's
like,
why
I know you can't.
Me with the fucking mouse and keyboard in my hands, like, I'm sorry, we'll fucking what? No,
It's why my favorite moment of the parody of Austin Powers in Mass Effect. It's that moment, but it's just Austin just shooting his pistol.
And yeah, when you finally do down it, and you're just like standing over the corpse of a defeated Reaper, and it's just like, dude, I am the equivalent of you, one soldier. We're coming for your ass.
I know, but then
and that's it. And then just pieces
then,
out like, oh
no, but then the Reaper is like, you ain't shit, and dies.
And then Tally kills herself, and I'm the big sad.
Yeah, because you fucked up. But
Well,
no, but
well,
like, it's
well,
like
no, but
thankfully,
thankfully, in my playthrough, she doesn't kill herself because I'm fucking her. Because
yeah, no, Slur, if you fuck up the negotiations, you have to pick either the Quarians or the Geth.
And if you pick the Geth, Tally just fucking offs herself.
She just dies. She's like,
she
fuck
takes
this,
off her
I
helmet, breathes the
I
air of
see what's
Rannoch, and
happening
then jumps off a fucking cliff.
Okay, see, what happened was the first time I played through, like, I didn't get the perfect ending shit where I was able to actually broker peace. But obviously I didn't choose the Geth because I recognized them as sentient creatures with their own, like, free will. And they used that free will to side with the Reapers. So fuck them.
Well, they use that. Well,
they
use that free will side with the Reapers because the Quarians are fucking them up.
Yeah, I don't dispute that they had reasons to side with the Reapers, but we are in a war against the Reapers.
Which is why you start over and then you broker that fucking piece. That's
why you pick the Geth.
I did that on my second playthrough, obviously.
But that's why you pick the Geth, because the Quarians are fucking retarded. There's multiple points where the Quarians being so bloodlusty, it almost kills you 2 times during that fucking segment. Fuck the Quarians.
They're
but they
stupid.
also A, are incredibly bloodlusty, and
I'm
B,
trying to
have an
fuck
incredibly
one
big
singular
fleet.
Quarian.
Yeah, we're trying to fucking broker peace, you absolute fucking retards. And it's like, even though we just had a briefing that they would only be down temporary, let's all attack. No, you
Meanwhile,
fucking idiots.
the Quarians are just like, we trained them wrong on purpose,
Well-
so we could be racist against them.
I was going to say,
Motherfucker.
no, yeah,
It's like,
that's
but
well,
then-
that's
but
the
then
whole thing
Legion's
about the
like-
Quarians.
Then Legion's like downloading base.exe and fucking tells the fleet to just say nah and fire back. That's the funniest part, is that as soon as they get start firing back, the Quarians get eradicated.
Oh, dude, that one Quarian that uses the Normandy's weapons to fire on you from your own ship, every single playthrough I've ever done of the third game, as soon as I get back onto my ship, I
You punch him in the
punch
face.
that motherfucker in his guts.
Well, because he deserves
Fuck
it.
him.
He tries to kill you. That's what I'm telling you. Like they set up the Quarians to straight up be the villains in that arc. It is
No, yeah,
really
you want
annoying.
to talk about like who are the real bad guys of the Quarian and Geth conflict? It's the
It's the
Quarians
Quarians.
for
Easy.
The
for
Quarians,
fucking
100%.
yeah,
That's
because
also why I sided with
they
them.
questioned their existence and then they were
They
like,
questioned their existence and got shot.
yeah,
However, in a situation where it's either them or the Geth A chose to be with the Reapers, which means that there's a bunch of corruption shit there that I can't trust, given that it's an either-or situation. Meanwhile,
but-
the Quarians, as retarded as they are already basically on board and willing to like bring their entire massive fucking fleet into the fold.
and if I'm thinking with my dick, the Quarians, so that I can continue to fuck Tally.
Also, Tally will be like upset, and she's like incredibly wholesome, and I don't want to upset her.
Yeah,
Okay, so
yeah, it was
her
because
race
Tally
has
is
to
best
die.
girl.
let's retract
And
this
Garrus
back.
is best girl.
I'm going
That's
to
true.
pull
But I can't
everyone.
fuck Garrus as a man yet.
I'm going to pull everybody.
I'm Garrus Vakarian,
back.
and this is my favorite spot on the Citadel.
Okay, we're not gonna.
The fact that he had that line is so fucking big.
I'm Garrus Vakarian, and this is my rectum.
This is my rectum.
I'm gonna pull.
No,
I'm going to pull us back. We're going to come back to the topic at hand. And what,
No, I think I'm done though. Like I literally can't.
Yeah,
I can't do this yet.
that's
I'm
fair.
gonna bounce.
Okay.
But yeah, you guys have fun with this.
I'll see you tomorrow, Max.
Slayer, we need to have a more in-depth discussion on who you should spare from the Geth of the Quarians, because I feel like there's a fucking awesome topic to have there. Because
Yeah,
I've literally never run into anybody who said, "Yeah, the Quarians, save them." It's like, no.
Hey, it was a purely fucking tactical decision.
Yeah, but like I feel like from the logic also goes
The
all the way
decision-
back to the Geth, because the Geth literally didn't start the fight.
They literally didn't.
They
A
stood the
decision
fight
that
twice.
a decision that I do always make with my dick. That I'm just like, what? No, I can't upset Tally.
I could fuck the robots. All right, guys. I'll
But
talk to
also
you
just
later.
bear in mind,
fuck
I've played
the
through that
rope.
game like a good like 5 times. Not once have I ever seen Tally shoot herself.
No, she doesn't shoot
She doesn't
herself. She
shoot
fucking
herself, she
falls off the cliff, which
Yeah,
is
she
way
takes
worse.
She takes off her helmet and then it gives you this like weird thing of like, oh, maybe you can save her. And then she
Yeah,
just
there's
fuck-
literally there's literally a prompt that like is a paragon trigger. If you pull the trigger, you just get a different angle of her fall. It's so fucked.
Fuck that.
I know, it's so horrible.
That's so messed up.
That's why I do this.
That game is so horrible. Like
That's why I
like,
just
did
said-
you ever? Okay, so I know we're all based in fucking blue pill here, but like nobody shot Morden, right?
Oh fuck no, Morden's incredible.
Okay, so I
He
saw
has
that.
never done anything wrong in his life, and the one thing he did do kind of wrong was basically just a fucking crowd control thing that he was immediately ready to undo in order to save a race that was still perfectly fine, just less populated.
Yeah, so here's the thing, Slur. I never did it because I literally can't bring myself to it. And after the watch thing cutscene, I literally can't fucking deal with it. But you literally have an argument where you're pointing a gun at Morden, and he is straight up facing you down, telling you you're fucking wrong. I know what I have to do. And it's like, ooh.
I had that fucking
I
cutscene,
was-
and I actually backed down.
You
I-
did? Yeah, because
I-
that ends. So that ends with him walking away, and you get the fucking trigger in slow motion.
Yeah.
You pull the trigger on him. Now, here's the thing: did you ever see what happens after that? You shoot him. He falls into the elevator. He makes it to this top floor, crawls all the way to the computer console, and dies before he can reach it. It's so
Oh
fucked.
my
It is
god, that
so
is so
long.
fucked.
It is so long, dude. It hurts. Like he's literally doing his best, even with a fucking bullet in his back. And
That's
literally
what
dies at the last possible
the
second.
best.
That game makes you fucking feel like shit. Like Renegade playthrough of fucking Mass Effect 3 is legit horrible.
This is why you don't play Renegade, because you're just an asshole for no fucking
Well, no, you
reason.
have to do half and half because half of those renegade options are just like A,
Tactical
you're getting what you want,
decisions.
and B, they're just funny as fuck.
Oh,
No,
no,
yeah,
yeah,
I
no,
like,
Mass Effect
I
2
like,
Mass-
Immediately punching the shit out of the Korean asshole who used my own ship to open fire on me.
yeah,
That guy.
and then 2, the Renegade decisions are just more tactical
Yeah,
decisions.
no, the
because-
Renegade decisions in 2 are like actually fucking like good. Like there's multiple points where you either fuck up a boss fight or completely remove a really strong unit from a firefight. Literally,
Yeah.
it's like fucking Shepard just goes, "You talk too much," fires at a fucking fire thing and kills the fucking Krogan, and
On
you
the
remove.
few full playthroughs I have, my femshep actually has the full like, you know, around the eye where you get like the semicircle and then you get like the lines
Yeah.
coming out of it. Yeah, she has that, but like only that. Because like
That's
I
why-
do some renegade, but not all renegade.
Yeah, that's why I prefer pulling the gun on Morden at first, because it has a very interesting conversation that like basically you finally get like, but you were the one that
angry.
chose.
Yeah, you get angry.
You were the
more
one
than
that chose all of this, and he's like, "But I was wrong.
I made a mistake." It's like, ooh. It's like, no, Morden, stop yelling at me.
Okay.
Like, some of the
Please
voice
stop-
acting in
please
that
stop
game
yelling at
was
me,
so
man.
ahead of its time. It is really good.
It's like, dude,
I'm sorry.
Also, you know what other franchise happens in space among the stars during a war?
Exactly. I'm okay. I'm sorry.
Star Trek.
Like the diatribe has
guys.
been really.
Love
Yeah.
Later.
See you tomorrow, Max. But I have to pull us back. I gotta pull us back. At the very least, get to the halfway point before ending it, because I do want to do other
At least
stuff
get us
besides
back
this.
onto the correct franchise.
Yeah. Granted, I don't know if we'll be doing a part 2 to this, or I don't know. Who knows? Because I don't think we're finishing it tonight.
I eventually, yes, I got like I skip. I need to eventually get Magnus on a walk.
Okay. So.
It's just. Well, this isn't even movies. Media. They're just being creative with the media. It looks cool to me.
Get out of this fucking universe, you Vader-obsessed wannabe shitwits. It's the breathing, the red lightsaber, the fucking outfit, every goddamn time. You cannot tell a fucking story that doesn't revolve around the same 5 people in this piss stain of a universe.
Please have a response.
Well, listen, just because it's involving Vader, it's still about Ahsoka. I mean, I guess I haven't seen that episode, but even
Oh my god.
That doesn't even sound like a counter argument. It sounds like pure copium.
Yeah, he is literally like you cannot tell a story without the same 5 people in this piss stain of a universe.
I mean, it involves them, but it's mostly about Ahsoka.
It's not.
Like,
He's not talking about the
bruh.
show. You absolute retard.
You're trying so hard to like argue in favor of a show for which you have absolutely no defense.
Exactly. All you have to say is, I enjoyed the first 4 episodes, and I think I'd enjoy this one. And it's like, see, this is what I mean, is that you cannot listen to that and come away with that take. I genuinely think he is being as bad faith as possible.
Live act I've seen of her. Like, what would be the 5 people? Would Mando would have to be one of them, because he's got his own series.
Motherfucker.
He showed them on screen. Oh my god. We'll get.
How stupid are
you know what? I think I can forgive this entire thing because I grew up on a planet surrounded by war.
This is what happens when you just keep looking at your phone or whatever the fuck you're looking at down.
No. I'm not going to blame the phone. The phone has done nothing to deserve all of this. This is entirely on him.
Yeah, like
he heard it. Like I said, he's trying to defend a show for which he has no actual points to make.
No, that's fair. And it's annoying me because I can tell he's not even really looking at the screen. So like he's like, oh, what 5 people is he talking about? You were just shown it. If you just use your eyeballs to actually absorb what's being told to you.
It's yeah, like
So
yeah.
So what? Mando? What? Luke? Ray? Anakin?
Ray was not in there. He's talking.
It was Boba
Also,
Fett,
she
Luke
literally
Skywalker,
can't
Mando,
be because she's only in like a
Obi-Wan.
few of the movies.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan, and I assumed Ahsoka was in there
and Vader.
as well.
And Vader.
I mean, you could make the argument that like Star Wars, like I do feel Star Wars in a lot of ways was getting too dependent on the Skywalkers, and I do feel with the newer series they're breaking away from that. Fucking.
So they show somebody who basically that most people consider to be a Skywalker.
Yeah.
Hell, I fucking don't like this sentence hurts me, but it's actually somewhat true. Ahsoka deserves the Skywalker mantle more than fucking Rey does.
I mean, honestly, yeah.
It hurts.
Right. You're right.
It hurts.
She was
but-
basically raised and trained by a Skywalker. Rey spent a fucking weekend retreat being lectured by the one who had given up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, and not to mention all the interactions that Ahsoka supposedly had with Luke. Is probably seen Leia a few times. Like, yeah, of course, being taught by Anakin. Yeah, she's just deserved the title more.
But it's not a title; it's a name.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's
You can't just like go to Tatooine, see their ghosts, and nod at you in your general direction, and be like, you know what? Fuck it. Maybe I am a Skywalker.
No, it would need to be somebody that, like, imagine Luke.
No, you need to be adopted or married into the family. That's it.
Andor and Ahsoka's good, but yeah, they are breaking away from that. I feel
no,
just because
they're
Ahsoka
not.
Does have a connection to Anakin Skywalker doesn't mean they aren't working towards breaking away from that, because this is
they aren't. Literally look at like so Mando kinda did in the first season. You still had Baby Yoda and the Empire, but like it was sort of its own thing, sort of. It was still shit. Mando season 2 didn't do that. Mando season 3 didn't fucking do that.
No, Book of Boba, like, as far as the second we saw Skinwalker Luke, excuse me. The second we saw Skinwalker Luke, Mando was now like almost tied to the Skywalker like story, because now we have to show Grogu interacting with Luke, and then Grogu has to choose between Mando or the Jedi, and thus Grogu chooses the Jedi, not the Jedi. He chooses Mando, but I bet you this is not going to be the last time we're going to see Skinwalker Luke.
Yep.
an Ahsoka series.
And why, on top of everything, must I watch these icons of Star Wars deliver the fucking dialogue equivalent of rotting clown semen? Fuck me.
Well, I mean, they're not going to have as good scriptwriters as someone who can come up with rotting clown semen.
Fuck, no, it's not worth stopping.
So, yeah.
Me, I guess they brought in Hayden Christensen not just for the member berries, but because they needed an expert in delivering emaciated, thudding, ass cream dialogue.
Liar! I mean, yeah, we meme these things because his delivery is so bad.
Emaciated ass cream dialogue is kind of his specialty. It's kind of what's given him such a bad rap as
You
an actor.
turned her against me!
Dude, if we ever, for whatever fucking reason, watch the prequels together, I insist that we watch them with Japanese dub and English subtitles.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard Asa did that in his server, and I've been very tempted to finally just.
Dude, shit is straight up anime dialogue. It is 1-to-1.
But what we need
From
to
my
do
point
is...
of view, the Jedi are evil.
What we need to do is we need to watch Backstroke of the West.
I'm still just, I laugh at that because you've got this like I have failed you, Anakin. Like you've got Ewan McGregor, who's a pretty good actor, delivering these lines, and then across from you just got I should have known the Jedi were plotting to take over. It's just like Hayden, I'm sorry you can't act.
No, Hayden can act.
He can visually act
no,
the
no,
second
no,
he
no,
opens his
no,
fucking mouth.
No. He himself is a decent actor. He just had shit lines and shit direction and wasn't allowed to redo his takes.
Please remember how Samuel L. Jackson came across in the prequel movies.
Exactly. Samuel L. Jackson was a fucking plank of wood.
A Sith Lord?
Samuel L. Jackson was a plank of wood. Imagine that.
Yeah, we all know that if he got his like, if the real Samuel L. Jackson got his hand caught, he would have been, oh motherfucker.
He was directed to act like a fucking cardboard cutout of a human being.
Which is why prequel Jedi are fucking boring.
I choose.
Okay, so like she chooses to live, meaning that Ahsoka was.
It means
I really like that clip of Star-Lord just trying to. He's just trying to say something and he can't quite remember it.
Choosing to move on, to continue, to.
This isn't
continue to
earned.
fight. You know, you were just criticizing her because she was giving up, and now like the actual seems like the point of the episode was that at the end she didn't give up. So, what's your complaint?
Considering choosing to die because her path is that of death and destruction, and Vader because making Anakin fight her. She's now choosing to live. She's gonna fight to live where others failed, where her master went to the dark side or something. I don't know.
There's hope for you, yeah.
I think that might be his complaint.
What?
He's like, okay, man, all of this, and your complaint is what exactly? And then it's like he just lays out, it's like, yeah, she's fucking shallow and amounts to nothing for all of these reasons, and yeah.
I'm not even gonna mechanics I'm not even gonna bother talking about. She's fished out of drowning and jumps into a whale and travels to Thrawn. This episode was simultaneously packed with worthless bullshit and crushed at the moments of anything meaningful trying to claw its way onto the screen. The time wasting.
I mean, so far you've just described what sounds like a pretty good character episode.
No.
No,
mean,
he
to
hasn't.
judge,
No, he
but,
hasn't.
It seems like a solid character episode, where she kind of gets her will to move forward renewed. I mean, you've said a lot of this stuff in a condescending voice, but you haven't really brought up any real complaints except condescending voice and
Okay,
fan
I
service
hate to do this here in this video of all videos, but I just want to like rewind to like what the fuck it was he just like outlined. Just because you brought up a lot of things in a condescending voice, but you didn't really outline what a problem was. I feel like he directly outlined that it was fucking shallow, meaningless, vapid shite. So hold on, let me just
because her path is that of death and destruction, and Vader because making Anakin fight her. She's now choosing to live. She's gonna fight to live where others failed, where her master went to the dark side or something. I don't know.
There's hope for you yet.
Then, through some bullshit mechanics I'm not even gonna bother talking about, she's fished out of drowning and jumps into a whale
okay,
and
see,
travels
right
to
there.
Thrawn.
There it
This
is. So you have this. What he's implying by the way he lays that out is like you have her like kind of reach this kind of conclusion, but it's all very surface level and shallow, and it's explained away by bullshit mechanics that don't even make sense, so I'm not even going to go into them. And then she jumps in a whale and resolves the plot. And he's just like, I don't get what the complaint is. He says it all in a condescending tone of voice, but it sounds like a really good character episode. Like, motherfucker, no. And I feel like I don't think there needs to be an episode 2 of this, to be honest. Because if it's just going to continue on in this pattern, and it really seems like it will, of Mauler will, in his usual fashion, which can be incredibly sardonic and scathing and condescending, he's going to lay out why this is vapid, shallow bullshit key jangling, and he's going to be like, but the keys look really good when they're jangling.
Yeah.
And it's just going to go round and round in circles and circles, and we're just going to be saying the same things over and over until we get distracted by talking about other franchises.
Exactly.
Also, I don't know if I've never thought of Mauler's voice as condescending. I always thought like scathing or scalding.
Yeah, when he yeah.
I mean, to be scathing against something, you are putting it down. You are belittling it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you are being condescending. You are all of that thing. Being condescending isn't on its own a bad thing to be. It's a bad thing to be to you, because it's basically like saying somebody is being insulting or
Right,
patronizing.
I guess I'm thinking more that like the tone of voice that normally comes when someone's being condescending, and Mauler doesn't really do that sort of tone.
It's not about the tone of voice. It's about like describing things in a very like offhand, it really doesn't matter, it doesn't amount to much kind of way, which is what he's doing. That is also condescending. But he's like saying, I'm being condescending to this. Okay, right there, the thing we just replayed to kind of clarify one of his criticisms was like, yeah, she arrives at this like big conclusion and it's explained away by bullshit mechanics I'm not even going to get into, and then she rides a whale and resolves the plot. Describing the sequence of events in those episodes in that way, that is dismissive, belittling, condescending. And his rationale as to why he's describing them in that way is because that is an appropriate way to describe this bullshit. Because as he's established in the rest of the video, it is in fact bullshit. He's kind of reached a point now where he's kind of like, as he's going along through the events of the episodes, he's speeding things up, he's condensing things down, he's being more dismissive, he's giving less credence to the supposed significance that these things are supposed to have, because he's over it. He started off giving incredibly detailed accounts as to what exactly happens, and now he's at the point where, yeah, and then there's some bullshit that I'm not going to get into because it doesn't actually matter, because the ultimate thing is she rides a whale and resolves the plot. Why would I spend my own life building up to that in a way that gives it the gravitas that it thinks it deserves? No, it's fucking stupid. So I'm going to talk about it like it's fucking stupid.
Also, I'm reading more of the chat again. Actual fandom saying like, yeah, I'm gonna be aggressive sometimes. You're a fan of people who call people retards when they disagree on movies, and they, if you can't be a fan of people who say kill yourself over movie takes, and then whine when someone's a little aggressive.
Oh shit, I must have missed the part in the video where Mauler said that.
No, he's talking about like in general, which doesn't happen.
I mean, I absolutely believe it happens in like the comment section. But the comment section aren't the people whose media is being covered.
And plus, let's not forget you want to talk about, okay, the differences between like the who's actually a great person on the internet versus like who's a shitty person. Let's not forget that when someone on Open Bar commented that they were going to self-delete, they pretty much talked him down.
Oh yeah, Drinker took that shit very seriously.
And then we have somebody like Hassan Piker, where just because they disagreed over the Barbie movie, told Drinker to kill himself. And he actually meant it.
Wow.
And it's weird how we're treated as the toxic people when our crowd, if somebody is threatening self-deletion, we want to stop them because we don't want someone to actually kill themselves.
Yeah,
yeah, it's funny how it kind of works out that way. It's amazing how compassionate you don't have to be to people when you have the moral high ground.
Or when you think you have the moral high ground. When you actually don't.
I mean, that's basically the same thing.
Mm-hmm. You're. I'm just reading the chat of like, if you write something off because you don't like it and you don't provide any analysis, you're not acting in good faith. Mauler watches the material and provides a surgical study.
Exactly.
Episode was silently packed with worthless bullshit and crushed at the moments of anything meaningful trying to claw its way onto the screen. The time wasting.
I mean, so far
That certainly sounds like he has a fucking criticism.
Character episode.
It's not.
I haven't even seen it judged, but it seems like a solid character episode where she kind of gets her will to move forward renewed.
Okay, he's doing this thing where he's like desperately trying to dismiss everything Mauler says and focus all the way back on what Mauler is establishing as the episode is trying to do. So let's say he's talking about oh shit, what's a shitty movie we've covered on YARP? Malignant. Okay, fair enough. Let's say Mauler was making a video on Malignant, and Mauler is saying like, oh, it's trying to be this psychological horror of this woman who's like, she has visions of doing these horrific acts and blah blah blah, but it's completely fucking disabled when it comes to the mechanics of how this happens. The manifestation of how it came about is goofy as all shit. It undercuts everything about the kind of even semi-serious tone that the movie had in the first half. It's literally, and I mean like literally, as in writing, in terms of like craft of story, in that manner, it is borked. It is a broken story that cannot convey a consistent tone, to the point where to this day we don't actually know if the movie was meant to be funny. You lay all that out, and what Organized Chaos will filter from that description is like, oh wow, it sounds like an actual psychological horror. That sounds interesting. I should probably watch it. Like, he's just taking all of the input, all of the critique, all of the points being made about it, and just kind of like doing his actual best to avoid even touching them, and be like, oh wow, this piece of media exists. I mean, maybe it's actually good. I don't know. Nobody knows. Certainly not this guy whose actual content I'm supposed to be covering.
Yeah.
It just makes us even responding to this feel like we're wasting our time, which, to be fair, we would have been doing anyway.
Yeah.
This, even if he had actual commentary to offer, this is a waste of our time. We're dicking around, we're having a few drinks, it's a weekend, we're chilling out.
Yeah.
But the fact that he clearly has nothing to fucking say kind of tells me that he's not even worth doing this for.
I mean, you've said a lot of this stuff in a condescending voice, but you haven't really brought up any real complaints.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, and here we are again. So I think it's like whenever we get to like a nice, comfy stopping point, I'm pretty comfortable to say that we've gotten a good, solid impression as to what his coverage of this is like.
We've been at this for 4.5 hours.
Kinda just call it.
We've been at it
so we'll find like a rest stop maybe in the Mauler video, and then we'll just kind of call it.
Yeah, I'm not doing a second part of it either. I just.
Yeah, there's no point.
I knew it would be like this too. By the way, like I knew this would be it.
Also, I love how like actual fandom is just getting fucking so. He's just getting so angry at people.
Yeah, actual fandom is like is really salty all the time from what I've been able to see.
And I just love how this chicken Chad actual fandom, you haven't made a single point, asshole.
Chicken Chad, whoever you are out there in the ether, you are appropriately named.
Exactly.
Cluck, cluck, my dude.
Except condescending voice and fan service bad. Which, I mean, I don't even subscribe to fan service bad. Fan service can be bad.
Wait,
if
you
it's
don't even
overdone
subscribe
and
to that
over
thing
top
that
and
wasn't his
doesn't
point at
serve a
all, and
point
you
to
just
the
kind of pulled out your hoop? Okay.
By the way,
Also, fan service is not is not in and of itself bad. It just has to be used properly, like any other tool.
Which, by the way, looks like actual fandom blocked or deleted Chad Chicken's responses. Again,
Oh,
if you
yeah.
want to discuss this.
Oh, and yeah, he blocks the guy arguing with him, and then immediately is like, "Oh, by the way, I'm completely open for discussion, you guys."
Just not here.
Fuck you.
Yeah, get fucked, you absolute ham sandwich.
Story,
You
but,
moldy
fan
keyboard.
service can be good too. So like, fan service by itself is kind of just nebulous.
Correct. It is nebulous, but if that's all it is, if there's no substance to back it up or support it, it's just a bunch of bullshit.
Signature of Dave Filoni is alive and well. He takes incredible resources and lets them spill across the floor with no more purpose in delivery than a drunken octopus tossing darts at a board of emotional illusion. All in favor of telling a completely hollow piece of piss story that came out of nowhere just to go nowhere for the...
Again, you described a character story. Why is that a hollow?
Oh my god.
See,
dude, this guy is on chronic hopium. It's like it came out of nowhere, it goes nowhere to tell a nothing story where the characters don't develop. It's like, again, you're just describing a character story.
Wait, does he think a character story like involves nothing and goes nowhere?
I mean,
There's
either
times where
that
it
or he's
can.
literally just ignoring everything that Mauler actually says. And
There
even
could
if he
be-
disagreed, if he had some substance on which to disagree, that like, hold on, it didn't come from nowhere. It didn't go nowhere. It actually came from this like emergent piece of like some overarching thing that the Clone Wars meant for the universe as a whole, and also this character's story who was never actually resolved in the original medium which they appeared, was now like given this culminating moment. If you could argue that this had some value to her story as a character, done. Mauler's whole thing that it's just it comes from nothing, it goes nowhere, and it is nothing, blown out of the water. All you need to do is demonstrate some value this has, and he can't do it.
He can't. No.
Also, this Mike guy again is like, how was her will to live renewed? Please, you're not even engaging with the argument.
Block
Oh,
Mike,
Mike,
then.
you are living on the edge.
Come on,
You-
actual fandom will block you.
A moment of silence from Mike, who's about to get fucking banned.
Story. I'm basing this entirely from what you've described it, and what you've
No,
described
you're not.
sounds
No, you're
decent.
not.
You're doing the
Explicit
opposite.
Seconds of fan service and distraction from just how little substance remains in this dilapidated
Oh, Prime Bailey would have been better to watch the episode reacting to this.
By the way, dilapidated prolapse is a wonderful and fucking horrific piece of wordcraft.
Yeah.
Good God.
I'm gonna need to steal that.
lapsing franchise that people have the balls to call genius in execution.
Oh, here we go.
People have the balls.
Oh, the
Do
React
people
channel
call it
montage. Oh, here we go.
Let's see where you're going, because I feel like that's kind of a straw man. I don't think most people.
Oh,
call
is it a
Star Wars
straw man?
genius.
Jesus.
No.
Baloney, you utter genius.
Oh, well, there we go. Straw man destroyed because it was like actual people.
Star Wars history. Argue with a wall. Hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Anakin. What if I want to stop fighting? Then you'll die. The Vader silhouette. I'm Sir Unwell. Hashtag Ahsoka Tano. Hashtag Tano Tuesday.
Shout
hashtag
out to
Anakin
Microsoft
Skywalker. If
Sam
they're
for
feeling
having
it,
one of the most iconic voices in all of memes.
That's not Microsoft Stan, that's Microsoft Mike. Sam's
it?
a lot deeper. Yeah.
Huh.
Unless they've evolved Sam to no longer have like that deep voice, because Microsoft Sam was like this. He pronounced every word like as harsh as humanly possible. I remember I used Microsoft Sam for quite a lot of stuff because I was a big fan of Arby and the Chief.
nominated for any of his shots. It's this one. Ahsoka spoilers. Someone pointed out how Anakin is surrounded by people and friends and instead Vader is all alone.
What the fuck?
I mean, that was actually a decent observation, pointing out how,
Yeah, the most basic bitch symbolism you could ever fucking
Yeah,
have.
it's the same fucking thing of Revenge of the Sith before Obi-Wan sets off to go kill Grievous. Anakin's in the dark and Obi-Wan's in the light. Oh, they're separate paths.
But except that's infinitely more subtle.
But at the same time, it's still basic.
Yeah, it's basic, but it's much better because it's not as it's blatant, but not as blatant.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
in one shot it's Anakin and he has friends, and in another shot it is Vader all alone. It's actually a decent observation. It's pointing out that like he essentially burned all his bridges when he became Vader.
Congratulations.
Are you aware people
Dude,
are allowed to like
picked
stuff
up
even
on
if you don't? Like you do.
Oh, is that the central problem here? That other people like things when he doesn't? Is that what he spent this whole time laying out as the fundamental problem with this show? Or is that just what you default to because you have fucking nothing else to say?
And that you are trying, and that you are bad faith incarnate.
Oh look, a bunch of deleted messages in chat by actual fandom.
Yeah. Yep. He just like people are telling him to calm down, and then he deletes them. I'm totally not calm. It's like the fucking like wearing the chill mask over the crying slave.
I'm trying to see the one where it's sure, let's chat on stream tomorrow night. I'm trying to see the one that was, is it the other day you said EFAP caller one that can't argue was a bad faith. So can you give me one example? And he just went, sure, let's chat on screen. And Gimpy at the bottom of the fucking chat said, just name one right now.
R.I.P. to you, Glippy. You're about to get banned.
Yeah.
I want to know what fucking Miles and Johnny fucking said.
It was basically kind of telling AF to calm the fuck down.
Oh, they are.
Yeah. See.
Oh yeah. You can like.
Can you calm yourself, my guy? This is Bob's stream. We're discussing his points. You can make your points in your own stream, my guy.
Giga Chad Johnny.
You need to calm down. It seems like you've been combative for reasons since the stream started.
Okay, this is a phenomenon I've mainly noticed on like Kick, where streamers whose chats fundamentally disagree with them are way more entertaining. Just flat out, they're just so much more fun to watch.
Yeah, because they're not just blindly consuming.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's like it's not even the blindly consuming. It's like when you look at a streamer who is fairly popular or who has like they kind of have their community and they have their niche kind of figured out. So their audience will occasionally do the kind of chat thing where they try to like post gotchas, or they like try and catch the streamer out on their own logic, or they try to educate them on something, which just immediately gets lost in the deluge of emotes anyway. But most of it's just kind of like going with the hive mind of what emote we post in response to what happened. But when you watch like someone who has like 100 viewers and half of those viewers just vehemently disagree with everything the streamer is saying, dude, that is probably the only time I could spend multiple hours actually watching a stream. Holy shit, it is so good.
That's why when Chud was talking about what it's like to be part of a community, and Rags was disagreeing because just like I look at that chat and it's like, how could I be part of this? It's not like it's moving at 1,000,000 miles a minute. How could anyone like actually feel like they're part of it?
I mean, I feel the same. It's one of the reasons I never really got into like live streaming culture.
This is why
I just don't get anything out of being in like a chat because I've had actual social interactions before, and it doesn't compare.
Yeah, that's why. It's why like whenever I catch like EFAP live, I'm closing the chat because I'm just like, all right.
Or you go into the Discord chat, which is slower, and people type a bit longer messages, and also the people are just way fucking snarkier.
Yeah. Although I'm not part of Mauler's Discord, that place was fucking retarded.
I was in it for like a while when I was following the streams enough that I would catch them live, usually because I was unemployed at the time, and now I'm not. Go figure. But yeah, it's like being part of like the Discord chat while the stream is on is infinitely better than being part of the stream chat itself.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, it's just naturally emergent of the fact that, hey, the stream is on right now, so the Discord is just way more active. And that's all it was.
Oh, I thought you were
It's
talking
just
about like it was a
completely
specific
naturally
part of
occurring.
the. I thought it had like its own channel. So that's what I was
Nope.
gleaming from.
I mean, I think in that one, it's like podcast conversations or like conversations pertaining specifically to podcast topics had their own channel. But obviously, when the podcast is live, guess what that channel's filled with? People watching it live. Go figure. And it was, like I said, organic, naturally emergent, and superior in every way to the fucking YouTube chat. And I think that's probably consistent.
Nope, there's
I
Johnny's
wonder
first.
what organized chaos's Discord chat looks like.
Yeah.
There's Johnny's message getting deleted.
Yep.
Another salute to a
Are you
fallen
aware
soldier.
people are allowed to like stuff even if you don't?
Oh, there goes Miles.
And Miles.
Like, you do understand. Like, you say your opinion is objective. That's like your whole like gimmick. But
No,
you
he
do
didn't.
understand
No, he
it's
didn't.
not, right?
No,
You're
what?
not so like brain broken. Do you actually?
No, what he says is that it says no. What I present is the facts. That's this whole thing. Is I'm saying that this thing is factually bad.
I mean, in this video specifically, objectivity never comes up because he's just explaining. It's like, I mean, his main criticisms, and I kind of pointed these out a couple times. I was like, it's vapid, shallow bullshit that amounts to nothing. That's kind of his main point. He's not citing an objective reason why logically it doesn't fit together. That's not his critique on this one. His critique on this one is actually fairly simple and surface level. You don't need to go into a lot of depth about it. But if you hear the thing and you're just like, well, you said in all of this detail, it's actually like vapid, nothing that goes nowhere. But ignoring all of your commentary, it sounds like an interesting character study. I should watch it. Also, did you know that like just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's bad? And that's it. That's all he has to say.
Yeah.
Your points.
It feels like we're at the end of the video right now, and we're so not. And I hate
All
it.
this stuff is subjective. How we relate to art, how art hits us emotionally, that is subjective.
Yes, it is.
All right, but none of that was covered in this
And
video.
instead
Please
Vader is
respond
over
to
there.
what was in the video.
Yeah.
Fuck did you notice about the shots before noticing that?
I can't stop thinking about this scene. Hashtag Anakin Skywalker, hashtag Darth Vader, hashtag Ahsoka Tano, hashtag Tano Tuesday, hashtag Star Wars, hashtag Ahsoka, hashtag
Okay,
Ahsoka
those
spoiler.
people
That
are
flicker-
bots. There is no way an actual human being tweets with all those hashtags.
I think they are bots, yeah. But still, even if they're bots, there are still people who would do that.
Seth Mauler
Fucking
said,
Joker in front of a flaming pile of money. These people deserve a higher quality of bot.
Mauler has never said you're not allowed to like stuff. No, Mauler's opinion is an objective, but his analysis is.
Yep. And I think this is one of the reasons why he is reacting to the video is because he knows he'll get a bunch of the rage clicks and rage views.
Nero, it's starting to become kind of strange. Now, why can't you make arguments now? Why does it have to be on your stream?
Nero, no. Nero, you
Between
need to...
Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader is one of the smooth.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. You don't really need to include the hashtags unless that's part of your point for some reason.
Cleanest and sickest thing.
Cause it is, you
Dude.
moron.
No, he's trying so hard to make the point something other than what it is, so that he can look like he has some kind of argument against it.
Yeah, it's fucking pathetic.
It's bad faith to assume my demeanor based on text alone. Dude, no, I don't need to do that
But
when I
it's
can just
not
see
your
you fucking
text alone.
deleted
It's from the
videos.
people disappearing into the fucking gulag because they don't like you, you fucking sensitive cunt.
Stop fire.
Have you seen editing before? Have you seen anything before?
Nothing will never not make this terrible.
And look at him, just completely straight face. He has no response.
Yeah. So just.
Did you not find it cool?
What, are we not supposed to have cool visuals anymore? What, do you hate editing? Like,
This
oh
is
my
why I'm
fucking
just
Christ.
This is why I'm like, I just constantly wonder, like, if I could like hear how other people hear things, like specifically like how does their brain interpret the information. I want to know what is he looking at? What is he hearing? That leads him to just because he
Okay,
we
have you
can't be
ever seen
looking at
like
the same thing.
like a Peanuts cartoon, like Snoopy and Charlie and all that?
Yeah, are they
You know
doing the adults like
teachers
yeah,
every time Mauler is like trying to like outline a problem he has, all he hears is mom 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 mom, and then Ahsoka has a character arc mom 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 mom. It's like, wow, that sounds like a good episode. I should watch that.
Yeah, he's just not hearing anything. And what he's seeing is just noise. He's just seeing like white noise on the TV. Turns out his monitor
Is the
hasn't
problem
been on
that
this
they're
whole
using hashtags? I don't get it.
Because it's not a particularly tough edit doesn't mean it's not cool. You understand that, right? Sometimes the coolest stuff will be simple.
My
Rewind
God.
that.
This dude should like enter the Olympics of not getting the point.
I'm just
I
gonna
need
go
to hear
ahead and
that
say
again,
this.
I'm
You
sorry.
don't really need to include the hashtags unless that's part of your point for some reason.
Cleanest and sickest things Star Wars has ever done. Fire.
Have you seen editing before? Have you seen anything before?
Nothing will never not make this terrible.
Have you seen anything before as a line goes
Like,
pretty
yeah, so just because it's not a particularly tough edit doesn't mean it's not cool. You understand that, right? Sometimes
It's
the
not
coolest stuff will
about how tough it is, you
This
fucking
is Darth
melon.
Vader. Hashtag Star Wars. Hashtag Darth Vader. Hashtag Anakin. Hashtag Ahsoka. This is the Darth Vader Obi-Wan denied Emperor Palpatine. Hashtag Anakin. Hashtag Anakin Skywalker. Hashtag Darth Vader. Hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Ahsoka Tano. Hashtag Tano Tuesday. Hashtag Star Wars. Whoever thought to merge Anakin's regular voice with Vader's cyborg voice when saying, "You lack conviction," deserves a raise. This was spine-tingling.
my
Hashtag
God.
Star Wars. Hashtag A.
Again, in a vacuum, it was
The
kind of
bar
like,
for Star Wars is in the actual basement.
yeah, that's why it keeps
Basement. It's in the center
no,
of the
subterranean.
earth. It's in the center of the earth.
That's why I was saying like in a vacuum, yeah, neat little editing trick, but still lacks substance.
HSOKA. This is probably the best shot I have ever seen in Star Wars.
What is so fucking good about it? Is it that he's a good man and that he's Anakin? But oh no, he's a bad man too, and there's Vader. Oh, Ahsoka sees him as both Anakin the Master and the good man, but oh no, she sees him as Vader the bad man.
Dave FIL.
Okay, so
Well.
like your argument is that people are freaking out over that shot. And, you know, I'll go ahead and give you a little bit of points because while I think
Yeah?
that shot's cool looking, I wouldn't call it the coolest thing ever in Star Wars or anything.
Oh.
But I won't give you too many points because I also think without even watching the episode, just seeing the clips you show here, I think it looks pretty cool.
You're so
What?
close.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so this is the first time in the whole thing we've had points mentioned at all. We'll just kind of like sub it in for props because it's not that being measured or anything. It's like, yeah, I mean, I can see why the people on Twitter are maybe overreacting, sure. But I mean, I think it still looks okay. Like, you know what? If that was the only thing I saw of this, I would think that's actually a perfectly reasonable, normal reaction to have about something. Like, these people on Twitter are overreacting about a thing that happened on a show they follow. No doy. They do that all the time. That's just Tuesday. I personally, maybe it looks okay. Maybe I think it looks bit fucking cheesy, a little bit cheap, a little bit like a CW show, but fucking whatever. The people liked it, and then just move on.
Yes.
It's in combination with everything else that it just kind of like compounds the annoyance. Because
that's
on its own, perfectly fine. In combination with everything else, it's just more of that vapid nothing that he has to say. Did you put that fucking timer back, you asshole?
No, I put the timer forward accidentally.
So the thing I was going to say, if there's one thing, the one big takeaway from all of this, and even from Kenobi as well, Hayden hasn't missed a beat when it comes to swinging the glow stick around.
No, because he gives a shit. He's like,
because we watched the fight, and he's fucking swinging like he wants to fucking kill her, and he gets kicked in the face, and he gives like Hayden gives a smile that only he could have given as Anakin, because he understood what he was doing when he made those movies. He just was being directed poorly, and thus him and Ewan also just trained their balls off when it came to. That's why in Obi-Wan, when they had their little practice fight, they're, other than the stupidity of the fact they're fighting with their actual lightsabers, which is just stupid, their fight looked pretty good. Just shows when you actually give a shit about making a fight look good, one of those people is gonna give it their all.
Yeah.
It's just very interesting watching like Rosario just awkwardly swing around, and then
I wouldn't call
Hayden's
it the
just
coolest thing
fucking
ever in Star
moving.
Wars or anything.
Yeah.
But I won't give you too many points, because I also think, without even watching the episode, just seeing the clips you show here, I think it looks pretty cool.
LONI needs to be kept on by Disney for life. Hashtag Ahsoka. Siege of Mandalorei. Did not know you had this in you, Dave Filoni. Hashtag Ahsoka. Dave Filoni writing the script for episode 5 of hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Ahsoka.
So, I'm noticing there's a tinniness to this AI voice he's using. Which is like, what? Did you record it with like 64 bits per second? Like, why is it so?
I think you recorded on literally the
Clearly
cheapest
Favreau and
fucking
Filoni
AI
know how
voice
to
you could
include
find.
legacy
That's the
characters
fucking
in ways
funny
that
part.
actually serve the story and drive the plot forward. Folded hands, I trust them. To label these as fan service is to miss the point of their role entirely. Hashtag Ahsoka. Hashtag Anakin Skywalker. Hashtag The Mandalorian. Hashtag Luke Skywalker. Wait a minute, we don't want Dave Filoni to give you a.
Yes, like I feel like I've seen that name before. Like, he's just going over people who like the show, and I assume that means these tweets are bad. Are these tweets that he wants people to ratio?
No,
like,
he's highlighting the fan
the
response, you fucking rusty toothpick.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm
noticing how tinny the AI voice is. Like, did he want fucking Dagoth to fucking narrate the Twitter response to the Ahsoka
Why not?
episodes?
Fuck it. That would be actually really good. That'd be funny.
Because he's a filthy blood. I don't remember. I actually don't have that.
Dagoth explaining to us why the Star Wars franchise is beyond recovery would actually be unironically fucking cool.
Here, like, again, Mauler. People are allowed to disagree with you. You understand that, right?
Is that what he's like highlighting? Is they disagree with me, therefore bad? Is that what he's doing? Or is that just what you're responding to because that being his point makes you feel like you actually have something to argue against him with?
Yeah.
So
it's almost like you can't actually respond to anything he said. So instead of responding to that, you just like build this man-shaped figure out of like a very simple, easy to destroy material, like fucking
straw,
grass, or some shit, like really dry grass, and then you like destroy that one because it's easier.
I'm looking at
chat again.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Fucking that Anakin scene is good because it's a reference to that scrapped concept of Force Ghost Anakin turning to Vader. No, what the
that
fuck?
Doesn't mean it's good. That just means
no. Okay. When Mauler gets to the point of his video where he finishes going through like this fan response segment, I think that's like a natural, organic stopping point for us to be just like, we've gotten a good flavor as to what organized chaos's response to Mauler is, and what it's like, and what his fundamental criticisms are like, and we can just kind of call it there and not beat a dead horse even further to death.
It's the fucking Simpsons. Stop! He's already dead.
Stop! He's already cringe.
Hey.
As a Clone Wars movie, loudly crying. Hashtag Ahsoka, Anakin and...
Wait, sorry. My man, you have no room to criticize anyone while having a tiny voice.
A tinny voice. Oh no. Oh. And like I said earlier, none of us are exactly Garrus Vicarian, but good fucking god.
Ahsoka with Sith Eyes Fire Dave Filoni Cook. Okay, so it's agreed that episode 5 of Ahsoka is the best thing Disney has done with Star Wars period, right? Like this was peak Star Wars.
Star Wars is fucked. If you skip this episode, Ahsoka simply needed to...
Sorry, I've always loved that. Like, this is peak Star Wars. Star Wars is fucked.
The fact that, like, organized chaos has no response to just, like, flat out, like, this being the fan response, yeah, Star Wars is fucked. Nothing. No. That is like one of those, like, this is me actually outlining the conclusion paragraph of my script. It's fucking borked.
Yeah.
It's done.
Yeah.
And he's got nothing. I guess we can wait until he makes his fucking next point, but once we've gotten past, like, the fan response thing, like I said, I think it's time to kind of stick a fork in it.
I'm waiting for him to make, like, his last point,
Chase
basically.
the bad whale, which is fucking
yeah?
That episode was character development. Like,
shut the fuck up.
I didn't see it.
Shut the fuck
just from
Okay, right there. Again, I didn't see it.
Character development.
Right, we're done.
We're done.
Stick a fork in it. We're fucking done.
We're done.
That episode was character development. I didn't see it.
I
but
didn't
it's
see it,
completely
though.
Valid. Oh my fuck! Shut the fuck up. We have other shit we can be doing right now. Let's go back to watching what we were doing last night, where we just watch a bunch of, like, 2000s and 90s ads at random.
Yeah.
And got weirdly into, like, the narrative. Let's do that shit again. That was that was a trip.
Before we do that, of course, we must do outros.
Oh yeah, shit! This was being recorded for some reason.
It was, yes. I'm putting suffering and pain on my channel. I should be arrested for violation of the Geneva suggestions.
Wait, hold on. Has our Discord icons been on, like, the stream and shit?
Oh, they have been.
Okay,
they have been every now and then. So yes, everyone saw.
Oh no!
Everyone saw your Steve Harvey one.
Oh, and they saw my fucking weird Overwatch one that they'd have no fucking context for.
I don't know. Maybe, who knows? But anyways, that has been today's hour's worth of suffering. Shill your channel, guys.
So
I'm at Saint Maxi on YouTube.
So we're yet another response podcast. We watch things, and whether or not they're good or not is entirely dependent on what we're looking at. So we exist. We were covering Mission Impossible stuff.
Yeah, and I'll be on there for the Mission Impossible stuff. So
and if you have any disagreements about anything I've said tonight, please respond all of your criticisms to @TedCruz@twitter.com.
Okay, link in the description. Goodbye, everybody. The universe is a hologram. Reality is a lie. Buy gold, buy.